We're up.
100%, dude. 100%. How do they always know exactly what we want to do? How do they? How do they call out our plans beforehand?
You know, you ever heard about oh, you haven't been in a LAN yet, Arthur. So
Whoa,
little secret.
don't have to remind me so loudly for that.
Little secret, Arthur. When you go to a LAN, to a big LAN, okay, you'll find out about the script. All right. A lot of LANs, most LANs have scripts. People think that like Team Spirit Run is real. It's obviously not. The Ice Frog gives us a script at the beginning of TI, and we have to follow it. It's actually just a bunch of actors. So you'll see, like, that's when you realize the level pros have of the respect for the show and for the casters. They always know what you want because at LANs they get a script. They know how to play. Open qualifiers are the only real form of competition left in Dota. Everything else, all scripted. You'll see.
Dude, that explains YG, man. Like, how are they so good in BTS, but then when it comes to qualifier?
Yeah, you ever thought about that, right? They got screwed. they got fired because they asked for more, and so they lost their contract halfway through the season. So they lost their contract halfway through the season.
All right, you getting ready?
Yes.
Get started.
Wait, I'm trying to up my chat here so I can.
Yo, what if people take people take us real for real? Shit.
What?
What if people take what you said as real?
Man, it was the last time we were here. Didn't we get the BSJ clip about how?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, I think once a cast, I need to bamboozle people a little bit so that it goes on Reddit. I do love the coffee in your country, by the way. What a white coffee is honestly very, very good.
A Malaysian white coffee, huh? Where do you get it from?
A place called the Brew Crew. I don't know this place, but it's tasty. It's good white coffee. Anyway, yeah, we can do the real serious cast. Let's go. It's been a while since I've done that.
With you too. Like, it's been a while we cast a game together seriously.
I always cast with Richie, so it's never oh wow, I already missed the kill. See, this is exactly like casting with Richie. You already missed the kill. No, with Richie, it's not like a caster co-caster environment, right? So.
True.
Let's look at then at what the drafts would be. Like, aren't you surprised that people are still picking Dusa these days in a much faster draft? I feel like if you pick Dusa, you're kind of just hoping the enemy team does not play fast, and you just kind of lose if you lose the lane. I don't know if you'll still pick this hero.
I mean, I feel like Medusa is this kind of hero that you might want to play in an elimination game though, like BO1, last game of BO3, or when the stake is high. Because I feel like Medusa is just this kind of game that gives you very less risk. And then as long as you stabilize the game, it more certainly go well.
Sure, I can see that.
Yeah, I think the chances is just quite high for it to success because you put the pressure on the enemy side to make the early moves. And when the enemy is in those kind of high pressure, they are more likely to choke, they are more likely to make mistakes.
I agree, but I think that was better when Medusa had the option always to go jungle, like if you mess up your lane hard. And I feel like now the Medusa does not have that option as early, right? Like you have to get like I think level 5 or so to be able to do this. So I'm not that big a fan of Dusa these days. I think earlier Diffusal Blades also makes you much easier to cancel Dusa. Obviously in this case I have a PA, which is a completely different build altogether. But like now that Diffusal Blade costs so much less, it's just easier to cancel the Dusas early. And I also think that especially in OQs, a lot of teams are good at playing fast, honestly. They don't make they make mistakes, but they're good at playing fast regardless. And you can just punish the Dusa a lot. That's why. I'm personally not a big fan of this hero in the current patch. I just think it's a bit too bad.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit worse because of how many other heroes get better and better as well. Like for example, like Pangolin, right? Like this hero, I think he's already good before, but now with the Diffuser Blade change, he's going to be even better. Which is why we are seeing MY picking this hero literally every game. You can go so many different routes. So I agree with you, I think. And if you look at the Apes draft, they're running at such a high tempo game as well. And remember how you talk about you want to see this PA not going for Fury and going for some fighting items, right?
Yeah.
I really wish we see that kind of PA too, because I think PA can be played in so many different ways, and people are just not really abusing the faster way yet.
I agree, man. I remember back in the day, it was a consideration, and people would go and say, "Do I build Battlefield or do I build Desolator and just try to, farm heroes?" And I'm surprised that nobody's doing that. Like for a while, we had the Falcon Blade Maelstrom build, right? And that died. In the bottom lane, by the way, Sense is gonna die. It was. I don't know. I think people are like creative on this hero because the Battle Fury gives you such an easier way to play on the PA. Like you always have the ability to come back into the game, and that's why people don't want to practice as much or like don't want to try something different. But I agree with you though. I do agree.
Yeah, that's the thing though. I feel like a lot more teams, they are putting a lot more emphasis on scaling. Because I feel like if you reach one level, right, and the enemy will be able to punish or abuse the fact that you have no farming item and you are all for fighting.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I think the way that people are trying to like, if you look at snowball drafts these days or early game drafts, these days they're much less based on kills and then much more based on objectives. Like you want the security of getting a Beastmaster and OD or whatever, and saying I guarantee this tower, as opposed to the security of like I picked up a PA and if I don't get 5-6 kills by minute 15, all of a sudden my PA is gonna be out of farm, right? The people don't do that anymore. People don't want to go for the unsafe objective of trying to get kills on the enemy.
I miss those days where we see the MVP Phoenix aggression though.
Me too.
Just all in fighting at you, where they have such a huge belief in their draft as well.
Yeah,
the
but
playstyle too.
That playstyle got killed, like genuinely. I mean, if you look at the heroes that benefited that playstyle, Old Clinks, for example, was really good at that. He got buffed now so he can farm Ancients, but he's no longer played that way. Bounty Hunter, when was the last time you saw that hero? Like, that playstyle is really nerfed. Trying to beat by what we called it the choke game, right? Because you would choke the enemy team early and not let them have any resources. Yeah.
Are you surprised that you are not seeing more Bounty Hunter? Because I feel like in 2 patches in a row, at the beginning of the patch, I thought Bounty Hunter would be a very strong hero, and then I've seen him a while in pubs, but then it just no teams is gonna adopt this hero. It feels. I honestly forget when is the last time I see a Bounty Hunter in competitive games.
Yeah, me too. I've been advocating for the hero for a while. Every new patch I think he's good, and then I play him and it feels so fucking terrible, honestly. He like, I don't know where he fits. As a pos 4, he's like kind of okay, but he's still kind of weak compared to most other pos 4s you could get. Like if you pick me a Bounty and Shaman's in the pool, I'm like, why would you do this to yourself? You know, Shaman is 10 times better than Bounty. As a 3, he's really lackluster compared to something like Beastmaster. I don't know. I don't know if they have to change his playstyle or they just need to buff him up a lot. I would like for Track to give considerably more gold, and maybe he would be played then.
I feel like he's a very big victim of how good everyone has been in are getting better in Dota. Because everyone, back in the days you always just get solo killed by Bounty and then everybody just tilts, right? But nowadays the supports are getting so much better in controlling vision.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
not so much of advantage for Bounty Hunter anymore. But personally, I'm a big fan of that hero. I feel like that hero is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
If someone is gonna play, I think it's gonna be. I feel like Chinese teams might want to pick it up because I know Boboka, Xingqiu. I feel like they are the ones that can make this hero work.
So you like him as 4?
Crazy way.
You like him as 4 then, yeah?
3 or 4, I would say. Yeah.
Okay. I think he only works as 4, to be honest with you. I think as a 3, he's kind of a waste right now. But I do think as a 4, I'd be interested in seeing that. Grazie in the bottom lane, by the way, being chased by the Pango and dying because Medusa just not that good right now. As Weaver also gets stunned by the Inksoul. Pango has no mana, 1 magic stick charge, but he did go for Vanguard. He did go for Vanguard, so he can't die. Pango with Vanguard. I have never seen this. Is this a build that's being done these days? Have you seen it?
The first time I saw it was yesterday, actually. DPC. Yeah, MY. What's the name called? Sari was doing this. So after that, he can disassemble and use the Vitali boost for the Spirit Vessel, and then Ring of Health just for Lincolns or Hood if he wants to go for it. So it's pretty smart, actually. I think a lot of people always forget that Vanguard, including myself, that it can be disassembled.
Yeah, I would say that those items are not the items I would go for on a Pango usually. Neither Vessel. I mean, Hood, yes, sure. Vessel, not so much. Like, I'm looking at the Vit booster, I'm thinking, what can Pango build out of this? I guess an Aeon Disc?
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that too. I think it's very similar to like how you want to build Vanguard on a Sand King, right? So when you get that, then you're able to stay in the lane forever, and then this Medusa is going to want to go jungle as soon as possible. And like you say, you don't really want that to do this so early. I think as a Medusa, the ideal timing is probably somewhere around level 8, where you have more levels in split shot. Because when you go into jungle with level 2 split shot, you farm so damn slow. And the levels are going to come in very slow as well.
That's what I told you, dude. You're Dusa, you lose the lane, now all of a sudden you're fucked. You're no longer the Dusa that can just go jungle and not care. Like, you actually struggle a fair amount to go jungle right now. I mean, he's much less farmed than the PA. That's why I think now a carry that can guarantee win his laning phase, I feel like Dusa has gone down a lot in that quality. It used to be like, oh, Mystic Snake will carry you in the lane, and now it's good, but it's not the be-all, end-all.
Which is why I think, is there any old school carry that you think is gonna come back? I mean, we are starting to see a lot of troll. I feel like at one point Monkey is gonna come back as a post one as well, like a more popular one.
Don't be tricked, Arthur. Okay, I reserve my thoughts on troll until like 2 months at least. For 7:30, the last patch, right? At the end of the patch, everyone's like, you know what's really good against Mars? Troll Warlord, dude. And no. It's not. It fucking sucks. You hit the shield, you die. And so many teams, I'm talking like good teams, like VP, PuckChamp was trying it out, some teams in Western Europe were trying it out, and they would keep losing. And at one point, you're like, man, the stats of this hero is like horrendous. You look at Troll stats and you want to cry. But teams just keep trying it. So I just think Troll might be a hero where like you talk to a carry and you go, well, you want something? Oh, I want a good lane. Oh, I'll pick Troll, that's easy. It's a bamboozle. I don't know. I'm going to reserve my judgment until teams start winning with it.
I'm gonna be honest, because we don't see too much troll in Southeast Asia, so I can't tell.
Yeah,
but
he's not that big a deal. In Eastern Europe and Western
Yeah.
Europe, he was much bigger. Or South America. God damn if I see one more South American troll. Oh my god. That is 0% win rate in the DPC. They would pick Mars, troll straight into it, and always lose. Actually, no. It had one win. It was off Beast Coast, and they literally lost for 40 minutes, then carried off the, just being Beast Coast, right? Because they sometimes do that, and they do a magical performance. But it wasn't even a good pick.
Yeah, sure, it's that kind of bait pay because in theory it offers you so much, and then
yes.
he has this narrative that I'm gonna be so strong on lane. There's no carry there's no off lane that can actually go up against me because I throw you access. But the stat is really the thing that people are overlooking at. I think so. Yeah, I think so too.
No, I
but
agree.
that's the thing though.
He
Look
is
at
a bit
Medusa
of-
now.
Yeah, what about Medusa?
Look at Medusa now.
What?
Level 8 already, approaching level 9. I feel like this NC thing, right? Yeah, is a little bit bad, but I feel like it's a lot worse for melee heroes, not so much for range hero though.
Yeah, that's true actually. Yeah, range heroes do a much better job. Like she has a bigger difficulty these days covering with stacks, but because Dusa has the split shot, which is much more forgiving in terms of range, she can do things like these, right? Which he's doing right now. So fair enough. Like I don't think the hero's bad, mind you. I just think like a good team can punish this. I think maybe no Q is not the case as much. I'm very curious as to what Pango's gonna do with Vanguard to Mr. Amon Kira. I wonder what that is a name to.
Dalu, his name. He's not going for diffusibly. Are you? I'm very curious actually. I know you should be curious as well, because we were hyping the diffusibly up so much, right? And then you went for arcane boots. I guess it's still okay, right? It's not far away.
I think Pango Diffusal's pretty bad, to be honest, nowadays.
Oh, really? Why
like,
so?
So, like, Diffusal's good, right? So, I wouldn't be bothered if a Pango bought it. But, like, I think Pango in the offlane is much better built with the team fight items now. Like the Yules, the Blink Dagger, like that kind of build, than the damage build. They did buff Swashbuckle ever so slightly, but the talents that deal the most damage are a little bit nerfed. And he got a lot of buffs in the strength, like the strength talent got buffed, the Rolling Thunder talent got slight buffs, like... I overall would much rather have a Pango that's more of a teamfight initiator these days. I don't know. I also don't think you need damage here. Like, if a PA, why would you build damage on the Pango?
Oh, I'm going on Sensei here.
Yeah, it's a support Weaver. Support Weaver might die. Pango catches it. Oh, he messed up. He doesn't know the interaction. When Pango moves up, right, whether it be Yules or whether it be Tumblr Story like that one, you have a small moment, like I think it's like 0.5 seconds, where the shield crash will shield crash you in place.
He used the Tumblr's toy during the shield crash.
He used the Tumblr's toy, then used the shield crash right after or in the middle of it, and yeah, that screwed him. Sorry, let's hype cast the team fight. Pia going in, she got disrupted, not really caring. Heavenly Grace, Mamang Daya also joins, but it's a bunch of nothingness as they don't really have any opportunities. They lack the catch. Koala gonna retreat. Sensei now leading. We have the swarm. Shuguchi on top of that, but where's the catch? Where's the attempts? Everyone's just gonna look at each other, and I'd rather just talk Dota. Yeah, that trick on Pango, very useful. If you want to play teamfight Pango, Yules, shield crash right after, and you stun the person 2 times. Sorry, you stun him once when you hit them. Second time in the Yules, maybe 2 if you're lucky, and then the shield crash a 3rd or 4th time. So you always shield crash after Yules to keep the stun going.
Pango expert, huh, Abo?
Yep. Not really. I wouldn't say expert. I like the hero though. He's one of my most played heroes. He's very, very fun.
Yeah, how about Blissika? I know you love Blissika a lot.
That's why I started playing Pango, and then after a
Then you
while.
realize that you can't play against Bloodseeker, so
so
might as well turn to Bloodseeker.
Exactly. I was playing offlane back then, and I was like, well, I mean, if people are gonna counter me, I might as well just pick my counter. And I realized Bloodseeker is one of the most fun heroes to play.
Yeah, it is actually. I'm a big Bloodseeker position 1 fan, and I feel like that hero
too.
is so goddamn strong, man.
I think he's weak now, though. He's pretty bad right now.
Is there any big changes?
Well, I mean, he didn't get any big changes, right? But the jungle changes are pretty brutal to Bloodseeker. Because he does go to jungle relatively early, and he farms with Maelstrom. And in general, they're just much better carries right now. You can play him against the PA, but the Axe nerf, which was a nerf, was pretty brutal against him. Because, like, Rupture is his biggest thing. And before, you used to play Bloodseeker if you had, like, a good carry matchup, and you can go Axe as an option, or you can just go, like, straight Rupture and destroy them. And nowadays, you feel like you have much less options, so it feels like a bit weaker to pick Bloodseeker carry. He's not that good right now. I think if the Axe was good, maybe a Bloodseeker offlane could be an option, but I'm really sure. I haven't really experimented with it.
I think that one thing that people always forget is that how good Bloodseeker is on lane, especially. Oh, mid lane though.
He's
Oh, Mamang
a
Daya.
better troll. Much better troll.
Yeah.
No. But I
This
don't
game
know.
is looking really close.
I do feel like the guy also kind of scales pretty poorly these days, Bloodseeker.
I feel like laning is everything for this hero. If you fuck up your lane, because you need this Maelstrom, right? Otherwise, you're not a hero at all.
And then
so
you
if the
don't
Maelstrom
farm.
timing, if the Maelstrom comes late, then this hero is ruined.
Yep. Alright. I took a tower bid, which is pretty impressive when you have a Medusa. Weaver won't even die here. Mars no arena though. So no continue initiation. I would like to see more heroes experiment on him. I do think Bloodseeker though is one of those. He's a trap hero, if I'm honest with you. I think Razor is also a trap hero. I think everyone looks at those heroes and they're simple and they think I can play him, and then they realize maybe not. Maybe not so easy. And they have a bad example. They have like a bad experience with them.
Especially, I feel like Razor is especially that kind of hero because it's so hard to play this hero. Actually, it feels easy, but you need to make all your moves correctly. Otherwise, you won't have a game.
Yeah, I know. People underestimate how difficult Razor is. Yeah, I agree. Like, because these heroes, I always talked about them. I think the easier heroes, like Wraith King, Razor, Bloodseeker, are harder to play in pro play than the harder heroes like Ember or Void Spirit. And I've thought about this a lot, but like if you're a young Ember, for example, and you don't know shit about how to rotate properly, but you're good at Ember, you being good at Ember will cover your bad rotations. Because you just know how to avoid spells. You can outplay your enemies, literally. I mean, not in Tier 1, obviously, but like in Tier 3 Dota, 100% that will cover you. If you're a good player, you can get covered by those heroes. There's nothing to cover you on Razor. You mess up in the rotation, oh, what a great plasma field. Nobody cares. Timmy, go back the line. Like, there's nothing to mitigate your tactical mistakes, and that's why Razor, Bloodseeker, Wraith King, these kind of heroes have a lot of hitting complexity in the game. I actually remember a time when TA was very... I mean, do you remember that? It was like pre-TI or so. TA was being played all the time, and every region was trying to figure out how to counter him. And SEA was like, the best counter to TA is Razor mid. And they were right. But Western Europeans couldn't do it. They just didn't know how to play that matchup. And so you'd watch a TA Razor mid matchup in SEA, you'd go, oh, Razor destroys it. And you watch it in Europe, and you go and say, oh, it's not that good. TA recovers in the mid game. And you go, how is that possible? They're the same heroes, and the players are of similar quality, but some players just knew the Razor better.
Yeah,
Oh,
just
thank you, Jeeves. Sorry, wait. Thank you, Jeeves, so much. Yeah. Slanjoa, my friend. Really appreciate it. Anyway, go on.
But do you get a big donation or sub?
Big raid from Jeeves Dota, the Scottish caster.
Nice.
Yeah.
But dude, you have your cam on as well. Wow, how rare is that?
What?
You have your camera on your stream.
In my Spanish stream, I always have it, but here it's the exclusive Avo look, the unshaved Avo look.
You only get this when it's always shaved.
Yes. People never see me shave. Only my girlfriend sees me shave. That's how we keep the mystery going. BHM is stuck inside his own arena. You think he's gonna get out? I don't know. Bango lacks damage. You need the PA. And they're gonna catch him with the Inkswell. He's gonna die now.
Maybe not.
There's disruption. No, it's one last swashbuckle and he's dead. One last swashbuckle. Oh no! He had the magic wand the whole time. The shield crash won't get him. Yes, it will. Even the dream call just in case. All right.
Oh, that was a very good play coming on BHM. Almost there. Okay, well, here is where Medusa is gonna shine. Medusa with the Manta style, he's gonna be able to slow down his game so much and get so much fun from it. I feel like everybody always look at the patch and says, all right, this patch is so fast, Medusa is gonna be shit. But somehow this hero always come back to the meta and always become the go-to pick whenever you are in the games that have such high stakes.
I agree. I agree. He's just too safe to pick, dude.
It's so safe.
It's also, I've noticed this in Dusa, right? You ever pick a Dusa into like Dusa is one of the few heroes I think that if you pick her into the right lineup, you literally cannot lose the game. You ever pick a Dusa into a lineup that lacks damage in general? Like, it's a lineup that's like, I don't know, let's say, PA is a bad example, right? But let's say you pick Dusa into something like a carry, like, what's a carry with little damage? Let's say Razor, for example, right? You pick Dusa into like a Razor lineup, right? And you get to 30 minutes. That game is literally unlosable. You can send your Dusa into 5 heroes and just feed her, and she won't die. Because they just don't have the damage to kill her. And I think that condition where the enemy team has to respond and you don't really have to do anything, just lazy you pick Dusa, makes people feel really secure about that. Because sometimes it really is just an auto win on the hero.
Yeah. I mean, is there any other heroes like Dusa in Dota 2 where you put the enemy on a 30 minutes timer, and if they don't do anything fantastic in the 30 minutes, if they don't play like fucking Team OG in 30 minutes, they're just gonna lose? Is there any other hero like that?
I'm thinking. I guess Alt Spectre in some matchups could be like that. Maybe. I mean, no, it's been a while since it's been played that way. But like Spectre that used to play that way was, now it's the Ag Spectre. I think TB, honestly, I think TB can be like that, to be honest, because unless you picked like a counter him mid.
Yeah, TB in some extent. It just feels like nothing is like that about Dusa, and Dusa is so freaking easy. So
yeah,
no
Dusa
really,
is much
no,
easier. Yeah, TB is hard.
Yeah. Dusa is so low skilled.
What happened with Kinkalover's execration? I don't know. Oh, that was on G's channel. I'm assuming that finished. I'm not really sure. Talento. Jeeves was doing it at a different tournament. This is OQ's. Jeeves was doing the PNX Invitational. Also, yeah, some Medusas don't turn off split shot while they're farming. Look, you know that people that play Medusa are lazy when you realize they don't even turn off split shot when hitting one single creep. Did you know, Arthur? Sure. And this is a really stupid mechanic, but I always talk about it. You can turn off split shot as the hits hit, and then you get more damage.
No, I actually don't do that.
Yeah. So
wow. You have to constantly click it then.
You can't do that, and it's actually like if you do it as the projectiles in the air, you get the full damage from split shot to the main unit, and it increases your farming speed ever so slightly. And I've never seen a single person do it because I think it's like, why would you bother? What a hassle to have to consider that when you're farming jungle creeps.
If you're doing that, might as well you just put him on some other heroes, right? If you want your carry players to do that.
Yeah, if your carry is hungover or drunk or whatever, he's picking Dusa. I guarantee you that. Yeah, that's the easy pick. Look at him. Look at Grazi just farming. Though right now he did pick the wrong spot to farm, I'd say. They have a way to cancel. Dream Call. Yes! Mamang Daya, my boy, Uncle Daya. There we go. No mana on the Dusa, and with the PA you really have sufficient damage. Rolling Thunder will controller, no help from the Mars. In fact, the Mars gets caught. What a Pango roll! The Dissimulate from the Void Spread saves him. Gotenks out of here, but BHM will be left behind. Gotenks first leaves behind his father and the Majin Buu saga. Now his mid and his offlaner.
Oh, that was such a big mistake, man. Medusa could have just stone gate and just literally ran away. Like Medusa, the pot won't be able to be in range to stop him at all.
Yep.
And now that they die around this Roche, this is gonna be a free Roshan. Oh.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're trying to defend this. You don't have Mars. I mean, I guess Void Spirit can steal it if you have Swarm on it. Maybe. Oh.
I swear this is where no one talks in the game in-game communication. They're just way too confused. Like, should we go? If you don't go, we are gonna lose anyway. If you go, how do we go? So
yes.
No one talks. Everyone just do what their brain tells them to do.
That's a very good point, actually. I think most people are afraid around the Roche to make the call. I think Roche might be the especially in top tier Dota, the biggest game-losing call. I've seen so many Roches that lose games to teams, and I think a lot of teams are afraid to make that call and be the one to be blamed afterwards.
I'm sure you remember this, like the 2017 newbie. They'll lose every single Roshan fight when they are super ahead. And then there's memes on from the China side saying that they'll win all these early games. Once they go to Roche, they'll lose, and that's where they lose most of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, because they made bad calls sometimes. You can't Manta dodge the cold stun if Medusa was TPing, man. That's why he wasn't Manta dodging. And the multi-shot thing is actually easy to do on Monkira. If you practice it, it's just a hassle. It's a really big hassle.
Yeah.
Jumps on the Omni. So he did go Pango Diffusal, by the way. Which, I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, in this game against Dusa, I think it's still viable, but notice that he's not going for the full Pango, like, Maelstrom Basher build, right? It's like a Pango that has initiation. I think against Dusa, those stuns don't really matter, because Dusa's just going to stay in the same spot no matter what you do, so you don't really need to bother with her. So I do like the Diffusal this game.
That's the thing, though. I do like it as well. I just feel like it's a little bit too late right now. Because in the early game, when the Medusa is still in the lane, when the Medusa is still a little bit weak, right? Maybe somewhere below level 15, there's still chances for you to make use of a Diffuser Blade on her. But right now, though, like, she has got Skadi, she's approaching level 20. I just don't see much value on Diffuser Blade now, because I don't think there's a good time for Pangolier to actually go on top of Medusa and to get those hits in.
I mean, that's true. That's true. And PA is going to do it. Like, if PA is not going to do enough damage, the Diffusal Blade won't really make the difference, so you're right about that. But I think it's an item that's cheap enough right now on Pango that if it's like a good game for Diffusal Blade, you can just get some chip damage off. I understand why you want to do that, right? It can be a nuisance to the Void Spirit. The inhibit is actually really strong against the Mars, particularly. Okay, Weaver. Time-lapsed and cut it. Pango, why did you buy Diffusal Blade? Are you not gonna... No? You're gonna stay in the trees? Okay, cool. Alright. Don't worry, Pango. You're the Dusa player of the team, huh? What is this half-assed, man? If you're gonna defend this tower, defend with your whole team. Alright, there we go.
Exactly, I'm thinking...
Oh, yeah, okay. Defend with your whole team at the same time. Right. I missed that. That's my bad. They did catch the PA, but she has a BKB and Aegis, so I think he's perfectly fine. There's the arena utilized, and the Void Spirit. Beautiful! Void Spirit destroyed the backlines completely, and they have to fight in the arena. PA still saving her second life, but what are you gonna do if you don't have any save? They killed your supports. PA is solo. She comes back now with BKB active, but she can't do it in time because the Aether Remnant catches her. Can they kill her? No. She's forced to get away, though. Skadi's slowing her down, and the TP is gonna be forced out of Jikroy, sorry. That Void Spirit completely destabilized that team fight for them.
Holy shit, that was... What a defense coming out. All this confusion is just a bait, Owl. It turns out to be a bait.
I was surprised.
Shadow Demon... Yeah, Shadow Demon is just hanging around there, died, and then instantly buy back and join the fight. And it allows OSP to jump to the entire back line. And I love this talent coming out from Medusa as well. Like, I think more and more people is getting this talent plus 2 seconds stone gaze. So at level 3 stone gaze, you're getting 8 seconds of that. That's the total duration, or actually maybe more than the BKB duration of PA. So as long as this stone gaze pop, there is 8 seconds of just free time for you to fight.
Yeah,
and PA won't be able to do anything about that.
I think if the Omnet was alive, though, it doesn't really matter because you have the Heavenly Grace to dispel that stone, right? But because they killed him so quickly. I mean, the Void Spirit Axe there was clutch. It completely destabilized the backlines. Maybe a little bit of mistake, though, by Apes. Like, they were pushing and didn't have a plan in case the enemy team initiated. Obviously, Void Spirit is in the enemy team. You should know that he's going to jump your backlines. But... And like, they were really bunched up together. If you all three get hit by a Dissimulate, you're not positioning yourself right, I think.
Oh yeah, exactly. They all get baited by the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, like I mean, you know, if you all get hit by what's it called, the Resonant Pulse, okay, fair enough, massive area. But Dissimulate, no, you should not be that bunched up together.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel sometimes like players are not detailed enough where they have this. The one thing that I worked in Polo last time that I learned a lot is that he always emphasized on the team fight visualization. So you need to understand, okay, 1 + 1, you can get this kill. So you don't need the other 3 for this one kill. And you need the other 3 for the other bigger kills. So in this case, if they want to kill the Shadow Demon, I feel like they don't need every single one to clump up, actually. They probably just need to put Heavenly Grace on PA and let the PA crit him down. And everyone else can stay a little bit behind and wait for the Void Spirit to come in so that you don't catch this big ultimate or big Resonant Pulse. And a lot of times, like, it seems like it's very it sounds very logical, but teams, they don't talk about these things if they are not trained to.
That's really cool, actually. I think that's interesting because many times when we make this criticism as casters, right, it's never like a criticism to the actual players because the reality is they have too many things on their mind, right, when they're doing this.
Yeah.
They have too many things on their mind while they're doing this, so it's impossible for them to like actually do the team fight. But the visualization allows you to have an actual plan for each team fight, and it is true. Like a lot of the good players have told me this idea of like picture your win condition, no? Picture your win condition in the game and like how you have to play this game ideally to win, right? And I agree that a lot of open qualifiers teams don't really think that. They just get into the game and play, and planning can save you a lot of thoughts in the game. I think we're getting to the point of Dota where if you want to play Dota as perfectly as possible, your brain is incapable of processing enough thoughts at a time. So you have to find ways of compartmentalizing those thoughts. So I can't believe I'm saying this. Ponlo, honestly, really intelligent, really smart.
Yeah,
thoughts.
he is. Like Ponlo, I feel like a lot of players out there are probably like Ponlo, right? Like you really need to work with him, and then you see the value that he can bring to your team. Like for example, someone like a Rogi as well. Like to me, I don't know him too much, but I always feel like he's a pretty intelligent player. Like the way he played, the kind of hero pool that he has as well on the position 5. So okay, back to that visualization thing, right? I feel like this needs long-term practices though. Like it's not something that you can come up in the middle of the game. It's something that you need to practice over time, and then you have a better understanding of it.
Right, but so we don't praise Ponlo too much. Ponlo's the kind of guy that would come up with this in the middle of the game, expect his teammates to understand it perfectly, and then tweet about it when they don't, right? So that's the problem. But I'm glad that he's doing it now between games. I agree. It's impossible. Like Jenkins talks about this a lot, right? There's a lot of value in Dota right now in vocabulary and expressing ideas quickly. Like OG was the guys to innovate this, right? They make a lot of terms. In the true side, you see the cat and mouse, right? That everyone talks about. And they make a lot of terms to just simplify very complex ideas in Dota so that their teammates can understand immediately. And the ability to reduce the bulk of information you have to process in a game is something that I think as Dota will become an older and older game and it gets more and more figured out, it's going to be much more important to teams. Like being able to talk quickly, essentially, and to convey ideas efficiently and quickly is probably the #1 thing differentiating a Tier 1 team and Tier 2 team right now.
Which is why I feel like, to this point, right, I feel like this is the exact reason why a lot of China team, they always turn out big in international tournament, because they have this thing as well. Like, because everyone in the same region use the same fucking, damn language, right? So there's a lot of innovation about the language, so beautiful. And then, you know how they talk about smoke?
Yeah.
They just literally type 5, like the number 5, because it's pronounced as wu, smoke in Chinese. So they just have to press one word, and then everybody gather to the same place and do it. And for example, if you like back, right, everybody they have this, they will just type tree, because tree in Chinese is pronounced as san. Okay. And in some sense is called get out or back. So they have these terms about they can use in the middle of the fight, and then everyone would know it exactly.
Yeah.
So I feel like in this sense, Chinese has a lot of advantage that we actually don't know about, especially the Westerns. Because if you're never in that kind of culture, you don't really know how big of an impact this little thing is.
All right, I know we're supposed to do a good cast, but I love this topic, and I would talk about it for ages. Can I get a little bit nerdy on you when it comes to the linguistic side?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right. English is a very fucking weak language. It's a really goddamn weak language, okay? And what I mean by that is, I've now been realizing, now that I got experience to more linguistic systems, as I've been learning Bahasa, right? But conveying ideas in English and conveying them precisely is difficult, and most of the time it requires new words, hence the cat and mouse thing, right? But when I look at teams, like, there's two... English is the reason why English is a weak language is because English is in a very middle ground between most languages. What does that mean? English is not the most precise grammatical language, right? Like something like Russian. Russian is extremely precise grammatically. But English is also not a very simple and contextual language like Bahasa, right? In Bahasa, at least if you guys don't know, at least in Malaysia, which is what I'm taught, you rarely use the proper forms for words, and instead you will use the base root of the word, and people understand what you're trying to say based on context, right? Which is really impressive. It takes a whole different mind to do that, right? And so I genuinely do have a theory that when teams play in these home languages that are not English, they have an advantage. Because, for example, Spanish is very contextual. So ideas that get transmitted with a team that you've been playing for a while can get transmitted much quicker with using much less words. Bahasa is also similar in that sense. Or Russian, for example, is extremely precise grammatically. So when you're in a team fight, right, you can express simple, really complex concepts with very little words by just using the right grammatics, essentially. And the capacity of being able to do this in Dota team and everyone understanding you gives you so many advantages. And you can tell, and I think that's actually why, traditionally, the teams that have always executed teamfight best have been Russian teams. Like, without a doubt. The best teamfight teams in the world have always been from Eastern Europe. It was the old VP, honestly, Team Spirit right now. And they might not be the best team in the world, but their teamfight is amazing. right? The coordination they have in teamfight is incredible. And the only team that's ever come close to that kind of level of teamfight has honestly been Beast Ghost, who is also a team known for being super wild and also shares a different language, right? International teams don't tend to have that. And I would be really fascinated to do a long case study analyzing how linguistics affects Dota, because we always get experience, I guess, in the international community that we're always forced to speak English, and we see the value of English as a language just to communicate. But languages hold so much more than just me being able to understand you. What I can express in Bahasa or Spanish or English or Catalan is completely different, and it's not always dependent on whether you understand me or not. Languages have a lot more complexity to them than just that simply. And I would love to see how that expresses in sports.
Yeah, I'm just very sad that it feels like Southeast Asia is a big victim of this, because if you look at Southeast Asia, you are never, our thing is never the coordination, it's never the team fight, because all these things requires very good communication, requires precise communication, and that's something that Southeast Asia players are struggling a lot, because English is just not our main language to go for.
Which is why teams that are not mixed, like sometimes fully Filipino teams, do better than teams that are mixed, even if the players are necessarily worse, right? Because you can communicate more effectively. That's very true. And someone points in my chat, really good point, by the way. Amon Kira says, to be fair, English is basically the Rubik of languages. Yes. English just steals words. Like, English is the kind of language that creates a new word whenever they need to express a new concept, as opposed to having the language already being able to express it. Which is fine if you're clever like OG, but if you don't take the time out of your day to do this, right, and create new lingo and new slang, you will fall behind if you're an English-speaking team. You need to create these new terms. It's a very important thing in Dota.
Alright, my question is, right, is this idea coming out from any other sports or even like military operations? So I feel like these kind of quick and simple words benefit you when you're in a situation where you need this precise information to do stuff. So I was imagine military operation probably would need this kind of thing, or maybe like a medical sense, surgery or something like that. Do you think they find inspiration from those, or do you think that they're just that brilliant and know what they need?
I don't think they find inspiration from those, but I think that it's just been done forever, right? Like, if you study military history, for example, you know that before, when we didn't have iPhones and we had to communicate, like, imagine you're a Roman leader, right? And you have to communicate with your army of, I mean, back then it was much smaller than now, but still, say you have 100,000 people, right, in an army. How the fuck do you relay orders to the guy at the front if you're at the back, right? So we had to come up with systems. In the Roman times, we had horns and other instruments. And instruments were actually created originally as a tool of war, so we could actually communicate during long fights. During the medieval times, it was common to have flags. Flags represented different moves, right? And you would teach people these things. Like, you would teach people a completely new language, whether it be flags, whether it be, the instrumental language, so they would understand these concepts. And humans have been doing this for, like, literally 4,000 years. So I'm pretty sure that just naturally comes to anyone who's in a situation like this. I don't think you need to, like, specifically study history to understand it.
That is very true as well, because if you look at basketball, football, you always see them having this sign to call up sets, right? And again, I guess that's one of those simple example as well, that everyone is actually using this kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's just about time we adapt this into esports, I think. And I feel like Southeast Asia is one of the regions that I would say, a little bit slow or not so acceptive of new ideas, I would say.
I think that you guys don't get taught as much. Again, this only comes from my personal experience. I don't mean to generalize or anything. It's not a stat, right?
Yeah.
But in my experience, I was learning Bahasa. I was surprised by how little people thought about the language they speak here. Maybe it's because you speak 3 languages and it's different, right? And you don't go in depth into one. But, like, I remember when I first found out that you guys didn't, like, when you speak differently than you write, right? In Bahasa. Like, if you write fully as language is meant to be, and when you speak, you use the quote-unquote the root words to make it easier, right? I remember talking to some people who are from Malaysia and expressing this to them, and they went, wait, really? We do that? These are 28-year-old people who are studying in university. Like, they're smart people, and they didn't realize that they spoke differently than they wrote because they've just been taught this way their whole life. And I'm like, how the fuck do you not know? How do you not realize this? It's impossible. So I just think that maybe, at least in my experience in Malaysia, people just don't think that hard about language and how complex language it can be and rich it can be. And I think that leads to us not wanting to innovate as much. Again, only my personal experience. I don't know if it's entirely true. I don't know if you'd agree.
I think I agree, because me, myself, is a perfect example, right? Because I don't, like you say, I don't go deep in the languages that I speak. I I'm just happy at the practical level as long as I can use it to communicate with others. I
Exactly.
don't really care about any other things, right? I don't really care about the culture. I don't really care about the history. Because why? Because I'm a ignorant piece of shit. Okay.
No, no, no.
I just don't know. I just don't know why I should. And because if I were to do so, I need to do in 3 languages, which is
Exactly. Like, dude,
Yeah.
you're not an ignorant piece of shit for not knowing this at all, right? It's just a different way of thinking. Don't say that about yourself. But like, I do think it's just a culture thing, right? I've noticed what you say exactly. Like, people here view the language only as a form of communication, rather than as a form of like art or expression or whatever, right? And that's just a mentality thing. I don't think that's right or wrong, to be honest. But I do realize that some teams don't care enough about language. Like I remember when Execration got their new offlaner, right? And in an interview, he tells me he doesn't speak Tagalog and he speaks only Visaya, which is there's some understanding between the two languages, but they're not the same. And you're like, guys, you hired a guy who can't communicate with you, literally cannot speak with you, you motherfuckers. Why would you do this? I mean, look, I'm glad he got an opportunity, but this is crazy. This is actually crazy. Imagine if I hired someone from my team that only spoke Chinese. Why? That's not gonna work out. And every time we would cast the guy, I'd be like, yeah, he seems to have communication issues with his team. No wonder, he's speaking a different language. Of course, that's crazy. So, in case you guys don't know, by the way, Visaya is a language of Philippines as well. Like, he is Filipino.
Yeah.
It's just from the eastern, I believe, part of the Philippines.
Yeah, I'm actually quite. Okay, I don't know much about these languages, but when I heard that some Filipinos they only speak either Tagalog or Bisaya, I was very fascinated as well. Cause
Why are you fascinated?
I mean, I just never knew because I never been to Philippines, but I never exposed to any Philippines culture before. Before I played Dota 2, right?
Oh, so you thought everyone spoke Tagalog there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Like I think that's something that also we do pretty badly. A lot of countries have multiple languages in them, right? And we only we pick one, which is usually the official language, and go and say this is what everyone speaks, right? And most of the time, it's not real, especially for countries in Africa or Southeast Asia. Like a lot of the countries are a combination of nations there, right? So I can't just go and say, like, if you express Philippines' culture and their history only through Tagalog, you're missing a lot of parts. Yeah, look, at Nightmare D2, I'm from India and there's so many languages. That's the best example, dude. India has so many fucking languages. Yeah, we have a lot of languages in PH. Yeah.
Yeah. And in Indonesia, I think there's a lot of dialects as well in Indonesia.
Yes. No, I mean, I don't know about Indonesia as much. I know Philippines is a language, it's full on, not even dialects. And they all come from a lot of shared things. It's very common in island nations as well. Because when you are separated from the rest, right, as literally by water, then it's normal for a new language to develop, right, compared to your neighbors. It's like, have you ever read The Origin of Species by Darwin? I don't know why you would, but like when he talks about how the species develop in Galapagos Islands, it's very similar to how languages develop in Philippines or Indonesia. It's really cool. It's really cool. I was very satisfied with that. One day I would love to be able to speak Tagalog. After I learned Bahasa, I would love to speak Tagalog.
How many languages are you going to learn, man? I think Bahasa is a little bit easier, right? Because it's very similar to English, but I would say Tagalog is another whole dimension, dude.
I want to die being able to speak 10 languages. Like, not natively, but fluently. I would die be able to speak 10 languages. I'm already at 3, 4.
How many do you know? So
Well,
Spanish, English?
Spanish, English, Catalan, and then French.
You speak French, huh?
I mean, I'm not at the level I'd love to be, but I can communicate with someone, yeah.
Yeah, same. Bonjour.
No, I'm a bit more than that. I can give someone directions. It's been a while since I practiced French. So, yeah.
Bon appetit, I know too.
But I think what's really cool though about speaking languages like Tagalog and like Bahasa is that they're so different to the languages I already speak, like Spanish, Catalan, and English. Because Spanish and Catalan are fairly similar. They're both Latin languages. English also has a lot of Latin roots. But when I was learning Russian, for example, or when I was learning Bahasa, it just changed. It just breaks your mind, and it makes you think about things you never thought about. It really enriches you as a person. That's why I always recommend people like learn a language that's like really different. You don't need to speak it perfectly, but just you trying. Also, the moment I go to the mamak stand and I speak to them in Bahasa, dude, their eyes open wide and they go, "No way, a white guy is speaking Bahasa," and they always smile. They give me an extra burger always every single time.
Oh my god, I want to go to Ma one day with you, man. I want to see their faces as well.
I mean, I don't speak that well. I can only order, the basic things, right? But The other day, I went to the Mamak and I ordered like I don't know, I said like 3 burgers in Bahasa. Again, Bahasa is very limited. I'm like a beginner level, right? And
Okay.
behind me was a Chinese guy, and I mean like from China, who couldn't speak Bahasa at all. And the guy, the vendor, like leans over to me and starts insulting him because he couldn't speak and I could speak. But he's insulting him in Bahasa. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're saying. And he goes, oh yeah. And he speaks to me in English, which the other guy obviously could understand. And he goes, oh yeah, you white boy learn Bahasa, but this Chinese man don't learn Bahasa. I'm like, okay. All right, random Mamak vendor. But it's really funny. The reactions you get from people are really wholesome, and in general, it's really nice to hear to people get excited. Even though all I can say is 2 burgers, please, right? It's not even that complex, but people like it anyway.
I mean, because it shows respect, right? Because they feel you're respecting them. You're making an effort to talk to them, and I think it goes a long way when you feel when you're showing that kind of love. So when are you gonna show me some love by learning Mandarin, bruh?
Mandarin is one of the languages I want to learn before I die. My girlfriend already learns a bit, so I would love to be able to do that, genuinely. But I don't know. I think it's gonna take me years to be able to learn it. I think it's the world's hardest language, right? So.
Yeah, I do think so, but I can guarantee you that you won't regret that. This language is so fucking beautiful.
Don't get me wrong. I would not regret it.
Yeah.
I would love to speak Mandarin, honestly. Like, it is in my bucket list. It's not like something that's too daunting. But Russian is first, because I started Russian earlier. And then that. Euskera is the most difficult. Yeah, I have a guy in my chat who speaks Euskera, which is the oldest living language right now. Euskera.
Where is that from?
It's from a very small region in northern Spain. Nobody knows where its roots are from. These guys have just existed for like 2,000 years. Like they beat the Romans because they were savages and nobody wanted to go to their territory. They never got conquered. They're an incredible nation, and it's even older than Chinese because it's just not been modified in like 2,000 years. It's impressive as hell.
Damn.
Yeah. It's
I've never
also
heard of that,
incredibly
actually.
difficult. I feel like it's the level of Chinese. I'm like, wow, that's really hard. Well, yeah, you got conquered by Romans, sort of, right? Like you guys just kind of agreed and like, yeah, we'll join you. But the Romans never actually like massacred your people like they did in the rest of the peninsula, which is why your language stayed intact. I'm not so bad for Mindanao, Visaya. We can understand Filipino mostly, but speaking is a bit different. I mean, Kimizu in interviews, John X Fire told us that he was like really struggling. After 2 weeks he was learning, but at the beginning he was like really struggling. That's what I understood. At least
But do you get to
DPC told us.
Do you get to interview him during the DPC?
Yeah, we got to interview him first. That's why it was so unique. It was really cool.
See.
It was really cool. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing, right? I feel like more and more people are gonna see a little bit lesser in skills and then look a little bit more in terms of personality, in terms of the leadership that this guy can bring in.
Yeah. I think Dota players should be seen much more as people, honestly, than players. I think
That's
the
true.
players
That's
are
actually
just
true,
the tip
yeah.
of the iceberg, honestly.
The skill is so overrated, I feel. Like back then, we always we always praise like Sumail being a god, Artisan being god, Mid One being really really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, like so many times, so many teams have tried to put in all the best players together, and I feel like ever since OG recognized that Mid One can't really gel with them, then that is where they started looking at players, looking at player themselves as a human more than just players that can click button correctly.
Yeah, 100%. The problem was that Mid One could not gel with them. Right, you're totally right. That's exactly why Mid One fed 15 times because he couldn't gel. They couldn't explain things to him. It's like Mid One, you can't die, but he didn't understand that. No, I'm joking. I'm sorry. I'm clouding on Mid One.
I know.
But you're right. People gelling together or like teams working together is much more important than people give it credit for. And a lot of people, like a lot of players that you guys see that you seem bad, honestly have such a huge impact behind the scenes that people don't give them enough credit.
Right. In this sense, right? Do you think Beast Coast are together for so long because they understand this? Because they know that all their players gel together?
Yes.
Okay.
They're such lovely people, dude. Like genuinely. I think you meet a lot of Dota players, and there's a lot of don't meet your heroes. To be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
Because some players just, they're quite cocky, especially the younger ones tend to be the case, right?
Yeah.
They come quite cocky. Some people just think they're above you because obviously I'm a caster, so it's a very unique experience there. I can't believe Apes is going to be eliminated first round. Oh my god, by the way. Oh my god, Apes.
Are you calling it already?
I don't know.
They still have 14k goal lead though.
Yeah, but it's looking pretty rough. They lost the last 2 team fights and up against Medusa, and this PA just can't get on Medusa, man. She even has Silver Edge. Anyway. Dota players aren't always the nicest people in the world. Sometimes they're just a little bit of a recluse, right? Sometimes they're just not that good at communicating, and it shows. But in the case of Beast Coast, they're all like genuinely lovely individuals, even the weirder ones. I mean, they're all fucking weird. They're all psychopaths, and because they're all psychopaths, it actually works out together. They're very nice people to be with. Yeah.
That's why if you want to work together with psychopaths, you need to put 5 psychopaths together.
Yeah, they're all fucking wild, dude. You go to a place with Hector, the carry K1, yeah, and you have to just brace yourself for if you ever go to a bar with that guy, you're gonna get beat the fuck up. He will ask the most compromising question every single time. Like, you know, he's the kind of guy that goes, imagine you're meeting up with a friend of yours, and you're like, hey, Hector, you know, he recently got left by his girlfriend, you know, it's been like 6 years, he's pretty depressed about it, so don't mention it. First question Hector asks, so why did your girlfriend leave you? What's wrong with you? That's the first thing he fucking asks, and you're like, Hector, please, don't, I told you not to ask him this. It's like, I just want to know, is his penis small, is he bad at sex, what is it, why did he leave him? And he's genuinely just curious, he's not a bad guy, but you're like, man, I'm gonna get beat up someday because I'm defending you, you crazy psychopath.
Just Dota people, man. This is just Dota people.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a Dota thing. It's just a him thing, right? But, like, I don't know. It's one of those things that I do think they gel together because they work together as a team, and then individually they're kind of insane. Also, someone asks, what language is the most useful to learn? In my opinion, you should just learn what language is most convenient to you. I know, I live in Malaysia, right? So I'm going to learn Bahasa because it's the language of the people here. You know, next I probably learn Mandarin because it's the other language of the people here. If I lived in France, I probably would be learning French, right? So it's just depending on your situation. There's no universal useful language. Like, yeah, sure, for example, let's say you learn Arabic, which is a really widely spoken language, or Mandarin, but then you live in Brazil. Arabic and Mandarin won't help you in Brazil, let me tell you. They won't. You should learn Portuguese. It's just that simple.
I mean, unless you want to be like a Mandarin tutor, right? Unless you want to be a Mandarin tutor in United States, then it's probably good for you.
Sure. But then that's also your specific situation leads to that, right? Like,
yeah.
Like, yeah, if you want to be a Mandarin tutor in Brazil, though, for example, you need to learn fucking Portuguese first.
Yeah, by the way, I'm just gonna drag you back to the game. Are you seeing Puck's itemization? Because I just tapped into him.
This is the right way to play Puck. This is the right way to play Puck, let me tell you. This is how people should be playing in every fucking game. God damn, thank God someone finally did this. All these Pucks going for this weak-ass build. Oh, I'm in a Blink Dagger. Oh, I have Dream Coil, but I have no eggs. So you activate BKB and I'm dead. Oh, this is so much better. This Puck deals damage. This Puck's a true... Not a man, because he's an it. This Puck's a true fairy.
Yeah, because I remember 2 days ago you were screaming about this build, and I've been waiting for people to pick this up. Mamang Daya, man. You got a new fan now, that's Avo.
I mean, I've always been a fan of Mamang Daya. I said that he was almost as good as In Your Dream. But no. Yeah, In Your Dream was the mid laner from Poom, right? No. Who was the mid laner?
Your patch.
No, not the current one, the previous one, when they were all Indonesian.
Previous one. Oh, Mikoto, that's Mikoto.
Mikoto. Sorry, I confused the two. Yeah, like, I said that he was as good as Mikoto, right? And then turns out they're both bad, so I was not technically wrong. But no, I do think Amandaya has a bright future. I think he's really good.
I think you're right that they are on the same level. Just that, you know, good and bad is a very subjective thing.
Yes, I'm obviously joking. They're both actually really good. I don't think it's subjective. I think they're both objectively good players. They're just not going to the best patch.
Alright, all of a sudden, after all this
thank God
fun conversation, we are ending the game. Damn.
Do you want to go to the young
Crimson. Yeah.
Isn't that it?
I hope. Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, we're gonna see the current matchup. We're gonna go Gargoyle later, but the current matchup is Yangon versus Crimson. That's just really
Crimson.
Hype. Did you find it? Because I don't see it.
Yes, I saw it now. You can watch through me.
Yep. Why can't I watch through you? It doesn't show me that you're watching a game yet.
I just got in.
We will be going some of the other teams, guys, but like we have to follow one team, and we're trying to go for the best matchups right now. And I think this one is the best matchup. Also, at this point, Yangon Galacticos getting eliminated every single open qualifiers. I feel so bad for them, but it's kind of a meme. It's kind of a meme, honestly.
I mean, We call it meme, man. They call it curse. Oh, it's sad to see, man. It's also, I mean, whoever loses this game, I'm gonna be so sad. I mean, hopefully Crimson goes through.
What was Crimson? What was it? Is it the Ohio team, right? Does it also?
No, Crimson is a Death team.
Death's team. It's Death and Krish. Okay.
Yeah, Death, Krish, Mice, play hard, my boys.
Okay. It was exciting. Get me in, Crimson Wu. You want to come in, Ponlo? I know you had a brief stint in casting, Ponlo, and before you were swooped in by Quincy.
I mean, he doesn't need to cast right now because he's in Quincy already.
Yeah, exactly. Ponlo's too good for us now. When back a year ago, Ponlo was like, bro, can I cast with you? I want to be your analyst. And then now he spits on my food.
Who is Avo?
Who is Avo? That guy?
Who is Leon?
Doesn't pretend like he doesn't know us anymore. Iago Galacticos, Shadow Demon Monkey King to start. I feel like the when you pick DP and the enemy team picks Shadow Demon immediately, it's just the saddest DP game. I actually hope they flex it into 5.
Yeah, they will. They play as 5, yeah.
Does Quincy crew use English for comms? I'm pretty sure. I don't think Quinn speaks any other languages. Can you imagine Amon Kira if Paulo comes in and is like, actually, no, we all speak in Mandarin together. Quinn actually speaks Mandarin. And he's learned it just to play with Ponlo. That's how valued Ponlo is as a player.
I mean, Ponlo does speak Singlish.
He does speak Singlish, yeah. So, Ponlo, how many las does Quinn use per game now? Oh, Ponlo's literally here. Hey, Ponlo.
I just heard your fucking thing about Quinn. So I'm like, fine.
How's it going, Ponlo? Thank you for joining us.
XD, man.
What? What kind of response is that?
That's a Dota player response.
Is the NA response now? Man.
Really?
XD.
NA players say that now?
Actually, EU players, I think.
It's a very Spanish, like South Americans say it all the fucking time.
Yeah, they say like XD or DX.
Yes.
And then you're
DX.
just like, what the fuck do you mean?
It's
Are you
always
speaking English?
Case. Yeah. Exactly, Rushi. Yeah.
Hype.
Do you know what happened in game? Do you know what happened in game day 1, Paulo, about Crimson?
They
How
lost
did they
to
lose?
Tiger God.
Yeah. How though? Yeah, how? Because we didn't watch the game. Because we all thought that it was gonna be easy for Crimson.
Sensitive topic, bro.
Oh.
No, just kidding. I watched the replay actually. Let me go back to it. I forgot. I need to find it again.
Yeah.
Dota
Give us a full game rundown.
Yep. Yeah. Back to your casting days, Paulo. So, by the Invoker pick, I'm assuming they want to establish that DP is being flexed immediately, right? I hope that's a 5 DP.
What an early Invoker pick too.
Me too. I was surprised by this. Maybe they just didn't want to find themselves in a position where they would be tempted to run mid DP, and so they just get that out of the way immediately.
That could be. Yeah, that sounds smart actually.
Genuinely though, because I've seen this like Oh, dude, I remember this. This was actually in the Animajor. That was with Beast Coast. Not during their drafts, right? But like they showed me afterwards. And apparently, what happened in one of the drafts was like they would had this issue, this hero who had countered. I forgot who it was, and they wanted to flex it. Yeah, and they didn't flex it until the very end of the draft to obviously keep the pick open, etc. Okay, cool. And then at the end of the draft, Stinger goes, "Guys, do we really need to flex it?" And everyone's like, "Yeah, we said it was bad as you can't play it as a core, but like." Yeah, I feel like this is a really good core pick that I could get here. No, flex it. We said we'd flex it. And there's this whole like now discussion going on of something you could have just avoided by doing it earlier, right? So sometimes if you leave a plan very open, it leads to some issues later in the draft.
Yeah, sometimes I still feel like bait. This flex pick is such a bait if your team doesn't know how to use it fully. Mm-hmm. And if you're just flexing, if you're just picking hero just to flex it, I feel like a lot of time you might lose your value. Hey, Polo, do you guys flex a lot in NA?
Not as much as SA for sure.
SA is the king of flex, to be honest.
Yeah. No, but the thing is, I think when it comes to flex drafts, your team has to be very, very practiced.
Yep.
Or all your players know how to draft well, so that they all have like valuable inputs. Because there are a lot of teams where you go into a team and in the team comms, in the draft comms, it's like full of shit. Like a lot of players are just like they just play a lot of pubs, and then in draft they just say whatever's on their mind, and then a lot of it is horse shit, to be honest.
That is true. That's a very good point.
So it's like your team needs to be well practiced, or your team needs to be like all like at least 4 of the players like know how to draft, so that when you have the value of the flex, you can like pull the power out of it. You know, you don't just like fuck up your entire draft cause you can.
What about the puppy style of just everyone stay silent and I draft for the team?
I'm not sure if he's like that anymore. Actually,
Oh, you think? Oh, okay. I don't know. I mean, I know it wasn't that extreme. Obviously, it's an exaggeration, but like,
no, I
thought
think maybe like TI, the early TIs like TI2, TI3, he was more of a dictator. But I've heard from EU players and like even Kezu, right? Cause I've talked to Kezu about Puppy and stuff.
Sure. Yeah.
He doesn't. He told me that he's not that. He doesn't run the ship that tightly anymore.
Okay.
It's quite chill.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, Polo, have you heard about how Poppy trained these young pup players? Because it seems like he's always have a way of bringing a player to a superstar level. Have you talked to Kez about that?
No,
Okay.
I don't think. I mean, I'm not sure. I did ask like. I mean, the impression he gave me was that it's not as magical as you would think that it is. It's just high skill but he does focus on each player feeling enabled and being enabled, I think, compared to the team as a whole having a identity of what they want to do as a team in their drafts and stuff.
So that's a little bit different compared to Mushi, right? Because Mushi is a lot about doing the right thing.
Yeah, Mushi's
think-
more of a trainer though.
I think Mushi is by the book. By not what you're feeling is good, but by what we think as a whole is good.
Okay, what do you mean by that? Like, can you elaborate?
Like maybe some core player at TI will just buy like fucking like play PL and buy hard second item because he's feeling it, and then some captains will be like, oh, if you're feeling it, just do it. If you can play towards it, just do it. You know.
Right.
And if we
right.
lose, then whatever. It's like after the game, they won't even like. If it happens again and he wants to do it again, then they'll just be like, okay, fuck, just do it, you know. But I think for Mushi, it's like if you lose the game because of it, then there will be a discussion. Then there will be like a back and forth of why you think this is good.
Right. Okay.
Is it obviously not good if you play like this, or like, you know, just getting the team on the same page? I think he's not so. He runs the ship tightly, but at the same time, maybe in his earlier years, he's more stringent and more dictatorship, like when he was in Fnatic and stuff. But I think now he's more. I think because he has had his number of years playing, and he has like quote unquote failed as a player, right, for the past few years.
Yeah.
So maybe he has come to appreciate or respect the players that are succeeding now more. You know,
Okay.
he has come to respect that there are aspects of Dota that you are good at that you might not necessarily fully just understand in a theory standpoint. Like some players are just good. Like Yopach, you can talk to him about Dota all day and you might feel like he's not like very smart or anything. But then you watch him play and you play with him and you're like, this guy is one of the best fucking players in the world, you know? So I think he perhaps as a coach he come to, because he has also been like trying to get better as a coach. Like when I was working with him for like 2 weeks, he was like watching like documentaries and stuff, like sports documentaries. Coaching documentaries to learn how abstract people do it in other sports, I think, compared to esports. Because esports is very like, we focus a lot on the detail, you know, like the coach has to talk to you about some aggro pulling, fucking like block this cam, like. But you see in like other sports, the coaches are like very, because they're governing they're governing like a lot of players, right? Like in some sports they govern like 12 or 15 players or something. So they have analysts that like cover the small stuff, and then the coach has the grand scheme, I guess. So I think it's just, Mushi as a coach, I think he has changed quite a bit from, at least from what I see from interviews and stuff of him in the past. He seemed a lot more chill now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm interested. And when you talk about the idea of reading from other sports, I'm actually glad that Dota's finally doing that.
I mean, even I do it. I think like even I tried to learn from sports in the past year.
I mean, but it's a recent thing. I've heard a lot of players saying this to me, but it's like a relatively recent thing, like past 2 years or so. And it's very good. Like one of the biggest issues with Dota is not so much that they don't learn from other esports or sports, is that Dota is too endemic. There's a lot of studies that show that if the people that work in the higher ups in the community or in whatever, it doesn't matter. Like this could be something for business, for sports, whatever it is. If they always come from the community itself, right? You can have an inherent bias that becomes more and more apparent as time goes on. And a lot of fake ideas are going to be propagated because there's nobody there to disprove it. It's very similar to genetics. If you guys all have like a recessive gene that's going to kill you, and you guys keep fucking each other as opposed to fucking outside of your circle, you will all die. Right? And the same thing with sports. Baseball had a big one of this. That's what Moneyball was all about. And I think Dota's going through its own Moneyball a little bit.
I have to check out this Moneyball thing.
I just watched Moneyball like 1 month, like
read
2
the
months
book,
ago.
Podlo, man. That book will teach you so much. I know reading is crazy for Zoomers, but like, let me tell you, dude, the book is amazing. It literally changes your mindset completely.
All right, I'll read it. I'm reading Atomic Habits right now.
Oh, nice. Atomic Habits is good. Yeah.
I don't know,
That's very
Jack
cool.
is shoving it down my throat.
You are gonna become so cultured, Podlo. Holy shit.
XD. It's the first book I've read in 10 years.
Okay. That can't be true. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I tell you, man, Polo is more of a Dota guy than any one of us.
Oh man. Every interaction I have with Podlo, my respect for him goes up a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
XD.
Just a little bit, okay? Just a little bit, not too much.
Yeah, but my
Don't
respect
get-
was already pretty high to begin with. I'm not gonna lie.
Yo, you guys have to watch Ted Lasso, man. If you guys are all interested in
I
watching
do want to
stuff.
watch Ted Lasso. Yeah, it's very.
It's not on
so
Netflix,
good.
right?
No, it's on Apple TV.
That's why.
Nah, that's why I don't watch it.
I mean,
because
come
I'm
on.
too lazy.
I'm with you, Podlo.
You know, an NBA team, Utah Jazz, the coach of Utah Jazz, he says that Ted Lasso should be a requirement for all the coach out there because
Oh,
it's that
wow.
good. Yeah,
Wow. All right.
it should be a required series.
I mean, I know Mushi watched it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm
well,
pretty sure he was watching it while we were laning. Like he made us do like 1 hour laning every day before scrims. We do 1 hour of fucking laning, and I can just hear him watching Ted Lasso
what do you
in the
mean
background.
laning? What do you mean laning?
Like
what
lane
do
practice, like 2v2.
Oh, you do 2v2 lanes, and that's how you practice the lanes. Interesting.
Yeah, 1 hour before scrims.
Oh, right. So you get like what the carry and the support versus the offlane and the support.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, interesting. That's really cool. Do all the teams do that?
I mean, I'm sure a lot of Chinese teams do it.
Yeah, but like the lazy ones, the white ones.
The white teams don't really do it. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Hey guys, is 1 versus 1 still a thing for competitive scenes? Like, cause Chinese teams they used to do a lot of 1 versus 1.
What does
on-
mid do?
on the
Nothing.
mid lane, on the mid lane.
Quinn streams.
I think for the worst players, it should be a thing, or they should be making it a thing.
There's the tweet. There we go.
No, like no cap. Like, I mean, my mid lane's fucking CCNC, right? He's like,
Yeah,
I personally think he's like top 3, if not top 5, like laners in the world. Like, he doesn't need to do 1v1s against.
Nope.
Like, he the only
you're right.
reason he should do 1v1s is to learn matchups, right? But he can do it in pubs because when he plays pubs, maybe he fights against Brawl or something, and then it's essentially like a 1v1, right?
Yep.
So it's like the same thing. But I would say like if you're like some rank 300, 500 mid player that you just want to get good at laning, right? Because you know your lane is not good enough. And you're wasting time playing like 10 pubs because in those 10 pubs you only spend like 90 minutes laning. Then you should just do laning and get good at laning so that when you fight someone like Queen, you don't get fucking demolished, right?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I'm surprised more teams don't do localized training. I remember when
I mean, people are just fucking lazy. Dude.
Yep.
I suggested this to Thunder when I was coaching them because one of their lanes was just always lost, Frank's lane particularly, and they
SA
said,
teams and laning.
yeah, dude, yeah. Like I told them, I was like, guys, I've watched your past 50 games and you've lost the off lane every single one of them. Statistically, that's almost impossible. You guys fucking train that. And then they said, yeah, but we'll just learn by playing more pubs. I'm like, I don't think that's a sufficient way to do it, but okay, whatever. I have no authority.
The ever. You know something interesting that I've heard? I won't say who told me this, but let's just say someone credible, okay?
Okay.
Someone credible told me that he thinks that someone incredibly credible, okay? He told me that he thinks Whisper is the best mid laner in SA.
You're totally right. I think you're 100% right, man.
which is so insane.
Oh, I mean, Whisper's really good, but also the quality of mid laners in SA. I recently I was talking to a stack about it. Well, not even a stack. They're a team, and they were talking to me about how they couldn't find a mid laner that was like appropriate for the team. And I was like, yeah, maybe you have to look out of the region, man.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Imagine someone saying in C like the best mid laner is fucking like
Death.
death.
Yeah.
That would be so crazy.
It's pretty wild. That's great. We should have invited Paulo to these much earlier, man. This is a riot.
I mean, I asked him to come over. He just didn't want to. He said, I need to grind.
I was playing pubs yesterday.
Okay. How did the pubs go? Did you win enough? Is that why you're here today?
No, I'm an 8K player now.
Did you go down to 8K? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. It happens.
Yeah.
Man, that's the thing about NA, right? You play in NA and then your pop skill just got crushed. Because the pop there is so bad.
Yeah, I'm a lot less polished now, I would say.
But in
Compared to
in pubs,
when
you
I
mean?
was, yeah,
Well, that's
compared
good,
to
right?
when I was 10K.
Because you're competitive. You're more of a competitive player, right?
I mean, I'm losing competitive too, so I don't know. XD.
Yeah, I have no answer to that. I'm sorry, Paulo.
Hey, but no, so there must be some trade-off, right? So your MMR goes down, so what goes up?
He got a girlfriend.
I mean, I've had my girlfriend for like almost 2 years. So.
Yeah, see, look at that. Wow. There we go. Now the relationship is getting serious. Are you gonna marry her soon? Is that why the MR is going down?
I mean, I haven't met my girlfriend for 1.5 years.
Oh wow, that's
So-
1.5.
Yeah,
You haven't
almost
been
2
in
years.
You haven't been in Quincy that long, have you?
No, because of COVID.
Where's your girlfriend from?
Thailand.
Alan,
Oh.
When I was playing MSC for 6 months.
Oh, yep. Yep. Fair
Cinch.
enough. I mean, good choice though, honestly.
Yeah, she's in Australia now.
oh, she went there already. Huh?
Yeah.
So
She just got there a week ago.
when will be the next time you see her then, Ponlo?
Hopefully next week, XD. But
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Not very sure.
So you won't
Depends on
see her
his
in 1.5.
visa.
You won't see her in 1.5 years, but now you're gonna see her next week.
Maybe.
That's
And
pretty hyped.
only for a few days maybe.
Are you not
And
super
then I have to
excited?
go to NA. I mean, I'm not sure if it's gonna happen. I have to work
Oh.
on my visa shit is still ongoing.
Okay.
Monka.
I hope.
Alright,
hope
can
get to see
you
her.
guys watch the fucking game?
I'm watching the game,
Oh,
dude.
what is this
We're
new
professional.
conversation thing about you, man, Ponlo? Like every single sentence you're adding like this Twitch emotes already now. Kappa, Monka.
He's become a real NA boy, honestly.
Chest! Heck, you love any pub.
Oh my god, don't do that. No. Ooh, the hecking love is the worst meme that's been invented in the past year. It's fucking stupid, man. Ooh.
It's heckin' stupid, man.
Oh my god.
I'm not sure if I like Dyer's draft, man.
Why not? I mean, they kind of got fucked when they picked the DP versus Shadow Demon, right? So they had to adapt.
And then they got TB versus PL too, which is not fun.
No, it's true. They kind of got counted in a lot of aspects.
Just feel like they lack disables. And
Yeah.
and sort of like okay, heroes, like you can like disable if your damage is unlimited.
Yeah, that's a good
But
point.
their damage is limited because EXO and Meta runs out. So you're gonna be too forced to get shit done when you use your Meta. Your players will feel pressured to press when they press Meta and press EXO.
So your point is that if you have constant damage, you feel like you're doing as much
Yeah,
as
yeah, yeah. If you have like some PL or like some Medusa, then you feel like it's fine if you have one stun. Like as long as you play the fight well, your PL never dies, your stun never dies, then
Right.
you can eventually clean up the fight, right?
But don't you feel like with a PL, for example, who's like relatively low damage, like he has a lot of damage, but eventually, right? Like people can just run away from you.
I guess you can buy defuse, which makes it okay.
Okay. Oh,
Oh,
right.
Krish solo killing someone. Holy shit! Pogaro!
Okay.
I need to give him encouragement. He got solo kill yesterday and they lost.
Fear was telling me that whenever you get solo killed in the mid lane, there's always a mistake. There's never a case when it's anyone being good. Do you agree with that, Ponlo, Mr. Hardass?
I would say you need to be a mid laner to say something like that, I think.
Okay, that's a nice save. All right, good one. I mean,
Because
Fear
I
has played
genuinely
mid.
don't know, right? Like, mid lane is such a niche that I think if you are any other player that you think you know something about mid lane when you don't play mid lane, like
Yeah,
the
just
laning
bullshitting.
part of it, right? You are just like lying to yourself, I think.
Okay,
honestly.
fair enough. I wouldn't dare go against Fear though, so whatever he says is gospel. But I get your point.
Like if a fucking like if a rank 300 player, right, plays like SF Lina and the SF beats the Lina and he tells me SF beats Lina, I would believe it, but I would need to see the other way around where he plays the Lina. And then if he gets beaten, like if he plays the mirror matchup and he makes it correct the both times, then I will believe him, like over my own opinion, you know.
Okay.
Like even if it's just a rank 300 mid laner, it doesn't have to be fucking CCNC. Like I respect like people in their niche.
Right. And I guess you say the rank because in mid lane, it's kind of like if you don't have a high rank, then you're not a good mid laner. There's no question that you're not gonna lose. Like you can always carry the game. Is that why you're saying that?
No. I'm just saying 300 as a gauge. Normally I wouldn't care that much about what like some rank 300 player has to say, right? In general.
Right. Okay.
But
I see. That's
like
what
I
I'm
will respect their niche. You get what I mean? Because I know that they're good at the game, at that part of the game, better than me.
Okay.
Yeah.
that makes sense. So it was just a gratuitous flame that you got there, but okay, yeah, fair enough.
I mean, I'm still flaming, but
Yeah,
it's
you
like,
are. That's why I was surprised.
it makes sense. I mean, it's not very nice, but sorry, but.
No,
makes
fair
sense.
enough, fair enough. I just think like
think about it this way, right? Think about it this way. If
Okay.
I'm telling you, like, every single player in the top 100 thinks this way, right? And I'll tell you why it's true. Because if any time a rank 50 player or whatever listens to a rank 300 player of how to play the game, of a call about whether to take Roche, about whether to take this fight, about whether to wait for this BKB, they are not going to be top 100 because they're going to lose. That's
Right,
the fact.
But my question though there is like, not in a pub mentality, but in a competitive game. There's some players that are like old that don't have top ranks. Do you think they don't know? Like Kuroki, I think is not top 300.
No, I think at one point of their career they must have had that rank, and then if they falter off after, then it's like it's whatever, because rank matters only when you are trying. Rank doesn't matter when you're not trying.
Right, well, it just becomes practice, right? It doesn't matter, especially like if you've been competitive for like 6 years, rank is relevant to you now.
But 6 years ago you must have had a
Yes,
good
yes,
rank
yes.
and you must have been good.
Okay.
Then you have accumulated the skills to like be good, right?
Okay.
And then after that your rank goes up, goes down, nobody gives a fuck. Like there are mid laners like Iceberg, he's like 200 in EU for like past 4 years, but he's like good, you know, like he can match up against other like no ones and stuff and he's fine. He doesn't get abolished, like demolished. But you compare him to other like EU rank 200 mid laners and they get fucking demolished by no one, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
So there are always gonna be anomalies, but if some random ass fucking player that has no competitive experience, never been high rank before, wants to think that he's the anomaly, then he's just fucking lying to himself.
But then that's the thing, right? Because if you're a new player, right, you want to have this kind of confidence that you are not too far away from the very, very good pro players.
I mean, statistically speaking, there has to be some, and actually a fair amount. Statistically speaking, there has to be around like 20% of people that are in that position. So it's not even that low. The question is, are you arrogant enough to say it's you?
Yeah, I mean it's just Dota is just hard, man. It's like you need the confidence, but at the same time you need to have the. It's just hard. It's a hard career. XD.
Of course, a pro player would say that.
Struggling pro player asterisk.
I think Krish has this good balance though, Ponlo, don't you think? Like he has his cocky moments, but then when he's called out by players that he knows that he's better than him, he will listen. But then when it comes to the game itself, he will have confidence for himself against the enemy. So I feel like this kind of balance is quite healthy to me.
I think he has a good balance, but he just doesn't have the skill yet.
Okay.
He still has like ways to go skill wise.
There are.
I mean, I think he's just young. When you're young and you're not like omega talented,
How
it's
young is
pretty hard
Chris?
to be like very good. Yeah, Krish is like 19, I think.
Aren't you
Yeah.
19?
It's around there.
Yeah.
Aren't you 19, Ponlo?
I'm 24. Dude. What the fuck?
Sorry.
I mean, Polo, he does look like he looks like 14.
Yeah,
he looks
yeah.
like 14.
I wouldn't serve you a drink. That's all I'm saying, Ponlo.
Bro, I get carded everywhere I go. Man.
I would not be surprised, man.
Bro, I'm pretty sure I got carded at fucking 7-Eleven trying to buy a fucking beer and like.
I'm sorry, Ponlo. I thought you were much younger.
No, I got carded. I got carded by you know those Indian stalls that sell like drinks and cigarettes and stuff.
No.
I bought cigarettes for my friend and then I got fucking carded by some like shitty ass stall. You know, it's not a chain store. It's just like their own shop. The fucking guy carded me like out of his own integrity. What the heck?
That's a difficulty when you go to a white country and you're Asian. They're not really used to understanding the like your age.
No, that was in Singapore.
Oh, that's in Singapore. Never mind then. GG. I haven't been carded since I was 14 because that's when I started growing a beard.
Yeah, that's why, man. Beard is all you need, Polo. Can you grow one though? Can you
What
even
a
grow
try
one?
hard man. People with beards.
Well, it's not fucking good though now because like when you're young, right, you get alcohol like relatively early and you're super excited. But now people go and say, "Oh, you're 35, right?" I'm like, "God damn it." I'm not 35. I'm 20. I'm literally 10 years younger and I look like a meth head to people. That's not good. So it's better to be young, Ponlo. Keep that young face. In 10 years, that's gonna do work for you, man.
Yeah, I'm sure after Dota I'm gonna be fucking jobless working at McDonald's.
Or a model. Who knows, right? If it works out for you.
Krish top net worth. I don't see this often. Pokeroo.
Wait, Jeeves says I'm 40 plus and when I shave I still get carded. Jeeves, there's no way you're 40 plus.
What? Jeeves is 40 plus?
No way. Jeeves, you're not younger. By the way, Jeeves, you're a surprisingly handsome dude and you're not older than 24 or 25.
I agree with that.
Dude, if you're 40 plus and you're casting Dota, I fucking respect you. Seriously.
So you're respecting the Haas?
Yes. I think the mental headspace you have to be in, right, to be 40 plus and like working on your passion, right, is like, holy shit, man.
Yeah.
Imagine
that's
that. It's like so hard.
I mean, I do think a lot of us will be working in Dota if Dota is alive until 40 though.
Okay,
I can
that's not-
see the three of us. What?
Evil straight up. No way.
Look, I love this game, man, but I think I would be homeless if I would have done at 40. I don't know, man. There's no way you have a 21-year-old son, Jeeves. I refuse to believe you. You're way too good looking. If you are 40, Jeeves, I will give you my girlfriend. I just take her. You deserve her
What the
more than me.
fuck?
There's no way, man. You're way too good looking. But some of this Ponlo though is because you did a really good job as you were young, like to amass a bunch of money, and then you can actually work on your passion at 40. Like there's just two different ways of doing it, right? People like you, Arthur, and myself tried it from the beginning, but some people they get excited at like 40, 50, and that's when they start doing things. My dad didn't start living life until he was 56.
I hope that happens.
It's good, dude. When I was young, my dad inspired me, and I always told people, "What do you want to be when I grow up?" I said, "Retired." And that was because that's when my dad was happiest. So, you know.
Alright, who's winning this game actually?
It looks very, very close. So I guess in this kind of close games, it all comes down to draft, or what, or how you play a team fight.
I
Which
mean, the
round do
draft
you-
makes it close too, right? Because both teams played a similar tempo, so nobody should be winning right now.
I think this game. I mean, I'm not sure. I think it's hard to say. The draft feels
very Radiant favorite.
What the fuck is DP doing right now?
like Radiant will win late to me.
Because of the PL versus DP matchup alone?
Not really. Just the 5v5s, I think. Dire just like stuns, and Radiant has a save.
Well, Gunner came by just to say Radiant gonna win unless Beast can find Aurora on PL. Do you agree with that?
Gunner Dota, of course I agree with Gunner Dota.
Good.
Dude, anything Gunner Dota says is gospel. Pokeroo.
That is true, actually. Gunner has a really good understanding of the game.
He's in our land. He's called Gun Daddy. I don't know why, but
In your land? Land?
in the land of NA.
They call him Gun Daddy, even though he's one of the youngest players.
Yeah, I don't know why, but people just say that all the time.
Do they have a nickname for you, Polo?
The noob. XD.
Is that actually what they
okay.
call you?
No,
But
no. I think Mason's the only one that's like that always shits on me in NA. I think the rest are chill.
Well, I like believing Gunner. He was the guy that's playing Desolator Ember a bunch of well in this pub, so I'd be a fan if people started copying him a bit more, honestly. Many times I'll see Gunner doing a build and I think it's really good, and then it'll take like 2 months for people to realize it's good, and then people start copying him. And I'm like, well, you could have just done this 2 months ago. Gunner was already showing you. Watch his stream more often. I do think the guy has a good understanding of Dota. But
Playhard has fucking stand-in in his name. What the hell? I've never seen this before.
because he's just
They are not stand-in.
he's been a perpetual stand-in. Even if they made it to the DPC, he'll still be a stand-in.
No, I think the standing is actually the sponsor tag.
No,
What, really?
what you're sponsored by stand-in?
No, because if you look at the color is different, right? Play hard.
No,
And
no,
then,
that's what I mean. Like, no one has done that. I never seen anyone do that before.
Yeah, it's a fake. It's a fake sponsor tag though. Why does he still have the VK game? There's no way he's still sponsored by VK game though, right?
I think it's just locked or something. Like those, the website is fucking shit, man. Like,
Yeah, true.
for these
Is it
things.
really?
Yeah,
Yep,
it's
yep,
very
yep.
shit. Uh-oh.
Oh, they cut the Monkey King from jumping. But I still think they're gonna lose. The
no
fight.
damage.
What a nice tornado.
I
Oh,
don't
this is
know
where
if
they
I
can run
like
down.
Dev's build, man. I think maybe.
Oh, that's so unscalable though. Like, why do you think he didn't go for the Helm of Dawn? Because I
think
know that he leveled up Wild Access, right? He wanted to play around that, but
They're getting
do you not
wrecked.
want to go into? Do you not want to go into Helm still?
I think he understands that their draft like lacks something, so
Hmm.
he's trying to play like a fucking Sand King.
Right, because well, if Gunner's right, the idea is you have to promo roll the real PL and be able to kill him early, or the team fight is kind of done.
I don't
So-
think that will ever happen though,
Yeah,
because the SD can always save.
but the blink dagger is. Oh, that's true. Actually, that's a very good point. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
I
see
mean-
why else you would go for blink though as a first item.
Yeah, the margin of error is so low, man. Now that he lost the team fight, what is he gonna do?
I mean, I personally don't feel like. I mean, I'm not sure. I have to give it more thought, but my instinct tells me that playing to make up for your lineup's weaknesses. With a hero like Beast doesn't bode well. I think if you're another hero, like you're some stupid fucking Sand King or you're some other more flexible hero where your strengths can like you have more strengths,
Yeah.
then I think it's more possible. But I think if in this game, like I think for Dire, they should have just played for. I think they just played for late game and played for Invoker to be like Tom Networth, cause late game
Yeah.
Invoker can beat this game.
Yeah, I think so too. So then the next question is actually, do you think knowing all this, right? If they know all this to start with, do you think it's good for Invoker to just straight up go Q Quas Exort and then they just play the farm game?
I don't think it's a big difference. I think the Quaswax Invoker can scale into Exort.
Okay.
If you are very good lah. If you're a bad player, then it's a bit like you get too wrapped up in like running around and shit, and then you like get one failed kill, one failed fight, and you're like, oh, the game is over. I can't scale XD.
What do you think of the invokers that purposely try not to scale by doing that, but like they have a lot of impact and they just kind of play support from the mid lane? You think that's always wrong?
No, I think it really depends on the game. I think the hero is just super flexible.
Right.
Some games you are just an Alacrity bot and it's enough.
Right, like if you do that every game, it's bad, but if you do it in the right games, it's okay.
Yeah, I think Invoker is just one of those heroes and Dora is just one of those games. It's like you stack that on top of each other and you get Yopach, you know, like a player that can do everything all the time.
That's fair.
That's why he was like. That's why the international players respect him. You know, like even my own teammates were saying like Yopach is so fucking good because he knows how to adjust to the game, like so well.
And we've been
Like
saying
he-
that in C for years, though. Like,
I think he wasn't this good, to be honest. Like he's still doing his flashy like killing and stuff. That's always been his thing, but his itemization has been like really good.
so you see the Mushi impact there?
I see the motion impact in terms of him not dying.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, because that's what Mushi did for me as well.
He
Yeah.
taught you not to die?
Yeah, he just hit my ass every single time I die. He used a ruler and like spanked me.
Did he actually?
Come upstairs, Porno.
Dude, I've never met Mushi.
I thought Mushi trained you.
Yeah, I've never met him.
Oh, he trained you, but online, right? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think physical pain is a great way to train people, to be honest.
Wow, you're getting more and more Asian, huh, Abo? So
Look,
every single time you do one that, I'm gonna whack you in the ass.
When
That's how we grew up.
Maybe not my ass, right? Maybe you could do it less sexually, Arthur. But like, yeah, I think so. Look, when I was learning to cast, and I wanted to, when I was learning to hypecast, I wanted to get all the like all that bullshit out of your system, right? I used to do this where I would listen to myself cast, and in front of me I would have a bowl or like a bucket of boiling water, and whenever I heard myself say I would put my hands inside for 2 seconds.
What the fuck?
Yeah, fucking crazy person, man.
Let me tell you, that fixes it like in fucking 5 days, man. My hands hurt so much, but it was worth it.
What the fuck?
I'm telling you, physical pain is great for learning.
So
I mean, my mother would, my mom would have agreed with you.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, this is Crimson's fight. This is Crimson's fight. SD's dead.
Yeah, but they still can catch the PL though. They don't roar either.
Pio's dead.
This is. They're running out of steam already.
Yeah, they're getting kited.
There are no smells.
Oh, Pio is so low.
Oh,
Nice.
he just missed. What are you doing? What are you doing, young PH? Oh my god, he died to the reflection. That's okay. They're still gonna kill.
Okay, never mind.
This is live, guys, but it's live on the Dota tab, Lloyd. So we do have a delay. I don't know how long it is. We are as live as we can get without going into the lobbies. But if we go into the lobbies, then we can't swap games quickly, which is why we chose not to do that.
Can we even get in lobby though?
We can, if we ask. I mean, I can. It's equals.
Oh, so true. You can, yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And BTS is happy with us doing this, obviously. Free coverage.
Peppa?
Free coverage. Goss is paying me. He's not paying you guys.
Oh!
I'm sorry. I'm not from SCA, so I don't get to pay.
XD.
I think Dire's kind of fucked, to be honest. If they didn't win that fight, or the last couple of fights, I don't know how they recover now.
I think they had a very good start, right, to the team fight, but then the two buybacks screwed them up. It's so hard for them to put out a good. It's so hard for them to put out a good team fight, man.
I don't know, the way they pick this TB is like, it reminds me of the Fnatic TB.
It's just very
when
forceful.
Raven was there, and you just pick it whenever you can.
Okay. Yeah. Like they see this. Look at Raiden's heroes, right? Because this TB was picked after the 4 heroes, right?
Yes. It was last pick for them.
You see these 4 heroes, like I'm so fucking sure like all the TB players now will not pick TB
I agree, actually.
into these 4 heroes without the PL. But I mean, I talked to I don't want to leak their strats, but I talked to Crimson yesterday, and he was telling me about comfort, I guess.
Because I've been seeing them before this qualifier. They play a lot of other tournaments as well, right? The qualifier for QH too, and then they've been playing a lot of TB. So I feel like this is the maybe the priority hero that they identify for themselves to run for this open qualifier. I don't know too much about this choice though. Like, is this a good hero right now?
I mean, the hero got holy fuck!
Oh my god! What an hero!
Whoa! That was hype.
Oh.
Yeah, the game is over.
Oh my god, it's over.
I do want to ask you, Pondos, and we have a real pro player here. What do you think of how a lot of like weaker teams, right? They prioritize comfort over sometimes better drafts because they know they can outplay the enemies. Oftentimes, do you think that's the right way, or do you think that's a loser's mentality?
I think like for this game, right? What I would say for this exact game, I don't know about other teams, but for this exact game, I feel like they thought too highly of themselves, of like the comfort. Like they felt like the comfort is gonna bring them to that level where it trumps the draft, but I don't feel like it did.
But do you think it's okay to play that way? Because like if you do that, eventually you get to a point where you can't outplay the enemy because they're just as good as you, right?
Yeah, like I don't think Raiden is as bad as Dire hopes they are.
Okay.
You know? I think Raiden has to be like a lot worse for them to win with this draft.
That's fair enough.
Or like Dire has to be like a lot better to win at this draft. But I don't feel like either is the case. That's why the game is hard, like very hard for Dyer.
Yeah.
Like I think this is a very hard game for Dyer to play.
I mean, they don't have this. They don't necessarily have the skill advantage, and now they don't have the draft advantage as well. It's the only advantage is probably the comfort that they think they have, and then sadly it's not working out.
And you just hope you play well, and you hope your enemies play bad, and then it all lines up together, and you just win, and then you like get the ball rolling in BO1s, open qualifiers. It always feels like that. Like it's very hard, to be honest. Like even if I were playing in Dyer team right now, I'm not sure if I will win, or like I would make the team draft in a different way to like make them win. It's not easy.
Right.
Like, yeah. Like I could be in like NA beating EG, but I could be here losing to Yangon fucking Galacticos,
That happens.
as a 5. Yeah. I mean, as a mid and a carry, you have like more say, I think. When it comes to whether you win.
Sure. Yeah,
because there are just like phases where carry players and mid players they are so on fire, right? That it's so hard to lose. Like I remember like there was a point where 23 Savage was like playing 15 pubs a day, and he was a fucking monster. Like actually, anytime you play against him, you just couldn't win. He just made no mistakes, and he just didn't die. And it was just so hard to beat him. He just last picks his hero every game. And yeah, as a mid and carry, sometimes if you're good enough, you can have that kind of impact in teams, in whether your team wins. But as a support player, it's rough. It's rough.
I mean, in OQs, we've talked about this before, but it's just, best of one is rough for teams all the time. Like I've even seen some top teams lose in best of ones, even though they're a good team and like they're not playing necessarily badly, but they just got one bad draft or they're out of it for one game or whatever it is, and then that's it. That's your chances to go to the DPC. It's really rough. Like this system is honestly very, very harsh.
Yeah, it's a very. I mean, they train for like 2 to 3 months,
Yes.
And then they play one OQ, and then they just lose in 2 days, and it's honestly like the worst fucking feeling, to be honest. It's like so fucking bad.
The pressure you must feel when you play these games is kind of ridiculous. I honestly don't. Like, I think it might be higher pressure than playing in the actual DPC just because of what it means.
Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
I can say
100%.
it is. I can say that it is.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, because it affects the months for after these things, right? Like, what are you gonna do for the other months after your disqualification?
Yes, exactly.
For these teams, like a lot of them are stacked. They come together just for these open qualifiers. And I'm sure they don't even know what's. A lot of them don't even know what's next for them.
It's like if they qualify, they get a sponsor, they get
Yeah.
a job, and then if they don't, then they are just jobless. They don't have money, and they just
Back to playing pops for 3 months until the next qualifier is so tough.
probably have to go fucking research into NFTs to make some scam money on the side.
Whoa.
Hello,
whoa,
Brax.
XD.
Anyway,
XD.
so what did you do when this happened to you? Genuinely, Ponlo. I don't mean to flame you, but like when it happened to you and you couldn't qualify, like how was your thought process afterwards? After you were done, like being sad and everything, like what did you think?
I think you just take 2 or 3 days to be depressed, and then if your passion is strong enough, then it just picks. You don't have to do anything. It picks you up by itself, right?
But did you ever consider, like, I mean, I know passion is nice, but you can't eat passion, right? So was there ever a moment where you're like, I might need to leave Dota?
No. I think I'm fortunate to my family background and stuff. I'm financially like, I'm not rich or I'm okay. Like I don't use my parents' money, but I know that like they don't depend on me,
Okay,
So
that's fair.
I get to spend every cent I earn, which is like nice because I don't spend money. So
Yeah, you're a Dota player. Yeah.
like I play in IGV for like a few months. I earn like a couple $1,000s, then I just live on that for like half a year or something.
I'm assuming you live with your parents as well?
Yeah. So I don't pay rent, I don't pay like bills and stuff. So that's why for me it's very easy to do this career. But for a lot of other people, it's very, very, very hard.
Yeah.
Your
I think
awareness
this
is very refreshing, by the way. That's very nice to hear.
I've been there losing with alongside all these players for so long, so I understand.
That's really cool. Go on.
Yeah, I've been through the days where we literally like fly players, like the coach of this Dyer team, Crimson. Like we flew him, he flew to Singapore and we like boot camp, and like they stayed at my house. Like we went to a fucking LAN cafe to boot camp in Singapore, and it like, cost us so much money. It cost me all my money from like saving up in high school.
Yeah,
like, all my lunch money.
Yep.
I think I had like fucking like $800 or something, and I spent like $600 or something just on like LAN, like internet cafe money for like 2 weeks.
Wait, Paulo, Crimson is not Singaporean, meh?
No, it's Malaysian.
I didn't
Yeah.
know that. Damn.
It's Malaysia.
Okay.
Arthur, how dare you confuse Singaporeans and Malaysians? You might lose
You don't know your
passport.
own men. Your
Yeah.
own
No,
countrymen.
I mean, I just don't know Crimson as a person lah.
First of all, he befriends a Singaporean, which is already bad for Malaysians, and now he doesn't even know.
Whoa. I mean, the only thing I'll ever argue with Ponlo is that he says chicken rice in Singaporean is better than Malaysia, and that's just false.
That is
Chicken
just
rice
false.
in
Not,
Singapore
that's just not true. That's not
Way
true.
better than Malaysian chicken.
He said,
Oh
you
my
know,
god.
Ponlo is delusional when it comes to food. man.
Bro,
It is. It
yo,
is
there's a
delicious.
rope on the floor. There's a rope on the floor, guys.
A what?
They didn't take the robe. There's a ceremonial robe on the floor.
Oh, it's okay. They're killing Weaver. It's fine. She's there you go.
No, it's Dire ceremonial robe.
Oh right. Well, I don't think they can afford it. It's too expensive for them. That's interesting though. I'd like to hear more about players. I would love to have a series. I mean, I know it'd be mean and people might not want to do this, but I would love to have a series with players that never qualified to anything and they failed.
Yes.
I think it'd be really interesting to hear their perspective, genuinely.
I mean, that would have been helpful to deter a lot of players from even trying in the first place, that's for sure. Because you always hear about the success stories, but you
Right.
never
True.
hear about the failures.
Yeah, but I would like to hear. I don't think it deters you, man. Like I think if you hear someone like I think if you tell people that if you don't succeed at Dota, that doesn't mean that you're gonna like all of a sudden be in poverty. It might encourage people to take this career and try a bit harder.
Yeah.
Because
Probably.
I've never heard of any player that like left the Dota scene and all of a sudden now is living on the street, right? Doesn't tend to happen.
Rot roll, they lost.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting topic because I feel like we often feel like we can only learn from successful story, and actually I think failure has a lot of learn, and we just don't have anyone that failed come together and talk about it, and talk about how they can not fail the next time.
I don't think there is anything to learn about success stories. If I'm honest with you, Arthur.
Whoa.
I genuine. What do you learn from success stories? Like, if someone is willing to give you a success story talk, 9 times out of 10, that person had something good go on in their life, which is why they had partially the success story. So, you know, you hear a success story, I don't know, Elon Musk gives you a success story, and you're like, yes.
I mean, that guy is just, he was born into wealth, so.
Right, like, well, the majority of wealthy people are, though, to a degree, right?
Yeah.
Like, even those that aren't born into wealth have one, like, big stroke of luck or whatever that allows them to have a success story. And if the ultimate takeaway from most success stories is, I have to be lucky at some point in my life, which is, you know...
I think you just have to look carefully. Like, I think Sep and No-Tail is a good example of success stories that make a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's good, but what if you emulate them, right? What if you were to emulate Seb?
I don't think, I think emulation is very naive.
Okay, I agree.
Because I think you are never I don't think people truly understand like ever like 100% of why they succeed. I think they understand like 80%.
I completely
But 20% is always like just the mojo of it, you know. No cap.
I mean, no, I think you're completely right, actually.
But like fucking Matt and No-Tail were, because I've been around for so long, right? For like fucking 14 years or something. So I've been there when they were like shit and when they were not successful. And when Seb was just a noisy guy on Twitter being fucking annoying. And then like 8 years later he wins TI with this team. Like he coached and then he comes back to playing his rank 1 on leaderboard, you know, like stuff like that. Like it's just reminder that you need to have the right mindset and believe in yourself and
Yep.
work hard. And like eventually you'll get where you deserve to be. Wherever that is XD.
I mean, there's a lot of factors, though. Like, again, I don't want to take away from Seb, right? But in the case of Seb, for example, he was also kind of lucky in the sense that he started Dota relatively early, and he got into the scene relatively early. Age and stuff always play a factor, and that allows him to sustain himself, even though he wasn't particularly a great player. Like, he got a lot of tournament winnings in the beginning when he was honestly not that good, and he was known for not being that good. Like, Goblak,
I mean,
for example, made a career out of himself when he was bad, literally. Right? That's part of the success too. Like I'm not taking away from Seb's eventual TI win, but if he didn't have that support, he wouldn't have been able to make it to TI.
No, yes, I think the freedom you feel to pursue a career is very important. Like
Exactly,
people
yes.
underrate that freedom.
Yes.
I think a lot of the people that can't realize how hard it is, and the people that can don't realize how hard it is.
Exactly. Yeah. Goblak out after people for like 5 years. You're totally right. But as a player, he sucked. And if you see a lot of people that are like right now in his position, they would not make it to competitive Dota. They just wouldn't, straight up. And there's a lot of examples of people that are like really clever drafters and they just don't make it to competitive because they're not good enough as players. And I'm a fan of Goblak particularly, but I understand as well that if he had made it now, he probably wouldn't have made it.
Yeah,
They
I
also make
respect
for the best stories.
Seb a lot though, because
Me too.
I feel like it's just one of those like you try hard enough for a long enough time with the right mindset, and eventually, even if the world is against you, you can succeed in a way.
I agree. I think Seb is pretty wonderful, to be honest. I think his story is really great. But I also think that you have to take it with a grain of salt, right? Like you always have to consider everything about it. Also,
Yeah, for sure.
when we say wealth, by the way, it doesn't mean that you're literally born into wealth. Like not like if you're born into $1 million and then you make up to 20 million, it's not that impressive. If you're born into 0, that's more impressive.
Yeah, I mean, in Dota, it's just about the freedom of being able to pursue the career.
Yeah, that's
the
one
security,
of the hardest things. Yeah.
the pressure of your like family background and stuff.
I think
Affects a lot.
a story I always tell is Fatah's story. When he was like, he comes from a relatively poor family, and he comes from a relatively richer country. And for the first like 5-6 years he was playing, when he was considered honestly a god in the mid lane, he had to work a job on top of being in Dota. And he was going to TI and shit. And he had to work a job to help his family out. At
Oh,
a
really?
supermarket. Yeah. And
Jesus.
I kind of wonder, like, what if Fatah had the liberty that Seb had, for example, where all he was doing is playing.
Dude, imagine you're just fucking. He's like beep. All right, this is 4:23. Boss, I gotta go back. I gotta scrim.
Can you imagine someone coming to the supermarket and you meet a top six TI player is doing your
Beep.
order?
Yes, man. I actually can't believe that. Yeah.
Then
Yeah,
someone's
it's
just like, "Oi, Adrian, restock the shelf."
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But then to the no-till and Sep thing, I do feel like they are the kind of person that are super self-reflective and critical.
yes.
And because they've failed so many times for so long already, they are able to look at their failures and face that on with a lot of honesty. And then I feel like when you are able to do this, you are able to improve yourself and distinct yourself from the other Dota players, because not everyone is able or capable of doing these things.
The thing is, I'm pretty sure they were not like that. Like
In the beginning.
I mean, I can't say pretty sure, but I feel like this much just my take. I feel like they were not as aware or as smart as they are right now, and they just, because of the amount of time they spent and how much failure they had to absorb, and what they took away from each failure, that's why they like became so much better, so much smarter.
I would
Because
agree with that.
they were losing for a good reason. You know, it's not like they were just losing because their teammates were bad or like, you know,
Yeah. You're totally right, actually.
they lost for like fucking 6 years
I-
for a good fucking reason.
I remember meeting Seb many years ago before he won TI, when he was on coaching OG, actually. And he was going through that phase in that moment where he was like completely reinventing himself, learning a bunch about himself, becoming more reflexive. And I met Seb really early in his career because I did a tournament a really long time ago that he was in when he was part of Sigma International. And
yeah.
he was really nice, honestly. I know people always talk about Seb being arrogant or kind of a dick sometimes, but all my experience with him are very, very positive. And so we talked a little bit back then. And I remember seeing him like 3 years afterwards and thinking, holy shit, you have matured and become such a better person. In all aspects, from a Dota player, but also from a normal person perspective. And I think Paul was completely right. That experience allowed them a lot. And you are right, Arthur. Like you can emulate the people that are successful in the sense that they always do the right things. Like if you're successful, you have done the right things to get there. But maybe that doesn't differentiate you from everyone else that failed, right? But you definitely did the right things to get there.
Yeah, no. I was reading a book. I was reading like in Atomic Habits yesterday. I was reading. There was this quote. Scientists, like, they studied the very quote unquote very disciplined people and successful people compared to the like crack addicts and people that were addicted in like various stuff, and they studied like how different they were, how their brain functioned, and they realized that through the studies, like scientifically, I mean in the book anyway, it said that they were not that much different. It's just the environment that they put themselves in.
Yep.
That gave them a lot of cues to act in a different way. And the people that are more successful or more disciplined, they're not more disciplined by instinct or like by just because they're a better fucking human or anything. It's just they're conditioned because of their environment, and they they set up their environment so that it's easier to not be tempted by bad stuff.
Mm.
Ponlo on
And that's
point.
why they, like, yeah.
That is so true. Wow. God
Like,
damn.
In our society, right, people like to fucking criminalize like the people that are doing bad and like fucking angelize the people that are doing good. But honestly, it's like there's not that much in between the two.
Yeah, there's actually it's a specific cognitive bias that we've studied psychologically. It's called self-serving bias, and it's when we like to attribute a lot of like humans naturally. When it's about other people, we attribute contextual factors to their personality, and we attribute contextual factors when it's about ourselves. We're much more lax when it's about ourselves. As an example, like if a teacher's late every day, right? Like she's late 2 days in a row, the immediate thought is, oh, this person is like, she's always late. It doesn't cross her mind that maybe she had a flat tire the first day and got mugged the second day or had an emergency. Like we already see 2 days and we go, oh, this teacher's naturally a late person, even though that's not necessarily true. That's studied a lot. And interestingly enough, actually, in Eastern cultures is the opposite. If you look at Japanese people, they actually think the opposite way. They tend to think, oh, this person probably had a really rough time, as opposed to this person is inherently bad.
It's also language, right?
Yes.
I read somewhere that the language plays a big part in how, as a culture, we perceive things.
Yeah. I love.
For sure.
I love saying that actually. The biggest. You guys ever read Malcolm Gladwell?
Is that a fruit?
It's not, though. Maybe in Malaysia, but he's a psychologist, and he made he made a big study on something called Hofstede's cultural boundaries. And Hofstede is this guy who was like a surveyor. He was Switzerland, and he just did a bunch of surveys. And he got bored of his job. He's like, "What the fuck am I doing? I'm just reading surveys. That's a boring ass job." And so he became a psychologist, literally. And he took all these surveys he had made throughout his life and made these things called cultural boundaries, where he assigned different values to different cultures, right? So something very basic is like, for example, he said like Chinese people are very forward thinking, right? Like they think about the future a lot compared to Americans who are very living in the present, as an example. And he made this based on surveys. And Gladwell he used that to study why Korean airline companies have more plane crashes per capita than any other country in the world, by a lot. Like you're much more likely, like considerably more likely to get in an air crash if you fly in Korea than you fly anywhere else in the world.
Monka.
Yeah, so don't fly in Korea. Anyway, the reason why he found that out is because in Korea, due to their speech, they have a lot of respect for their elders and for people that are in higher positions than them, right? And they use this thing called mitigated speech, which is very common in Eastern cultures. And mitigated speech, essentially, when you add a lot of extra information to your language just to be respectful, right? So it's like if instead of saying like do this, I go, can you please, would you be able to do this, right? You're adding a bunch of extra unnecessary words. And particularly in Korean and Japanese, it's like a big hassle. And because the air control people in Korea are actually above the pilots, whenever they're crashing, they're like, sir, we're sorry to inconvenience you, but like the plane might be plunging into the ocean, we're gonna die. And he analyzed the black box, which is what survives the plane crash, right? That's like the special box that can't be killed under any circumstances, and realized that in every single plane crash, the pilots were speaking with respect towards the air traffic, and that's one of the reasons why they couldn't communicate the problem in time.
Damn.
Yeah, I know. Great book, by the way. Malcolm Gladwell.
I mean, the beauty of language, man. It just affects so many things that you won't imagine.
It's like Chinese. Chinese is forward thinking because in Chinese, from my understanding, at least Mandarin, present and future is the same, right? The same tense. And verbally speaking, like grammatically.
I mean, there's just no difference to the past and present and future. I don't think there is
right, exactly
a grammar for this at all. Yeah, there's no grammar for this.
But in Western languages there is, right? So to a Chinese person, the argument is that the reason why they're so future thinking is because to them there's no difference. Like literally, the concept of I'm walking right now and I'm going to walk in the future is the exact same. It's the exact same fucking word. And other languages don't have that. Like especially Spanish or Portuguese or any Latin language, we have different words for everything. So it's harder for us to understand that the present and the future are connected.
Well, this is a whole dimension that I've never thought about before. Even though the Mandarin is my primary language.
Read Malcolm Gladwell, dude. You'd love it. He has a lot of
Malcolm Gladwell.
Yeah, he has a lot of studies on particularly Eastern languages.
Here's Batman for Crimson, man.
What games are you guys watching? I don't know what you're watching, Arthur.
I'm the same as you. I tried to go into UDV game, but then I couldn't.
Yeah, I'm watching the Interactive Philippines versus Gargoyles.
Yeah. I guess we can even...
Aren't some people in Gargoyles? Isn't Candy Loon banned though? Wasn't he accused of match fixing?
No. He was with the boys, but then he wasn't one of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He played with DDZ and all for quite a long time.
There's a really interesting question here for Podno, by the way, in the chat. He says, but if discipline, by extension success, is a product of the environment, then wouldn't going too far with not judging, say, crackheads, create an environment that further encourages the next generation to have less discipline? What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I don't know. Crackheads create an environment that further encourages the next generation.
So, like,
to
the
have
idea
less
is, like, if you accept crackheads more, right, and you don't point it out as a bad thing, right? Or you point it out as an environment thing, right? Isn't that like more lax and therefore allows people to take a easier time in life and maybe lead to that kind of less disciplined environment?
I mean, you are creating less opportunity for newer crackheads to come out, but you're making it very, like, the current crackheads feel a lot of suffering.
Right, exactly.
Because you're like exiling them. So, I mean, I'm sure there's a balance. I mean, I'm no expert. I don't know anything, but
you said some smarter things in this cast than most of the politicians in my country, so I don't know what to tell you, dude. If I could vote for you right now, Ponlo, I might choose you.
X fucking B.
I mean, Malaysian politicians are the worst, man. I can tell you that.
But we have so many.
True. There's this statement yesterday from one of our politicians saying that if Singapore has one of our political parties, Singapore will be a lot more advanced than today.
Holy fuck.
That is something that comes from our politicians.
Oh
That guy is fucking deluded, that's for sure.
I mean, did you see that, Arthur, when the pandemic started, that the first campaign ran by the Malaysian government was, women, remember, just because you're not going outside does not mean you shouldn't put on makeup.
Really?
Yeah. There's a campaign saying, like, husbands now have to see you all fucking day. You better be pretty for the husband, you wench. And obviously it got reclaimed because they were like, oh my god, that's the worst. But it was a real campaign. They printed posters. There was a whole ad. They made a video ad about it. It was bad. It was very bad.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's not get into the Malaysian government is
Yeah, it's too big to be examined. It's just too many people in it now. 62 ministers, man. Biggest government in the world actually right now.
Really?
Oh really?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. No government. It's the biggest government in the world by like 40 people because nobody has that many ministers. It's incredible.
He's just a fucking guy and all his cousins or what? Yeah,
It's kind of like that. Yeah, it's all his corrupt cousins kind of. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Man, I feel for people that lose in OQ, man. Seriously. Feels depressing, man.
Yeah.
That's why I moved here. I love that Avo is here. Yeah, I've been here for 2 years, Heinzio. Two and a half now.
Oh, you're in Malaysia?
Yeah, I've been in Malaysia for 2.5 years.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why like that's why Alvo is very credible when he says that Malaysian chicken rice is good. It is credible.
Dude, have you how
been
many
to
times have
Singapore.
you eaten Singapore chicken rice?
4 or 5 times. I've been there a fair amount. Before,
So and you've been brought to eat like the good ones.
I've been to the supposed best restaurant in Singapore, the Hawker Hall.
Oh really?
Yeah. I like
I don't think
food.
I've even been there.
Dude, I like food, and look, I'm sorry about Singaporeans, but I remember going there and I tried to try some of the local dishes, right? And they're not Singaporean fucking dishes; they're just Chinese, and you guys say they're yours. Like what?
Oh, someone finally said the truth. Someone finally said the truth. Woo!
Holy fuck.
Vote for Alvo.
Look, I'm just saying. I was there a couple of times, and it just seemed to me like a lot of things got kind of taken away. It was very American of you.
Yeah, Singaporean pakute, Singaporean chao kway teow, Singaporean chicken rice, everything has to be Singaporean.
They just
blah,
put
blah, blah.
if you have to put Singaporean in front, it's not your fucking food. That's it.
Okay, I can get behind that. That's true. I always see like, when I go overseas, I always see some stupid fucking like Singapore laksa. I'm just like,
Yes.
I've never fucking tasted any of it.
I do think the food here in general is pretty great, though. SCA food. Do you miss it, Ponlo, when you're in North America?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's for me it was more about the price though. Like it was just so fucking expensive in US.
Oh, that's true.
I averaged like 21 USD.
Oof.
A meal.
Man.
Yeah, a meal.
Damn.
I mean, I order so.
Yeah, but even then, though, even if you go to a restaurant or anything, like, it's quite expensive.
Yeah.
Even if you cook at home, I think cooking at home in America is more expensive than eating in Malaysia outside.
Oh, probably like times 2, to be honest.
Yes. My girlfriend is in Spain right now. She's been living here for like, I don't know, 6 months or so. And she sends me pictures of every single meal she eats. And she's like, this is way too expensive. Because like we eat here for nothing. And in Spain, the minimum amount is like 10 euros, which is like 50 ringgit.
Oh, I didn't know
Yep,
it's so
yep.
expensive in Spain.
It's quite an expensive country. I mean, she's from Barcelona, right? So it's the most expensive place in Spain as well. But like still. And, Malaysia, you eat out. I eat out every fucking day. It's wonderful. It's a beautiful country for that. But Arthur never comes with me though. I've invited him a couple of times, and Arthur just always busy.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I mean, you're always busy doing DPC. I'm always free because I'm not doing DPC.
Well.
Well.
I wonder if that will change soon.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
Dude, we need to go for some bakute, man. Abo.
I'm down.
I-
Winter
yeah,
showed me
I've
the best
al-
bakute there, and I was really pleased.
Winter kicked me.
I know.
Hey,
Yeah,
this is-
sorry. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yo,
Actually.
Pano. Remember how your one of your goals for your Twitch is that once you get more than 2K followers, you're gonna reveal this story?
Oh, really?
Do you remember this?
Oh, I don't remember. Oh, yeah. It was my channel points, right?
Yeah.
XD.
Are you gonna reveal
Any
the
stories?
story?
Any stories?
I want to hear the story.
Story? I don't think it's interesting. Just kicked me. XD. No, the story was TNT was one of my teammates in MSC, Thai player.
And he was coaching.
He played 4 for a long time, and then he played 5 when I came in. He wanted to change to pause 5, and then I played 4 because I played 4 for a long time. And then basically we needed a coach, and I put my career on the line for Winter. Like I was like, because the team was like fucking going nowhere, cause like I felt like TNT was just a bad drafter and like bad captain, and I didn't really want to do it at that time. And we had like no direction. Our drafts are all fucking dog shit. And I'm like, I told my boss like, if we don't get Winter here, or like at that time it was like either Winter or Adam 343.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I was like, if we don't get either of them, like, there's no point of continuing. This team will not go anywhere. So I was like, you can take my entire salary, and you can give it to Winter if like money is the issue. Like, I don't even need to be paid, because I feel like if he doesn't come here, the team is gonna disband anyway, and I'm gonna be jobless anyway. I'm not gonna get money anyway. So at least I can be fucking playing Dota in a decent team if Winter comes here.
Fair.
And
That's what
because
happened.
at that time he was like my boss was kind of like hesitating, because like it was already like somewhat a project failing on the way to failure. So and ended up we got Winter, and he was okay. I mean, personally, I feel like he wasn't a good coach for me, but I think he was maybe a good coach for the others. I'm not sure, but the team wasn't doing well anyway, and I could tell that he didn't believe in me as a player.
From the get-go?
And- Yeah, from the get go, he actually told Seri, like, Seri told me this, like, he told Seri that he didn't want me in the team, or like he thinks I should just go and play 5, and TNT should play 4, because TNT played 4 for like few years before that,
Right.
and he felt like TNT was a better 4 than me.
Okay.
Even though I was like I was like top 50, and TNT was like struggling to even be top 200.
Yeah, Winter doesn't care about that though.
Yeah, but I mean, not caring about it when you're a fucking tier 3 team is fucking stupid. It's like, when you're a tier 3 team, none of you know anything about Dota. Like, you need to care about MMR.
Sure.
Like, only
That's
tier
fair.
1 teams don't need to care about MMR, because you already accumulated the skills and everything. Like, there's no way TNT was better than me as a 4. But, I mean, I was better at him as a 5 though. So, and I was fine to play 5.
Okay.
And TNT was like hesitating because he wanted to play 5, but Winter wanted him to play 4. Then he went to play. Then they kicked me, and then because they had an upcoming Thai tournament and they needed 3 Thais, so they just figured that it will line up, like they can play a Thai tournament because they kicked me and they get another Thai player to play 5, and TNT played 4. And then they disbanded after that tournament.
So not that big a loss then, for you.
I mean, that period of my life was the worst period of my life, though.
That was what?
Because that was the worst period of my life.
Really? Like in terms of
Yeah,
depression,
it
or
was
just in
yeah,
general?
very depressing. Like
Okay,
it was
okay.
very, very depressing because I gave up a lot, to be honest. Like I turned down opportunities when I was on that team, even though the team wasn't going well. Like, you know the GXR?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think their initial was it GXR? I don't know if
Yes.
it was GXR, but like it was with Dev and like Adam. I think I don't know.
Yeah. That was just
Some fucking roster like that. Like they wanted me because at that time I think I just hit 9K. I was like playing pretty well, and then I turned them down. I was like, my team, like I don't want to leave my team when like just cause it's like not going well, and like if I leave, I felt like the team was over. And because I was like, very close friends to like Seri and stuff, like Seri was my best friend at that time, and then they kicked me like I think like 4 days after or something, like 3 days after. And then I was like, the depressing part about this whole story, right, here's the thing, the depressing part about this is that Winter told Seri that he didn't want me from the get-go. Like the moment he entered the team, he already told him that he didn't want me. And he really didn't believe in me as a player and as a person, I think.
That's true.
And then they didn't tell me that, and no one told me that. And then I turned down an opportunity to a good team, while this was like still like relevant information. The fact that he kicked me
Right.
was because he didn't believe in me. Like
But he,
that was why I was kicked.
but he wasn't the one that kicked you. You know that,
He
right?
was the one that kicked.
No,
No, he was the one that pulled the trigger.
no, he was the one that took the fall. That's what you're mistaken about. Genuinely, because I've had a conversation with Winter about this. He was the one that took the fall. That was not his sole decision, nor was it orchestrated by him.
So I don't know what he told you, and I don't know how he phrased it, but I was there with the whole team, and like we wanted to kick TNT.
That's not what he told me.
Yeah, I mean he doesn't know. I think he just doesn't know because he was online. He was coaching online,
Yeah, exactly.
and like, I was with the team for like 5 months.
Like, but when
there.
Winter, I remember being with Winter when around that time that happens, and he was telling me that like he was being honest. He's like, man, I don't. When we talked about this, he was like, I don't have enough power, nor do I care enough about this team because of the position he was in back then to be able to decide what roster shuffles happen. Like he had his opinion on players, but he rarely voiced an opinion until the players voiced it to him. So that's what he told me. Like it wasn't the I hate Pablo, therefore I'm gonna kick him kind of situation.
No, from his tone of how he talked to me, I knew.
Oh come
So,
on,
like,
what is
he
this?
No,
What is
regardless
this?
regardless of how he turns his back now and says whatever he wants, I know for a fact that he looked down on me at that point of time.
I mean, but that's fair, right? But that doesn't mean that he necessarily had to kick you, right? People can be adults about it.
I mean, no, I don't blame him for the kick at all, to be honest. Like, do whatever you believe in, right? If you're the coach or if whatever, it's like, do whatever
Yeah,
you believe in.
It's
no
MSC guys that we're talking about.
The reason it was so depressing was because of what I did for the team and like because of my relationship with the players on that team.
Sure.
Yeah.
Rather than about Winter. Like I don't really have anything against Winter. I just think he was right and he was wrong. Like he was wrong for like letting me be kicked because I think I was the best player on that team.
Okay.
And I think he's right in the sense that I should have played 5. Because look at me right now, I'm playing 5 anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? So it's like I just think he made a shit decision. I mean he was just there for the money. And the money wasn't
Yes.
even much. So it's just like whatever, it's just pretty pathetic to be honest. It's just a pretty pathetic situation, right?
Yeah, it's just an overall very sad situation.
Yeah.
I think you're more upset because of how
I
much you
wasn't
have invested.
I wasn't upset about Winter. I was upset about Seri.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. I understand that more, right? I don't think Winter had any
Yes.
loyalty or lack thereof
Yeah,
towards
yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Like I just
It is
defend him
the-
because I know him personally, and he's really not the kind of guy to be like. He's pretty honest about his fucking feelings, right? Like he's not very much of a two-faced kind of person.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like he was just wrong.
I mean, that's fair, right? Like that's
in a professional opinion, I think he was just wrong.
Yes, I'm just gonna hop into UDP or just let you guys
Yeah,
know.
because someone's been asking it forever, and I feel bad not giving it to him at this point. I saw your
Yeah,
chat,
yeah.
and there's this poor guy. He's like, guys, please, I want to watch you the best one. Win.
No, because I wanted to bring up this story because I want to. Hey, Polo, correct me if I'm wrong. I remember when you get kicked from AMC, you were like 7K plus, right? And then after you got kicked, then you got your climb to 9K.
No, the day before I was kicked, I hit 8K, I think.
Oh,
And
okay.
8K
And
at
then,
the time, I think was like, I mean, it wasn't amazing. It was like rank 80 or something. But like for a long time, right? People that know me for a long time, they know that my rank has always been pretty shit. I've always been bad. So I say with weight when I say players are bad at that rank. It's not like I'm some like fucking miracle boy that thinks everyone else is trash. Like, I've been there for like 5 years. I've been like ranked 300 for 5 years.
Yeah, but you know that's never conveyed in the tweet because it's only 240 characters. You just convey the flow.
Yeah, I mean, people get. I mean, that's what fucking Twitter is for. Right? It's for saying stuff.
But I feel every time I talk to you, every time I've had interactions, you feel like honestly a pretty reflexive and like nuanced person, and then I see your fucking social media and it's the opposite of that. And I don't know what you choose to portray yourself that way, because like I know you personally, I tell people, no, Paulo's actually like a really decent dude, and then you make a tweet, I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't defend this. I don't know why you do that to yourself, dude.
Bro, Twitter is fucking overrated, man, for professionalism and shit. It's so overrated.
I do agree that any professional tweet in general is boring. I much rather people that like fuck around.
Yeah, it's.
I can't tell that you're fucking around though.
No, Twitter as a platform, like by how it works, should not be taken as seriously as it does.
I agree with that. Yeah, that's true. If you can convey something, a complex idea in 240 characters, there's no way what you're thinking is smart. There's no way.
Yeah. And if you click into the person's profile and all you see is like what they say like in a chronological order,
yeah. Oh, it's
then
awful.
it just doesn't really make sense. It's just basically you should take it as whatever is most recent is what this person thinks the most. And everything the person says a year ago or something that doesn't even fucking matter.
It's true. If you go look at some of the NA players who are now pretty decent people, you scroll down their feed long enough and you see some like weird, like just weird shit.
Have you seen Sneaking's Twitter?
I knew you were gonna say this. I knew you were gonna say this.
Have you seen Fleas, my guy?
Dude, I mean, Flea is a
finding
retired
girlfriend.
player, right?
Flea is the king of this. I am. Oh my god.
No, the thing is, Flea's not even trying to like play pro. Right? He's playing on simply 2 bases. I'm not even sure that he's like still trying to make it. I think he's just like playing for fun.
But based on his Twitter, it's not like he's trying to make it as a pro person. It just doesn't seem he's trying to make it as a person. His tweets.
No, dude, that's how Zoomers tweet though. That's how I fucking watch TikTok and that's how people talk.
What? No way, that's not true. There's no
seriously, like the Zoomers like the sexualization is incorporated into the humor.
Yeah, but Flea doesn't seem like it's humor. It's just straight up sexual. If you guys have never seen Flea's or Snaking's Twitter, I recommend that you do. Like, it genuinely is. It is a treat to watch. It is like peering in a window to another species, honestly. Yeah, Snaking. Do you know if Snaking managed to at least get the attention of the girl that he's trying to get the attention of?
I have no fucking clue.
Did he succeed at least?
Bro, I have no clue, but the people that I know that are friends with him, like like the people that know him for years, right? Even they are so fucking appalled by his behavior on Twitter. They can't fucking understand it.
Wait, what do you mean, John? I was so tired of it in NA DPC, she would show up. Oh my god, I was done. What does that mean? She would show up. Like in the matches? Shit. I'm very curious about that.
John talking shit? Oh my god. So rude.
John chats shit all the time, actually. He insults casters behind their back all the time.
Dude, Evo, do you know this UDV sponsor chose this team over my team?
I was very surprised. But...
It was the Team D. It was Team D.
I will say that I'm impressed by how much they've grown because I watched them, and this is gonna be full on flame, and I'm really sorry, but I watched them 6 months ago in a small tournament, and I casted top clans, and they were such shit. They were such utter garbage. Like
they were bad because JJ was playing carry, I think.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't remember their positions too much, because I just remember watching this team and going, how is this team even professional? Like, they looked like 5K players. And now I'm watching them like, holy shit, the growth is impressive. It's like, it's really good.
It's just that it feels like it's not enough though, because their personal skill-wise, the level is definitely not. They should not be in this position grinding so hard for open qualifiers, I feel.
Yeah, but if they're growing, dude, there's a lot of potential left. That's what I presume. Like, when I see a team grow in such little time, I think that's a good sign for a team. I want to think.
I think the team has too many talkers, not enough players.
What do you mean too many talkers? They all want to make the decisions?
I mean, I play with all of them in pubs, and I just feel like they talk too much for knowing too little.
Oh.
Like, just one of those. I mean, it's just my personal opinion of their players, and I know their players like personally. So, some of them at least, like 3 of them, they like their shot calling and stuff, like the things they know about the game, it can beat a lot of bad teams. And that's why they're doing it, because they get into a habit of doing it because they play against bad teams. But when they play against good teams, like when they talk like about those things, in the meantime while they're talking, they're already losing the game in the play.
They're not concentrating properly in the game, and
They're not concentrated because they're not even as good as the enemy in terms of skill. Then if you compound that with like being distracted of talking and shit, then you're just gonna get owned.
So maybe the change that they made is actually talking less now, at least in professional play. Maybe that's why they've improved a lot as well. No?
I think the role change helped them a lot because I think Ken talks less and JG talks a lot. So like JG playing mid, and JG is also not a player that knows how to carry games. He likes to.
He likes to enable more.
Yeah, he thinks of fights a lot. He talks about fights. He wants to fight.
They did also change some players. I know Tiki's new to the team, or not new, but like within the last 6 months he got added to the roster and stuff. So I know that they did.
No, I think Tihi was the
longest one. Yeah.
Is he really? I don't remember him, at least in top clans.
Maybe they were playing with standard. I don't know.
Could
But he was always the 5s there.
Okay. So it's been a while.
Yeah, T and JG go way back. They I think in 2019 they were at the Alpha X hashtag at the hashtag.
Wasn't Alpha Red or something like that?
Yeah,
I know
something
you're
like
talking about. There was like the Thai org.
Yeah, it's a Thai org. Yeah.
I mean, Udvest one is also Thai, right? Like when I checked, yeah.
Yes, they are.
Even though it's Latin, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, back in Team D, like Pondo said, right? They were choosing between us and Team D, and then they went with them.
I'm surprised they would do that, to be honest.
Do you have VD faded last time? Pondo? When they were doing the consideration?
We have 4F.
Oh, okay.
I think we have 4F and
4F U Dastries.
Yeah, I don't remember actually.
I actually don't remember as well.
Yeah, I don't recall. I know some of these are also X Execration as well, but that was probably the worst iteration of Execration. Again, no offense to Execration, but they were going through a slump.
Someone asked you how's your experience in Team D, Polo?
My experience in Team D.
He loved it because Arthur was there.
True. Whoa! That was not sincere at all.
How's my experience in Team D? It was fun, I think.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to. Playing in the amateur team is very hard. Playing in the amateur team is so much harder than playing in a high tier team.
Do you feel like you grow a lot though? Cause I feel like you grow a lot. Do you feel so yourself?
I feel. I had to do a lot of things that wasn't usually on me.
Yeah.
To do.
Fair. Like what, for example?
Cause I was captaining the team, right? And then I got Arthur to come in to do the drafts for us. But then I would discuss a lot with Arthur and stuff. And I will be talking to the players a lot individually to like make them feel good or like motivate them to do better. I just believe in I believe a lot in like fake news, not fake news. I mean like
you're a Trump
fake
supporter.
faith.
Yeah.
Fake faith. Like
okay. Hope,
right?
Like
I think if you want a player to like be the best version of himself, you need to make him believe in something more than himself.
What do you mean?
And you need to make him believe in a version of himself that he can't see.
Oh.
Yeah, even though maybe you can't see it fully, you can see like a glimpse of it, but you make him think that you think you can see it fully. You lie to him.
You amplify that fake.
You give him the lie that he needs to push himself.
It's wild. The speech that Pondo says is only shared by life coaches and fascist dictators, and those are the two people that speak like this. So I'm hoping you're going more to a life coach route.
Like just, I mean, I always look at the No-Tail Ana as an example of like this player, by all fundamentals of Dota, was a bad player.
When he
by
started
all
playing.
like, no, like even when he was good, like by a lot of metrics, he was not good. You know.
Interesting.
Outside of TI, like the way he plays Dota, like fundamentally, like he loses lanes, like he's not supposed to lose. His CSing is bad. His aggro pulling is bad. He can't get farm early. He doesn't know how to like. He just doesn't know how to. He doesn't do a lot of stuff, basically.
Okay.
And they got him at that point, and they like made him believe in like. I'm fucking sure they didn't see like 100% of hit. They saw like 20, 30% maybe, and they like chose to believe in it. And they chose to like sort of pseudo like lie to him in a sense, to make him believe in something like more than himself, and more than what he could see, and that's why he became so good. I think that's what I think at least.
Interesting. I'd be interested to hear his perspective.
I think it's naive to think that Notail and Seb are just so fucking like doctors of Dota that they can look at a player like Ana. No one else can see the potential. They can look at Thompson. No one else can see it except them. Like I think that's so naive. Like there's no fucking way.
That's fair. That's fair. So but you think their strength comes from being able to utilize these more rechecks per se, like these different playstyles and these different ideas, better than others.
I think their strength is in their ability to put their energy and their faith into something.
Really? You think that's all they need? So like you think that if they picked someone else that wasn't Thompson or Nana, they would have been able to do the same thing?
I think it could have been someone else.
Oh wow.
No, I think they would have been successful. They might not have won TI without Thompson or Ana, but I think they would have been successful, like top 12 in TI. Like with Rezo or whatever, like I think they could have been good, but it's just.
I mean, Rezo's a bad example. But Rezo's a really good player too.
Yeah, I mean.
Like pick me a bad carry, pick me Envy, something like that. Like.
No, of course the Thompson and Ana had something special in them, but I also think it's like what I would take away from their experience is that you judge a player by your own standards, right? Because if you ask anybody else, they would have said Ana and Thompson were bad players before they won TI. Like seriously, anyone in rank anyone would say that. Like it's so hard to say that Ana and Thompson are good players. And I don't believe in like I don't believe that Ana and Thompson are just like the two most special Dota players in the world. Like by history it is the fact, but in like if you rewind time to like 2016, I don't think you can say that. You know, I don't think you can think that.
Well, but I don't think it's fact either though. That was bad Morphling.
XD. Oh my god.
Yeah. You can't say that though because they only won TI. Right? Like, I mean, okay, when you're talking about, like, to the average player, TI is the biggest thing, and I get it. But, like, objectively speaking, you winning TI does not make you the best player. And it never will. It's just one tournament.
Yeah.
I know that we as a community or whatever put it there, but, like, for example, we forget the dominating VP. Or we forget the Secret that was dominating as well, because they didn't make it at TI. But that doesn't mean that those teams were bad, just because wrong timing, you know? That's not how life works.
I mean, there's just no clear metric there's just no rulebook of how a player is judged.
Yes,
that's why it's like very hard.
Yeah.
Because even Puppy and Notail, the two best captains or whatever in the world, like even they have very seriously different ideologies of how they run their ship and like what they value in the game and stuff. Like it's just so hard to say.
Isn't that why Dota is such an interesting game though? Like that's why I always thought with League. With League, in my opinion, there is an objectively best player. It's so mechanical. Like for a while, there was an objectively best player, and in Dota, people that said that, at least in my opinion, were generally pretty stupid. Like if you think there's an objectively best player in any position in Dota, you're just dumb. You don't understand the game.
No, I think in the mechanical sense, you can say that, right? About like Miracle is the best player.
Sure.
I
in
think
the mechanical
people
sense,
agree that, but in terms of like impact, right? Like what you actually bring to the game, like no one can really say that.
Yeah, exactly. But
I
in
think-
League, because it's all mechanical, then obviously the best mechanical player is.
Yeah, you can say for tournaments, like some tournaments, you can just say that you can look at a tournament and you're like, this player in this tournament is like the best player.
Yeah, exactly.
Like in terms of impact, like your batch was clear.
Yeah.
All the players said that, like all his peers said that. So at the end of the day, Dota is like it's somewhat like it's like science, right? In the science world, the way you credit or the way people get credibility is like peer evaluation. There is actually no rulebook in science of like because the rulebook is peer evaluation, right?
Yes.
In science, so it's the same in Dota, I think.
Right, but that's precisely why, at least in science, recently there's been a big backlash as to like why it's incredibly unfair. Like the idea, I think when science you mean research, right? You know what I mean? Like you mean
I mean like research,
academia and stuff. Yeah. Like
Yeah,
academia has been in fire recently for like the incredible biases academia has. For example, there's a lot of examples recently because academia is very male dominated of how like if you're a woman, you pretty much are not making it in academia in certain countries. You just straight up aren't. It doesn't mean that you're fat or whatever.
Yeah.
You're just never gonna be able to make it. And that's what I talked about with the Moneyball thing. Like Dota being inherently endemic, some things get ignored very often. And you're right about that. Like because it's only peer evaluation, there's not really a metric that you can ever say this is correct. and nobody else can be smarter than me.
Yep.
It's a very good analogy. You should be a caster, Pondo. I really hope your career does not go well, if I'm honest with you. You'd be a great caster.
He's going to be a good life coach as well. maybe a politician. Maybe a politician someday.
I don't speak English, man. Every time I cast, people come in. What's this guy speaking?
Oh
Feels
man,
bad, man.
people with the Chinese accent. That's what we have more or less. I mean, you have Singlish, right? But it's like it's generally that kind of accent people don't deal with well. When I got Arthur to cast EU pubs or EU games with me, people would always make fun of Arthur's accent, and I was like, man.
Yep.
Yep.
People just need to get used to it, dude. Dota's international, right? I don't know why certain accents are better than others. I don't know. It's a very stupid thing.
I personally think it's fine. The people can react however they want. Like people can comment whatever they say, as long as like it's not racist or like over the top. Like I think it's whatever. Like feedback is always, it's just there. It'll always be there.
But inherently, there's gonna be some issues with that because like if you are getting screwed over because you're not used to accents that are not like we know that there's a more vocal community in Dota and a less vocal community, right? And SCA, for example, is not or recently it's become more vocal, but it's not always been as vocal in like the Reddits and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And so for example, that happens. Like, look, I like all the Australian casters that happen, but it does feel a bit bad that in SCA we have now Arthur one SCA caster. Australia is not SCA. I'm sorry to tell you guys. No Australians playing Dota, and Malaysians don't really get a chance because of their accent. That's a reality that we have to face, and it just feels unfair that just because you're born in a certain country or whatever, you can't cast Dota because you have an accent that's a little bit different. I don't know. I think that sucks.
Yeah, I mean, I think it sucks and it's unfair, but I think there is a case like that in like every single industry, right? That's just how competitiveness of being in a fucking world with other humans work, right? Someone else is just gonna do it better than you because of where they came from. And
yeah, it's just nature barriers, I think, especially in Dota. Like caster is a you basically your best asset is to convey your thoughts to audience, right? And at the end of the day, it's entertainment. And if you're not entertained, then it's just unlucky, I guess. You're just not doing a very good job.
I want to apologize because John is also Southeast Asian. I'm so sorry, dude. I completely took out
John is fucking
I mean,
Singaporean.
I'm so sorry, John.
John is Singaporean.
Sure, but like, is it fair, Arthur, though, that you're forced to change your accent just simply because like people aren't used to it as much, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's a bad thing though, because at the end of the day, it does help me improve in conveying my thoughts to a little bit better compared to before.
Yeah, if your English, like, okay, if your English is particularly like a secondary language, I get it, right? But I don't know, someone like Winter is a really, really good English speaker. No offense to you, but like Winter is better than me. He expresses himself really well, but he still got shunned very often as a caster because he's had a slightly Malaysian accent, not even that thick, right? And now all of a sudden you don't have a TI guy literally analyzing your games because of a slight accent issue. I don't know. I think that's getting to the extreme. It also gets boring. Like it's also the it makes Dota less international because the reality is that to a Malaysian person, listening to a Malaysian accent makes them feel included as well. It makes them feel like they're part of the broadcast as well. It doesn't necessarily need to be that your Malaysian accent is bad. There's a lot of advantages to accents that are not the main accents.
I mean, like, that's the thing, right? There are Filipino casters that make a living off just casting in Filipino.
Exactly.
Tagalog.
Yeah.
Because they just can't make it in English, right? But they could make it in English if we were more open to that idea, I think.
I think that's a bright side of looking at it. They might not make it in English.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, sure. Maybe they would be terrible in English, right? But I don't think they even get the chance to try.
I think in this case, right, I've always thought why, for example, at majors, right, why don't we get, for example, Southeast Asia English broadcaster like a Mike and John, Aris and Dano, why don't we get some of them to be casting the Southeast Asia games? Because
sure. That one is just
right, because you are for sure servicing the audience coming out from Southeast Asia, and then everyone is so familiar with these casters already, and this caster obviously is going to be bringing the best storyline out of these Southeast Asia teams as well. I just don't know why that is not considered. I hope that is considered, but I don't know why that's not executed.
No, I mean it's right. Considered for sure.
It is considered somewhat, but not as much as people like give it credit for. For years I was that guy for SA, and nobody gave a shit. Like I'd be like, I would go against other casters, and people would go, yes, but like we don't really care about your stories. But you can literally not interview the players. You can literally not talk to a single one of them. You don't have anyone that knows the region. Yeah, but it's whatever. Like, they have a better English accent than you, which is not even true, but whatever. And like that was a big thing that they got me, and I was like, okay, whatever. Like, it's a recent thing, and it's also because a lot of casters will market themselves that way. It's just impossible, and there's not a criticism towards anyone, but it's impossible for someone like Bcop, for example, to know as much about China as someone who speaks Chinese. It's just physically impossible. There's no fucking way. He could train his whole life, and until he learns that language, he's never going to be as knowledgeable as someone from literally China. And it's something we just have to accept.
Yeah, I mean, end of the day, if you want it enough, you just do whatever it takes.
You will learn that language, exactly. Yep. Yeah. At the end of the day, you'll learn Chinese if you want to be part of that. Yeah.
There are a lot of there are a lot more people suffering with things that they can't control a lot more than this. So we just gotta do what we can.
In the world suffering, I guess it's the same thing, right? But in the world of casting is one of the concerns that I have.
Yeah.
But you're right, you're right. I mean, I wouldn't say, you could be a starving African family.
Actually.
Right? It's true. I just think that Dota in general could be more international when it comes to the English broadcast, and I don't think we do it as much.
Last one. Yeah. I'm not sure how to fix that as well. It all comes down to what the tournament organizer wants, right?
And just a change in mentality. It just people, like, once it starts being done, you'll realize that we change it. We have, in the world, we have an obsession with American culture because it's the main culture that's out there. And we see a lot of things, especially internationally, through an American lens. And they don't really make much sense to a lot of people that are not from America, but we just kind of accept it, right? And over time, that's going to be changing.
I feel like if you just have one good example of that, how much local casters can give value to casting about the local teams. I feel like that's gonna change the narrative. Like, for example, if you ever have another major in Southeast Asia, for example, and then we have some of our Southeast Asia boys to cast the games, I think that is gonna change how people think things, and they'll see more new values to that.
Yep, literally. That's just gonna be the case. You see one example, and that example is gonna change everything.
Yeah.
That, or every single Malaysian caster will do like they do in the radio. And they're like, hello guys, and welcome to the next match at Dota 2. And then like, oh my god, why you sound so American? You're from KL, what the fuck? That's the other option. It's either one or the other. I can't wait for Husky to listen to him speaking like that. You guys literally come to Malaysia, listen to the fucking radio. It's so weird. It is so weird to listen to someone with that accent here in KL. And everyone in the radio sounds exactly like that. Feels weird to talk about Dota now, but
true.
We are watching a game.
But then I feel like we haven't been talking about Dota in 2 hours.
Hey Alba, I want to do a serious cast today. I want to do a cast that's like for real, concentrating on Dota.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, but it feels like it's been a pretty sad day though, because I feel like this is a day with a lot of upsets as well. I mean, I haven't seen too much of the others. I'm just sad that Crimson is out, to be honest. Okay, so we are actually in round 5, by the way. I didn't even notice, Abo.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been going on with the conversation. You're right, by the way. Most local radio DJs are weird in any country in the world. You're right. But it's especially weird when you listen to an accent that's not from here. The fact that the panels and some of them didn't know Mushi was the coach of Boom was disappointing. Well,
wait, is that really? I didn't catch that moment though. Was that meme? Was that just a meme?
That did happen. I mean, there's 2 points to be made, right, Fatty Boy Ivan? Because that is not something that like an English speaker can't do. They should know that. Like, that's just a lack of prep, and you just sometimes miss that. I think we overvalue in the current scene how much you learn from casting a scene. Like, people, when I got SCA for the first time, it was like, this guy's not gonna know SCA. At all. And mind you, I hadn't casted it in like maybe a year or so, and I just did a bunch of studying. Like, it doesn't stop you from doing that, right? So, but sometimes we just get lazy as talent, and it's fine.
Sure.
Oh, which city is KL? Sorry, it's the capital of Malaysia. Kuala Lumpur. Sorry.
And going back to this panel point, I just feel like if you are, if you have any of the C specialists there on the panel, you are able to I feel like to be able to show what kind of growth or personal stories from these Southeast Asia players to the international audience, I think that means a lot for Southeast Asia fans and also the region itself, and also maybe to some extent the sponsors as well. I think that's what people want to see.
I think it goes beyond that, honestly. I know you could just talk about the Dota, but I think it's very important. Like, if I'm watching a Boom, Boom is a bad example. I actually don't have any examples of Indonesia, right? But if you... Actually, yeah. You're watching Boom, and someone manages to make a joke in the middle of that about nasi goreng. That's fucking cool. If you're Indonesian, that's the funniest thing in the world, and you're like, yes! My country got mentioned! It feels so exciting. So it goes beyond just the act of Dota. Yeah, knowing a team is cool, but being able to represent a different country and getting people of that country included is massive, dude. I remember when I was casting the first Kazakh team to make it into like the Dota scene properly, and I watch a lot of videos about Kazakh breakfast because I think it's really good, and I'm really interested. I want to cook it, and I mentioned a couple of dishes that they have there, and I got 2 PMs from random Kazakh dudes going, "I feel so included. Thank you so much for saying that in the cast." It doesn't even take that effort, dude, and they just feel like now they're part of the community. It's so cool to be able to do that. So I think that's the real advantage, not just knowing the scene.
Yeah, it's one of the way that you reward your loyal audience as well, right?
Exactly.
In the international event as well. Like all of a sudden you come into an event, talk about Boom, and then you speak about that. For example, Indomie. Like these fans, they are gonna be so crazy, and they're gonna love your brand. They're gonna say like, all right, this Galaxy Razer, they know their shit. I'm gonna be a fan of them now. I'm gonna catch all of their other products, all of their other projects, because they show respect to us. They try to understand us as a fan.
Yep. And you're truly international. That's where I will talk about like diversity being important in broadcasts. People always talk about what looks diverse, and I think it's more about like being culturally diverse and stuff like that. Like I don't care if there's people that all look the same, if they're from different countries that bring different perspectives, and they include a large number of Dota players. Oh yeah, Kazakhstan reference that must have not been Borat. That's true. Also, Borat also made Kazakhstan unfortunately get the bad rep.
Was there Hydra, the Kazakh team?
No, Hydra is Kyrgyzstan.
Oh, okay.
It was well, at first Khan, but it was V Gaming.
Okay. Oh, they were good, man.
It's because, dude, I've been following. Like, I followed Kyrgyzstan when they were no lifers, and Zayats added me when I was like a caster, and was a nice dude. And ever since, I just got really interested in their culture and their scene, and I just happen to know a lot. And it's so cool when I get a viewer to get and tell me this is the first time I felt included in English broadcast. That's just a very unique sentiment.
Well, I mean, that has to be one of the best things for you to hear, right, as a caster.
Because as a Spaniard, I never felt included in the English broadcast. And I mean, I get it. Nobody in Spain plays Dota. Why the fuck would you ever mention my country, right? I get it. I'm not offended. But it would feel nice, right? When someone makes a reference about Barcelona in a movie, I literally scream in the cinema. Look, that's where I'm from. I'm an idiot. I'm like that moron. And I get why people get excited about that. That was the team Zayats got pushed from yet. No lifers yet. They were a team for 2 years.
Well, I just hope that all these things. I mean, when we speak about it like that, it just makes a lot of sense. So I just don't see why organizers don't do it.
You just need a proof. You just, like you said, you just need a proof of concept, and once it works, it'll start changing. I think John, for example, is that in SEA. I think John is the proof of concept.
Yep.
But John is also like 10 times more cultured than the average person, so I think there's a lot more things to him. But once he proves that, I think, yeah.
That is so true.
And honestly, from the comment on Fire Boy Ivan, people always assume that contacts are a bigger deal when it comes to these kind of events. It's not always like that. Like, most of these things are just mentality of TOs. It's not like Arthur's applying to an event and Kyle WhatsApps the manager and goes, "Don't fucking hire Arthur! He's not part of the cabal!" Like, that's not how it works. Contacts are, of course, important, like in any industry, but it's overstated. Most of the time, it's just mentality or the TO having different ideals or just having a different ranking to casters than what viewers perceive.
It feels like it's one potential that is untapped as well. Like, tournament organizers, obviously, they are doing things that they think you will give them the best outcome, right? It just feels like this is something that, is not being discovered enough.
Sure, yeah, I would agree with that. Do you think this game is still possible for Udvas 1? I think they're fucked, right? Morphling keeps dying every single fight.
Yeah, I think they choked, man.
Yeah, they did choke, right? The team fights have been really poor.
I mean, that's the thing, though, because... Okay, before this DPC started, right, before this OQ started, right, so I was casting the Royal Jelly tournament, and then UDB literally 3-0'd this exact team, Atlantis, that dumpstered them in all 3 games.
Weren't
And then
weren't they beat twice by Atlantis as well? Weren't they beaten last OQs by Atlantis too?
I'm not sure. Yeah, last OQ they were beaten by Atlantis too. Yes. So interesting because I was talking to JG after they won the Royal Jelly and before OQ started. That was a day before OQ started. So I talked to JG. I said good luck, and then he says that I only hope that we don't choke. You know, he says that I hope that we don't choke. So it seems like they already knew this choke is about to happen, and they are just hoping that it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, you have a good point, dude.
Yeah, so I think this is right now they are choking because they are very much capable of winning this Atlantis team by a very good margin, I would say.
Someone pointed out that LGD in 2020 choked in 2 open qualifiers. You're right, actually. So if they can choke and then get second at TI, I think
that is true.
That is true. That was with Chalice, right? But still.
Yep. That was the exact. Wait. No, that was Charlie's playing position 1.
Yeah. Which I was a big fan of, by the way. I actually thought that was really hype for a while. Once they got figured out, it was boring. But I remember when Chalice used to play DK carry because he didn't know how to play a fucking carry. I thought that was so fun to cast. That was so innovative.
That was for the memes.
I like when teams do something weird, dude. I know it might not always be the best thing, but as a viewer...
I mean, I feel like an off-laner playing carry is always a very fun thing to watch.
I agree.
I get that a lot from mid 1. I always felt that mid 1 is like a mid player or off-laner in his blood, but somehow he's playing carry. But every time you can see the off-lane shadow in his carry gameplay. Like he's always there to defend tower, he's always there to push, he's always there to take fights with the big, PA, power threats, raindrops, and he's fighting at minute 8. That is mid 1, man.
Yep. Offlane to carry is fun to watch, and then carry to offlane, you're watching EG, right? So.
True. I mean, I feel like offlane to carry to offlane is just boring, right? Because you are doing the farming game again and again. You're just farming at the end of the day.
What, like from carry to offlane?
Yeah.
Oh, right, because the offlane's pretty boring to see. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Russian carries are never like that. I remember when Ramses first got made into an offlaner, right? And people were like, I don't know if Ramses' pool of heroes is going to work. It's like, oh yeah, you're right. Ramses in competitive has only played Centaur carry, Broodmother carry. Those heroes never get played in offlane. He liked NP carry. That's a terrible offlaner. It's like, man, watch a Russian carry, dude. They're weird. They play a lot more for the team. I think a Russian carry is more of an offlaner than some NA offlaners, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, I think so too.
They love team fighting, dude. And people don't know, but Russians were actually the guys who invented the term Rat Dota. I don't know if you guys know the story, but Rat Dota came originally from a game where it was, I think it was Moscow 5 back then. I remember it was Moscow 5, I don't know what team it was. And they were playing against No-Tail, actually, back then.
Okay.
And they were winning the game by a lot. And No-Tail, I think it was a Meepo game. And they were playing Meepo support on No-Tail, which was a big thing back then. And they kept avoiding fights because they couldn't win that game, right? And they kept doing the Rat Dota thing, right? And then the Russian, one of the Russian players, I forgot who it was, literally all chatted. I think it was NS maybe. Literally all chatted. Come fight us as man. Stop playing like rat. And that's where the term Rat Dota comes from. Yeah.
Damn. Okay. Did not know that because all the while I thought Rat Dota was invented by Alliance in Share 3.
Yeah, people always claim that, but no, it was originally No-Tail's team that invented the Rat. I mean, they didn't invent it because like it was just their adaptation at that moment to that game.
Yeah. It
wasn't like a game plan per se. But yeah, it was them who were the first to originally get that term out.
Hello.
All right, I'm gonna leave you guys a little bit. I'm going to go toilet and find some food. Be right back in a bit.
Okay.
Oh, me and you.
I never casted with you, Pando. You ever wanted to cast with me? Were you ever excited to do that? What,
bro, you rejected me. No?
Did you? You never reached out to me, you ass.
Oh, really? Oh, I think did I DM Seek and Strike?
You DM Seek and Strike, and obviously he has no power. I'm the power one in the couple, so you messed up.
I didn't know that from the outside. I thought he was a power one. XD.
Really? Wow, that's very offensive.
Yeah, I don't know. Wait, what's your actual name?
My real name, Alvaro.
Alvaro.
Yes, Alvaro is short for that in Spain. It's like
Alvaro or Alvaro?
Alvaro.
Alvaro.
Yeah.
Shit,
it's okay. Cool it's a hard name, right, for non-Hispanics. It's a very Spanish name. My full name is Alvaro Sanchez Velasco. It's like the most fucking...
Alvaro Sanchez Velasco.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right.
That's a Chad name. You must have gotten all the ladies with that name.
In the UK, man, it was beautiful. You would tell the name to the girls, and they'll go, ooh, you seem like you have a lot of Spanish fire. And then they would ask me if I can make them tacos, and I'd be like, oh, fucking hell.
Oh, that's not the only thing I can make you.
No, I mean, when a girl asks you something so racist, there's a small moment where you're braiding your penis or having a fight, right? And you go, I don't know if I should take her home or...
That's true. That happens quite often, actually.
Quite often, he says. Okay, all right. I see Ponlo was a player before he had a girlfriend.
I just watch movies.
Right. Fair enough, yeah. Okay.
Right.
That's true. There is, I don't know what the word is in English, actually. Wait, I need to look it up. No, not disease. I guess disease. It's like a mental disease. You know how some people are turned on by things that are just fucked up, like not in like a gore sense or like something like that, but like something that's like just wrong and it turns you on because it's wrong. Like some people get turned on by cheating and stuff like that. When you date a racist, this kind of feels that way. Did you see what just happened? Are you watching the Atlantis game? Wonderboy literally just walked into where the ship was going to TP. What the fuck was that?
Denise Daniel.
It's not good. No, it's not quite fetish. Like, I understand what fetish is, but like in Spanish, the word called morbo, which is when you're turned on by something that feels wrong. Like, again, it's like dating a racist, cheating on your friend, something like that. The wronger it is, the more it turns you on. I think that's something Hispanics have. I don't think Americans have that. I'm sorry about that. Guilty pleasure, yeah, it's kind of like guilty pleasure. That's a good one. That is masochist to a degree, but it's not what I meant though. Anyway, I can't believe they're gonna win off a fight that literally Atlantis just fucking threw in the middle of the fight. Yeah, pleasure from Taboo is like that. Yeah.
Is this Atlantis lineup the whole Todak lineup from the past?
The whole what?
Todak.
Oh, is this Todak? No.
I mean,
is it?
no, I guess not.
Todak-
Ponyo was, I think. Eh?
Todak
Wait,
hit it
I'm
big
not
in
sure.
Valorant, and they started really supporting the Dota squad.
Hello.
Hey,
Did I miss Smash?
The Radiant lineup.
perverse.
changed, ah?
Yes.
Holy shit, the game totally turned around.
Dude,
What the fuck?
Atlantis just threw the biggest fight. Like, literally threw the fight.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Oh, Todak big in MLBB is true. MLBB is when they're doing well as well. But is it pronounced Todak? You know, Arthur. Is it Todak or is it Todak? Like with a soft K that you don't pronounce.
Todak.
So is it hard K?
Yeah,
It's not like Tidak when you like don't really pronounce it?
you pronounce it Chodak.
Oh, okay. Todak.
Yeah, Todak. Yeah.
Goat call. I can't believe UTV is winning this game. They don't deserve this at all, man. What a throw by Atlantis.
Whoa, you can't say that. You're a caster.
No, not for open qualifiers. I am a commentator right now.
XD.
I am BSJing this. You guys want to watch Yangon Galacticos versus Mamang Daya's team? Oh, never
Oh,
mind.
yeah,
That's-
sure.
I wanna watch
that's finished.
Crimson, man. Where's Crimson game?
I
Yeah.
I have bad news for you.
Sad, bro.
Gargo is playing someone, but I don't know who they're playing because it doesn't show up on Dota TV.
Wow, it feels like Gago is going distance, guys.
Gargo,
Much better than yesterday.
what was the Gargoyle squad? Was the notable player from them? Is Gargoyle?
Gago?
No, what's the Gargoyle squad? Is that the?
I mean, Gago is
it's
the Ohio
It's
side,
the
right?
Ohio side.
Yeah,
Wasn't Yamate
Yeah.
playing with them?
yeah.
Who's Yamate?
Yep.
Who's
What do you mean?
Yamate?
Who's Yamate? Whoa.
No, I know who Yamate is. You ass. I mean, who is?
NWP,
Whoa,
NWP.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Look at this SA caster. Flippantly saying who's Yamate.
I know who Yamate is. Okay, I'm asking in the game, Ponlo. Yamate was the first name that you ever had to censor as a caster. That's what he was known for.
Yo, I hope Radiant lose actually.
Whoa.
Whoa.
What do you think about Lonely Shaki?
This orange player doesn't deserve to win.
Whoa.
Who's orange? Lonely Chucky? Why don't you like Lonely Chucky?
He's so hella toxic. He's like the most toxic player in C, I think.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not. You're being serious?
It's being serious.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought Ohio was like a really chill guy to play with. I thought Ohio was like the opposite of toxic.
Chill. I mean, he's not toxic, but he's definitely not chill.
He's not chill? Oh, okay, never mind.
I mean, he's very loud and very
But loud in a positive way, no?
Yeah. Ohio is.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm eating a little bit, but I have to defend Ohio. He's passionate.
he's very passionate.
Yeah.
You know, Arthur, what I like the most from my casters is when they eat in the middle of the game. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm also eating.
Oh, this lack of professionalism, guys.
I'm eating mee tai mak. You know what's mee tai mak, Alva?
I do know about Meat Mak. I haven't tried it
Oh,
yet, though.
holy shit.
I know of it.
Wait, what's that? I don't know that.
The rabbit's tail.
Show picture. Show picture.
Look it up, dude.
Give me a sec.
This is like, it's the noodles, right?
Yeah.
I can't eat it here because I'm allergic to shrimp, and here restaurants don't tell you if they have shrimp. So
Oh, yeah,
it's just a roulette of my life every time I order in Malaysia. Genuinely.
How bad is your allergy?
Pretty bad. Like I shouldn't risk it. So I just go to restaurants and ask, "Do you guys have shrimp?" And they go, "Yes," and that's a good thing. I'm like, "No, please no."
I mean, Asian restaurants will say yes to anything.
They do actually, yeah. And people here don't understand what an allergy is. They keep telling me like I've
Just
been
drink
to
water.
Yeah. I've been to restaurants and I go like, "Oh, I'm allergic to like shrimp," and they go, "But our shrimp is very good." And I go, "No,
Yeah.
I know I like shrimp. That's not my problem."
No, I was fresh from the sea. Still wiggling.
They do. They sound exactly like that. Holy shit.
Alright, that's racist, Alva.
Oh, fuck. It's the wiggling, okay? It's the way. God damn it! Don't do this to me, Pablo. I'm the only white man here. I'm the minority
XD.
here. 4 tempo carries mids and the world set as Bane. Yeah, who's the support here? Is it Monkey? Monkey's the support, right? Well, actually,
So what happened in the 496 squad? Do you know,
they lost.
Arthur? No, like what happened between Ohio and them? Because Ohio was with them, right?
I heard that they 496 got a new CEO and then he want to rebuild the entire team with all Vietnamese players. So they got a completely new team.
Wait, what? So, I see. So the team just disbanded, and then Ohio just made his own team again here, and then the Exilent and all just.
Yeah, I think they lost their slot there. Actually, or did they get relegated from Division 2? I couldn't remember. I think they actually got relegated.
What?
see.
496? They never made it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry, they got relegated. You're right. They got relegated. Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's why they lost. That's why everyone has to form new stacks.
It was pretty poor performance as well by them. Like they got relegated. They were in my opinion, well, them and Interactive Philippines were like completely like pretty outclassed by the rest of the teams.
Yeah, speaking about this, right, Pono, what's your thought on Exilent's growth? Or, you know, because he was obviously pretty new in the previous DPC season, but do you think he is showing improvement? Or
No, I didn't watch him much,
same?
to be honest.
So can I ask you guys, why is this Monkey King 4 going for Diffusal Blade? Is it that good of an item now that you can pick it up on a 4 Monkey King?
It's just a lot cheaper.
Yeah, but is that worth it? Like over any other item? Because the statues don't get Diffusal, or do they?
What? The monkeys? They
Yeah.
do.
They do. Oh, they get the mana burn.
I think so. XD. Yeah, I'll test it.
I'm curious. 'Cause that seems really strong.
Maybe they don't. XD.
That's
I
a
think
good-
they do.
Okay. Fair enough.
Let me try.
Yeah. I'm curious.
Some of the items do, some of the items don't. So
Yeah, that's why.
I mean, Deso does.
Oh, Monkey are the only good Diffusal users right now. Okay. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware.
Yeah.
I've never seen this build. Okay.
The ulti does.
All right.
I think the
Okay.
only thing that doesn't
Echo
work
Saber?
is Skadi, Echo,
And Basher.
and Basher.
okay.
I mean, they keep adding exceptions to Monkey King, so I forget.
I know, right? It's so confusing now.
I'm on Kira. They do not know what Jewish people are here, genuinely. Like, so I wouldn't get any far with that.
How about Mage Slayer, by the way? Do the
And the
statue get
monkey?
it?
Yes.
I've loved the Mage Slayer on Monkey King. You've seen that build? Like a lot of Monkey King 4 started doing it.
A lot. That's a long time ago, though.
Yeah. But it was before this patch. But like, it was quite a popular build. It worked kind of decently. The only problem is that, and I was talking to Matthew from Thunder Awaken. and he was telling me that it's difficult because Mage Slayer is just like, I'm gonna trust my team completely. I'm just gonna help him out, right? Whereas like Atos and stuff allows you to make plays. And Matthew jokingly told me, he's like, I'm a good 4. It doesn't really showcase I'm a good 4 if I buy Mage Slayer. I mean, he's right, dude. Your 4s are like big playmakers. Like, the good 4s make a huge difference. And if you buy a Mage Slayer or Monkey King, it's like, you're okay, and you still can do stuff. But compared to like Atos, for example, which was built back then, or Orchid, they just do much more.
I had a game where I played with Matthew, and he was playing Core Monkey, and he had Echo Saber, and like he was like level 10, and he didn't scale ulti, and I flamed.
But did you win though?
Yeah, we won. And he told me to shut. He told me to shut up. He knows what he's doing, or something like that.
I mean, he's a really good Monkey player.
I mean, I didn't flame him. I was just like, I pinged his ulti. I'm like, level 9, 10, no ad? Question mark?
Was he mean to you though? Did he respond like angrily, or did he just say?
Yeah, he responded angrily. He was not happy.
Matthew's flame is one of the funniest things you'll ever hear. Like, cause he's a streamer, right? So he's worked really hard on like making sure he has clever insults that are not slurs or anything like that. Like a very common one he says is he calls you a witch's abortion, which I think is what the fuck. Yeah. Well, because it's a reference to back in the in South America, the witch hunt days. Like witches were forced. Like if you were to have a miscarriage, you were forced to be, like you were considered a witch back then. That's a common thing. And so he refers to you as you being like you are so unwanted. You're like the unwanted person of the unwanted person. You know.
It's the SA's queen, man. It's Queen from SA.
Honestly, yeah, Quinn. I know people don't like him being toxic, but I think it's really fucking fun.
Yeah, it's so funny.
It's really funny. As long as you're not saying slurs or anything like honestly offensive, I don't think it's bad to be toxic a bit. If you're clever. Shakespeare was really toxic.
You guys know about the Valve thing now? The new code of conduct.
Oh, I didn't know
What's that?
What's that?
They sent some they sent a message to the teams, I think. Like,
okay.
And they said basically just be respectful and be nice. If not, you might get banned. XD.
In pubs or in
yeah, even in pubs.
Ooh,
even in
okay.
pubs.
Oh, you might get banned.
Wow.
It might affect your ability to compete and play in the DPC.
Classic.
Wow, that is banned. Damn.
Alright.
Do you like this?
Yeah, what do you think of that?
I mean, I think it should apply in extreme cases, but I don't think there should be censorship.
I think it's a bit rough because I know that some people bait pro players to say these things, like some of the high MR
that's
people.
true.
And I think that's a bit
I mean,
unfair.
it is rough on pro players and it's unfair, but at the same time, I also feel like if it's better for the whole community as a whole, then pro players should just accept that it's part of the job, you know? It's not that...
Yeah, sure.
Like, it feels difficult for you now because you're used to calling people sons of mothers of whores. But if you just, like, if you're not used to doing it, then it's fine.
True. Because at the first place, a normal human shouldn't be used to doing this, right?
Like, I think that you shouldn't be able to say someone's like mother is a whore. I think that should be very bad. Like that is like you should be punished for that. Like not banned, but you should be maybe like you have to skip the next DPC match or something.
Right. That's one of the difficulties Bruno was telling me when we were at TI, that he was saying it's very difficult to police this and without being like blanket statement ban everything, because as Ponlo says, like to him, for example, your mother's a whore is a really bad insult, right? But to other people it's not. And it's like, how do you decide which culture wins? Like what culture gets to decide what words are bad and what's not? Until now we just kind of say Americans decide, but like the reality is you can't do that in Dota. So it's really difficult. I'm assuming that's why they went with a blanket ban.
It's gonna be interesting to see if it's gonna be enforced at all. Good chance that it doesn't get enforced.
I mean,
like
Faker is still in the DPC, and he just got into hot water over that, so I don't think.
What, Arthur?
Sorry. Go on, Abo?
No, that's it. I was just saying that, like, it's already been happening and nothing happened, so.
Oh, I think Ponlo's suggestion is smart, because like if any of this misconduct happen, then you can Valve can always step in and say, all right, you're gonna be suspended for X amount of game, because this kind of stuff is very common in traditional sports, right? If you look at football, NBA.
Yeah.
Because it happens all the time. Like
but they don't regulate the pickup games though, right? That's a difficult thing. Like NBA players have a place where they can just be themselves, right? That's the problem, I think. Like in pubs. Look, again, I'm not gonna advocate for toxicity, but I think if Quinn loses it because he has a tough game, you know, and he goes and calls someone's bad, I think there's like levels of insults, right? But as long as he's not using a slur, I'm not really that against it.
Yeah, I'm against the. I don't think saying people are fucking bad or fucking idiots should be censored at all. I think it's very bad if it is.
Yeah. Unless you're using like an idiot and a like if you're using a disparaging like mental health thing, right? That's fair. Like if you go with a kill yourself stuff like that, okay, right?
Yeah.
I think that's wrong. That's true, actually. If they integrate that in SCA, how the fuck are SCA pros gonna keep on?
XD.
That's... yeah. That's true. On the other hand, meat sports players do shit like murdering their wives or running dogfight rings. That's true. Like, traditional sports people have done really fucked up shit. There was a thread recently on Reddit about like a guy who owned a hotel for really rich people, and he detailed all the things that he saw there, and it's like really fucked up. So if you're rich and famous, you get away with a lot more, unless you're a Dota player.
Actually.
I think Gargoyles might be making it through, huh?
Yeah, I think so too.
They're looking really good this game.
I want to look at the bracket. So this should be their last game of the day. Oh, tomorrow they're gonna play against UDV, guys. The best of 3.
Oh.
Interesting. Oh, wait, is this M11? Because according to the bracket, it is.
What? No, this is Cookie. No?
Oh, this is Cookie. Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm
looking
pretty
at
sure.
advanced
I'm pretty sure
bracket.
that's Cookie because they have one. Of
Yeah,
them
yeah,
has
yeah.
Cookie.
Yeah, you're right, you're right.
And the other one has called Katsudon, which is another food. So I'm presuming it's.
Japanese food, katsudon.
You
It
know
sounds
what-
like a Japanese
Oh, it's
food.
so good, man. You've never had katsudon. It's their way of making like a, it's like a fried chicken usually served with curry. It's like a very heavily breaded fried chicken. It's amazing. Katsudon is a treat, my guy.
Japanese curry sucks.
What?
Okay, all right.
XD.
This is coming from the man who said my favorite food in America is Panda Express. So I don't think you lost the moment you said that.
Bro, I think you just can't take anything credible coming from Polo when he talks about food.
Bro, I don't know how any Asian will like any Asian that like has Indian curry their whole life will like Japanese curry.
I think Indian
so-
curry and Japanese curry are just different things, though. I don't know why you have to compare them.
The curry.
I mean, I know they're both called curry, dude, but like, they're not similar. In my
Not a
opinion.
fan.
I don't know. I think I like Japanese curry and Indian curry. I think they're for different tastes. It's like, you know, technically, if you think about a lot of things are much more similar, you know. Like, Japanese ramen is very similar to cereal. It's just like hot cereal, if you think about it.
What? Really?
What?
Yeah. Like,
How are they related though?
think of an oatmeal, right? Oatmeal is essentially ramen, but for white people. It's just the kind of, it's the same thing. It's
The fuck are you saying?
it's wheat with a soup. It's the same idea.
Now I'm questioning whether I should trust your food taste or not. What the hell?
Yeah, okay, that's really extreme. I just think a lot of foods are similar, and we don't really like, because they're from different cultures, we assume they're different. But you know, a burrito and a kebab are pretty much the same fucking thing. Just one has salsa and the other one has like sauce, but it's the same thing.
So I hate how much Americans like eat wraps and stuff.
Yeah, you don't like burritos?
So boring.
Really?
Tastes so boring. Yeah.
I think
so
American
bland.
wraps are pretty bland. I agree. If you go to Mexico, they're very tasty.
And I didn't like Chipotle at all. It was so
Wow.
bland.
What about Taco Bell?
It was fine for like 3 times, and then my teammates were telling me about how Taco Bell is like sewage fucking food for them. And then
what does sewage food mean?
like it's
Oh,
like
GG.
the ultimate trash of the trash that you only eat at 4 a.m. because you have nothing else to eat and you're drunk as fuck, and then you eat Taco Bell. I was eating Taco Bell for lunch for like 2 days, and I was like, this is good because I found something that was okay.
Yeah, some
that I could
Taco Bell
eat.
things are pretty good. Yeah.
And then I ate their burrito from Taco Bell. Their burrito actually made me want to. I almost vomited.
Jesus Christ.
I ordered a party pack. I had 4 burritos. I wanted to eat it throughout the day. I took one bite. I threw everything away.
Damn.
Wow.
So bad.
Sometimes when a food is like really bad, there's an enjoyment I get out of it because it's so bad. Like,
Alright. Alright.
no.
I was just a very extreme guy.
Are
You
you
know?
talking about your bedroom or what?
No, don't you ever get like the craving for that fake American cheese, like that disgusting like plastic cheese? And there's something just like incredible about it. No, Like like
Nope.
there's something about like when my girlfriend leaves. My girlfriend has a diet for me and everything because she cares about me. She doesn't want me to die. And the day that she leaves, I literally order the fattiest and most disgusting foods, and I eat them, and I think this has probably taken 1 year away from my life. And there's a weird morbid satisfaction from doing that. Like I feel like I'm in control, and I lost a year of my life because of my choice. It's just that's amazing. I don't know.
Another year lost.
Yeah, it's like smoking a cigarette and realizing this means that you're not gonna live till 80, right? It's the same kind of idea. It's just pretty wonderful. Yeah, guilt. Yeah, it's a guilty pleasure. It's like when you do that. When you do that, you're usually like you eat these things, and let's be honest, you're probably not fully dressed. You haven't showered in like a day, and you're there like a full slob, and you're descending into what is becoming like subhuman. You're no longer entirely human. Like for a second there, you're more of a beast, kind of existing in a space. And there's something really satisfying about that. I don't know. That's just me. This sounds
Do you
like my
ever feel-
mental health issues.
Do you ever feel like that? Can you relate this? Because I cannot.
Am I the only one that does this?
This might be a little bit too Western for us.
That's Western, you think? Okay, that's interesting. Like, okay, there's a joke we make in Spain. Like in Spain, drunk food, very common drunk food is kebab. You guys know what kebab is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and there's something that every Spaniard will tell you, that if you go on a night out and you drink, right? Usually kebab places are open pretty late, most places. And you can go to a nice place, which is a nice kebab. But there's these special places where you go in. The cook has clearly not showered in like 2 weeks. It looks disgusting. The menu is not even in Spanish because they don't even give a shit. And they serve you, they don't even look at the food they're serving you, right? It might have been there for 2 weeks. But there's something special about going on the night out and finishing with that kebab. You'll get sick the next day, 100%. But the weirder the kebab is, the better it is for the drunk person. So that's all I'm saying, dude. That's a real thing. It's not just me, I swear. There's someone Spanish in my chat. Please confirm it, Rushi. I swear, it's not just me.
Okay, I mean, I get this guilty pleasures all the time as well. For example, if I'm going to any party at past midnight, right, and then we are looking for food, and then we go for this spicy hot pot. I think that probably relates to what you're saying here.
Right. Like, you want the ultimate spicy hot pot. Like, it's so spicy. it almost hurts. Yes.
And then you go
That's 'cause
for
you're
that at
drunk,
like
though.
4 a.m.
Yeah, because you're drunk. Because you make stupid choices when you're drunk, of course. But that's what adds to it.
No, that's what adds to the drunkenness. You want to make stupid choices.
Yeah.
Because you're feeling like this is the only time to be dumb in your life.
Yeah, it's true. You justify yourself like that.
Feels good.
Did you know that when you're drunk, what leads you to do this is that you are literally you're incapable of having such complex thoughts as what it does to your brain. Like your brain has to simplify itself. And so what happens is that you have the same thought. Like drunk people get more courage because they have the same thought over and over again to the point where their brain believes it's a good thought. Like you think, oh, I should stand up in the table and dance, right? That's an intrusive thought the person has. When you're sober, you just forget about that. But when you're drunk, you think about this every 5 minutes. And after a while, you think, yeah, you know what? Why shouldn't I get up on this table and dance? That's the right choice. I've thought about it 20 times. That must be a good thing. I must be smart. And so you do that. And that's why drunk people make the dumb choices.
Bro, it takes you a while. If I think that the first time, I'm already gonna do it.
Now I understand why you... Now I understand your playstyle, Pondo. Makes sense.
Yeah. XD.
Avo, can you please bribe God so Arthur can cast SCTPC? Yeah, I completely agree with that. If only. If only, Lloyd.
Here, bribe gods.
I've already tried, but the thing is, Gods is filthy rich. He's the richest person in the Dota scene.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, it does seem like it.
You guys don't know the reality, but the Gods actually, he's a filthy rich caster, okay? And then he went to America, and the real reason is he just wanted to cast from America to live the lavish life in California, and so he made a company so he could get a visa, but the company got out of hand because it became too successful, and that BTS became an entity. And Gods has been stuck in this company for like 4 years. He's been wanting to get out, but he doesn't know how to tell people. They just made it out of joke. He just wanted to get a visa. It's just for that. So Gods is actually the richest person in the Dota scene. He can do whatever he wants with his life, but he's stuck with BTS.
And I feel like everything he has said in the past 30 seconds is a fucking meme.
Jenkins came up with this idea during TI that Gods is just actually at BTS because he doesn't want to tell LD that he wants to leave. And he actually doesn't even care about Dota anymore. And Gods started, like, he never said no to that. He's such a memer. And then Gods sold Jenkins his shirt. And then that's when you're like, okay, Gods is fucking insane. He sold his glasses to Jenkins, his shirt, and his hoodie to Jenkins. And he was going around
Damn.
like shirtless for a while, and Jenkins just bought all his clothes.
What the
And like he actually paid him as well. He paid him a considerable amount for those clothes. And God's like, I'm
Yeah.
making money here. I'm making more money than my TI casting.
The behind the scenes in TI sounds a little bit wild, yeah.
And whenever Jenkins is around, it's a little bit wild. He would go to like we would do catering, for example, and Jenkins doesn't like going places alone, so he would ask you to join him. But it was always so embarrassing because he'd go to the caterers, right? And he would like go to the caterer and be like, "So I'm sorry, but I can only eat raw meat." In the caterers, like we don't have raw meat because that's like dangerous. He goes, "I can only eat raw human meat. Do you have any raw human meat?" And I'm there next to him, like, "Please, fucking Jenkins, just grab the potatoes, just go. Stop being so embarrassing." And he's like, I need. Can I eat your leg? Maybe is that okay? I'm just hungry right now, and I need something to eat.
Is that okay?
Like, he would be really nice and apologetic. I'm like, Jenkins, how are you afraid to get food alone? And you go to the caterer and ask her if you can eat her leg, you savage. Yeah, he is kind of crazy. Does Jenkins do shrooms? No, you're confusing him with High Shaggy. So what team is Apes Esports play? Oh, actually, Gargles is playing against M11, so maybe that's more interesting. Do you guys want to watch
Who's
that?
on M11?
M11 is Indonesia team.
Yeah.
Actually, let's go. Yeah.
Oh, Rusman and all.
Yeah, Rusman.
Yes. Yeah. ¿Qué tal, Gustavito?
Hate-
¿Cómo estás?
Hated Dodo.
No, Jenkins is not like that because of the casting. He is naturally like that. He never turns it off. He doesn't have a personality. That's just him, dude. Has the YG curse kicked in yet? I'm pretty sure they're.
Oh wait, yeah, you're right. Let me see.
Are they still in the bracket?
Let me see.
YG.
Wait, I don't see them anymore. Abo. No.
YG lost to Apes.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh my god. Okay, alright. They're just never gonna be there, huh?
At this point, YG is literally never gonna make it, man.
Whoa,
Yeah.
don't say that. Someone's gonna clip them and rewind it to their face, man.
I mean, that's fine. I don't care. Like, I feel bad for them. I kind of want them to make it. Do you know what conditions they're playing in right now because of the Myanmar situation? Like, it can't be easy for them to play with how the country is right now.
Jesus.
Dude, how do we even stay together, man? After so many attempts, so many failures.
Who else do you fucking play with? You literally cannot leave your country right now, or not easily, at least.
It's so tough, man.
Oh.
Dota is just tough, man. Dota is so much tougher than
Than real life.
people want to shit on pro players and stuff. Like Dota is so hard.
How did you feel
Like to
when
get
you made it?
there is so hard.
Did you feel like you've made it, Ponlo? I mean, obviously it's not TI.
No.
But, like, but like when you got your
Oh,
first
really?
salary, like Quincy Crew and stuff, was that a relief?
No, I'm
to
not
you?
even getting paid in Crazy Crew.
What?
Yeah, I'm not even getting paid in Crazy Crew. We are not sponsored yet.
Oh, so you don't have a salary? So you're just playing for free?
I mean, we are pooling money for me to be in the US.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're using their own expenses so far. For how many months already?
3
4?
months.
Shit, man.
Oh wow.
I mean, the grind is still real, man. Even at tier 1 level, it's unless you win TI, it's always gonna be hard. Or like you're the best team in like China or something, and then you're like the superstars, and everyone wants to suck your cock. Then real cast. Oops.
That's okay.
And,
you can say cock. It's fine.
Like even if you are the best team in C, right? I'm not sure like that means you succeeded, even though the level is higher. But it's just cause the industry is like the money is smaller.
Sure.
Like, compared to like LGD being in China, right? Like Army is getting paid like holy fuck. Like,
No, of course, but you don't have to be filthy rich. Like T1 can live off Dota right now. Like all the players can live.
oh
off
yeah,
Dota,
I
and
mean
it's fine.
they earn a lot.
Right, exactly. Like I think your situation is particularly unique. I don't think it's like every single. I know it's top
Yeah.
heavy, but I don't think it's that extreme. When would you feel like you made it? Do you have to win TI to feel like you've made it, and then you won't feel it until then?
I'm not. I actually don't really. I don't really think about the feeling of whether I make it or not. I think, like, it doesn't really
Okay.
cross my mind.
What do you mean with it?
It's not really my goal either. I think
So what's your goal then?
Winning TI.
Right, but
I want to play on a. I want to play on a team that everyone respects each other a lot, and like everyone's the best at what they do, and you go through like stuff and like you come to the same page and there's like beauty in it, you know. And then you achieve a good result together. Whether that's like third place TI, first place TI, whatever it is. Like I think like that's the beauty of like competition. I think like get like the mindset of like having to win TI or something is like just go fucking play chess, man. Go make it a 1v1 and be the best chess player in the world.
Oh, right.
No one to blame by yourself.
I see that.
So you're striving for a good team environment, and then it's a place that you can compete and grow with.
I mean, what's the point of getting 4th place at TI and then your team wants to disband after the event?
Right.
Like, what's the beauty in that?
You're right.
All right.
So
Like,
it's the
you go
people
home,
that you are chasing, right?
It's the process more than
it's the best version of the people around you, all simultaneously synchronizing at the same time. I think that's the beauty of it. I think that's where it truly feels like you can't experience this anywhere else, you know.
Wow.
Do you feel like we have found that kind of relationship of people, or
Oh
have
no,
you met
not yet,
anyone?
of course. If it's at that point, we will win everything really.
Sure. Yeah, it's true. You would have to be like top in your region at the very least, right? If you found that
Yeah,
already.
like for sure. Like, if you're all at the best version of yourself and you synchronize that at the same time, like it would be magical, like wings.
Is your mentality is your mentality shared by a lot of other pros? Or have you talked to them about this?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I don't think so. Because I think what drives them and what drives me is quite like they're pros. Like for me, when I was young, you know what my dream was? My dream wasn't to like win tournaments or like anything. My dream was to play in a boot camp. Like this was like 2012, 2011.
Yeah.
Like I used to like look at that time. I think ISIS was in Zenith, and Zenith had this like Razer sponsored by Razer, and they had this like small ass like dark ass fucking room in like some shitty part of Singapore that no one goes to. There's no public transport. It's just super shitty, like some factory part, I think.
Yeah.
And I just looked at that room with 5 computers, dark ass room with 5 players, and I just felt like that was like the best place on earth. You know.
Wow.
I just want to be in that space.
I get you.
Damn.
I understand that actually. I feel like my first steps getting into Cats LAN were more major or meant a lot more to me than when I got to TI because of that nature.
Yeah.
I think there's just something special of getting to do something for the first time and be like, wow. And it's always about the product, right? People always talk about the tournament. That's why I always tell people that TI is not necessarily the most important thing. Like, when you get to, I mean, obviously, in my case, more getting to do a good broadcast, right, than getting to do a good game. Which obviously, Reddit always disagrees, no matter what I do. But for the most part, you kind of know as a caster when you've done your best or when you haven't, and it's just different. Like, it's sometimes not about the success; it's about like how you feel with your work. So I really understand that. But players don't tend to seek that because obviously the glory of being the best is also an important part of being a player, in my opinion. A lot of people have told me that.
Yeah. It just depends on what kind of orientated people you are, right? Some people they're very happy, they're happy and blessed with the progress. Some people are or process, but some people are just very result orientated and they base all of their success or failure on the result purely.
Yeah, I think I'm a lot more. I'm a lot more like process focused than result focused.
Yeah, I feel like the three of us are actually.
I do think it depends on your environment though, because I like, for example, when I was first doing casting, right? I just wanted to, like, people around me all made fun of me for obviously doing it because everyone has been through that, right? I want to get into esports. You're never gonna get laid, you know. It's very common. Your parents laugh at you, or in my case, they kick me out of the house. Your friends laugh at you, right? And yeah, but when that happens, all you want to do, like, I remember that I want one result just so I could tell them I'm getting paid to do this, bitch. And I remember getting my first paycheck, and I remember calling my dad and being like, "Fuck you, dad," sending me a screenshot of the paycheck. It wasn't even that much money. It was like $300. It was not even that much. But it's like, I think results matter much more when you have to prove yourself to others. When like there's a big thing that you have to prove yourself. And I talked to a lot of pros who have like gone through a lot of like issues, getting to where they are, and they have that mentality a lot as well. Like they just want to prove to others that this was worthwhile. They didn't just waste their time, and I kind of understand that as well. It's not a good mentality, though. It's very unhealthy, but, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's very unhealthy.
But I can't blame people for wanting to do that. I've been there, you know. It sucks that everyone around you makes fun of you and you don't get to say anything. Because, like, no, I'm doing well. I'm top 500. That doesn't mean anything to them, right? So.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It was a very heavy moment. Sorry, guys.
That's okay.
Esports is hard, man.
Esports is
Dota
hard.
is heavy, man. Yeah.
Unless you're like Omega fucking talented.
Like.
Like in the casting scene, probably OD Pixel. And in the Dota scene, probably. I mean, even Thompson played for so many years and he didn't earn jack shit.
Yeah, but even OD also grinded a bunch. Like I don't think it's.
Yeah, OD also grinded a fuck ton, but
Yeah.
it's just some careers just have that magic, and it's like unless
Yeah.
you get that magic, if not, it's gonna be a very I don't know, man.
It's rough.
You
Very
always have to work hard. It's just some people get luckier than others. That's it.
That's true. And obviously having the environment to help you out, right, is always also important that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, the blessing, the fortunate, whether you're fortunate enough to pursue it. Because if I had to like, if my family or had to depend on me financially or anything, I'm sure I couldn't have went to do what I did. If I didn't come from Singapore, I come from some poorer country and I have a poorer background and shit just sucks more. I'm sure I wouldn't have played Dota.
Yeah. I remember thinking that when I was in uni, I was doing like people would compare me to other English casters in the moment, and I wasn't as good as them. But I also remember other English casters casting like 16 hours a day, or not even 12, right? And they'd be like, "Avo, why are you not doing 12 hours a day?" I'm like, "Mate, I have to work, and I have to go to uni, and I have to do other things because I don't have money." Like I was literally doing kids' essays for school so I could earn enough to pay my rent, and I'd be like, "Well, I just don't have that opportunity. If I could, I would
Yeah.
cast 12 hours a day. It's not really always what you see."
Yeah.
And for players, it's the same thing. There's always like you always ideally want to play 16 hours a day if you could, but it's not always possible for people.
Yep.
But in the Spanish casting, most people wouldn't like. I have a friend who now finally made it. Thank fucking Christ! But he used to eat one meal a day for 2 years.
Holy shit, man.
And didn't have enough money to eat because Spanish casting was just poor and it didn't make it anywhere. And like if you were casting there, you were literally uplifting a scene. SA wouldn't exist without him. But and if South American team didn't win, he wouldn't eat. Like there would be weeks where we would have to pull him food because he wouldn't eat if a South American team didn't go to a major because you didn't get enough viewers. It was sad, dude. But I have a lot of admiration for those people, though. If you stick it like that, you're kind of an idiot, but you're also kind of incredible.
Yep. Very fine line.
Yeah, idiots and incredible people are the same. It's just one has more luck than the other. But I think you should admire idiots. Idiots are my favorite kind of people. That's why I love Arthur.
That's why we got that's why I'm so friend with the both of you, right?
Yeah.
I would say I'm an idiot.
Yeah, I mean
some sense.
the three of us are big idiots, man. Otherwise we won't be here.
Exactly. You would not be doing Dota, dude. We'd be league, all of us, honestly.
Have you watched 3 Idiots before, ever?
3 days before?
Oh no, 3 Idiots. It's a Bollywood movie.
Oh no, I never watched Bollywood. Is it
One
good?
of the best movies I've ever watched in my life.
Really? Okay, I'll put it up on my list.
It's like 2.5 hours long.
Okay, I mean that's fine. I'm used to Bollywood films. They need to have a bit of length.
A bit of dancing.
Yeah.
A bit of hide and seek around the trees.
I know that's one of the highest rated Bollywood movie though, right?
Someone said
Yeah.
3 Idiots is a really good movie. Yeah, some people think it's Pog.
It's very timeless.
That's
Pretty
nice.
old, like.
I'm watching MY versus Gargo, by the way, Arthur. If you want to join that match, just skip the dancing scenes. I like dancing, dude. I like musicals. I have no problem with that. I think musicals are magical.
Wait, you are watching M11, right?
Yeah, I'm watching M11 versus
Yeah,
Gargo.
yeah.
Yeah, you want
Okay.
to watch that too? Yeah.
Yeah.
I only recognize Rusmine from this team. Who else? I may when I see their competitive names. Let me see on Wikipedia. I wish there were more musicals. Yeah, I wish people did more with the musical, with genre. I think musicals can be really funny and really clever, but people just try to do the same thing over and over again. And if someone makes Cats one more fucking time, I will actually blow my lid. It's such a terrible fucking musical.
Admiral Tonka.
Hunka.
Oko.
All right, M11, Rusman, okay. Rams, Usagi. Oh, right. Okay, it's that team. Okay.
The hell picking Hoodwing into fucking Mars?
Why is that bad? Why do you think that's bad?
Because he breaks your trees and he catches you in the ult.
But you break the Mars too.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
okay.
if he's using Arena against you, right? Isn't that like pretty bad? Because he's using Arena against the 4.
I mean, but you're not going to be alone.
I mean, if you're probably positioned as Hoodwink, yeah, no. Why are you going to be that close to the team fight?
Because before Ether lands, your range is not that high.
Fair. I mean, sure. Yeah, in the early game. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And it's like, it's hard to play Hoodwink into Mars because every time you initiate on someone, then he comes in and he breaks your fucking tree and you really throw the bush, right?
Oh
That's
yeah,
annoying.
that's true too.
Mm.
The bushwhack thing, yeah.
That's
Yo, by
true.
the way, Pano,
Yeah.
I didn't get your thought on this. Do you think Furan 4 or 5 is gonna be good? Furan?
I'm not I don't know.
If-
I think it's, I don't know. I
Have
mean,
you
it's strong. The shot
Yeah.
is super fucking annoying, but
Okay.
I'm not sure about the competitive viability of it. Probably heavily depends on how good it is as a core, so that there's value in it in drafting it to flex.
Yeah. I remember because we had this conversation before, me and Albo and Aries and the others. We thought like Furon 5 naturally a very strong laner, which is what you want right now in this patch. And then you transition into some aura items and then the 15-minute shard, and it feels very strong. So I was wondering if you are thinking about that.
I mean, we didn't really mention it yesterday though, but isn't that like kind of forcing as well? Draft around Fury 5. Like you can't really just put it in any lineup and it works.
Yeah, I guess that's one thing.
Because I was thinking about this now that you said it, and I was like, well, but then you're kind of making it around Furion, right? Like you and it's a 5. You're drafting around your 5 sometimes.
It's just like an IO, I think. It's like you pick it and the hero lacks a lot of other stuff, and you need to make up for it.
Yeah,
A lot.
exactly. And is it as good as an IO? I don't think so.
I think the Fury will have value if you can flex it to 3 cores.
Mm. For
But
sure, yeah.
whether the Furion can flex depends a lot on the items in the patch. Because Furion has no spells, so the items determine a lot whether the hero can be played as a core or not.
Yeah.
What do you think of this lineup? Gargoyle going for the full Scarith Mage combo? Koga or Mars?
It's pretty okay. It's pretty nice, the silence this game.
What do you think of the SM right now? I've seen a couple of teams experimenting with him. Like, I know LGD was a big fan of him as well.
I see them doing the new build is maxing the level 2 silence and then they max the Q instead of maxing the W.
Because the W build was weird, right? Because it was like you would slow them and then you would hit him with auto attacks, and that was like what you would abuse.
I think they just changed the numbers of it. Like
Yeah.
W back then just was better than the Q. Like the Q was trash, but then they buffed the Q a lot. I think.
And that's better though. I think like Scarith.
And they buffed the null too.
Yeah, it was better on the arcane bolt than the Mystic Flare. No, what's the fucking concussive shot?
The hero is weird though. It's just one of those heroes that it's just such a flat hero. The output of the hero is so flat.
What do you mean?
There's very little like play potential on it.
Right, like
It's
it's just Mystic Flare. That's all I do, and that's I deal damage, and that's it.
Yeah, and then if I don't kill someone in this Mystic Flare, then
And you don't do shit in the fight already.
yeah, then it's pretty fucked.
That is.
And it's so
Then
hard.
you don't scale late to unless you are like Omega farmed.
Yeah.
If you have like 2 items and the enemy has like 3 or 4 items on their cores, then you don't really do anything.
There was one team in SA that kept trying to run in mid, and I had limited success with it because of what you're talking about. Like if the hero's so flat, he's just flat damage. They would pick like strong supports that would combine with him, and they would pick him mid, and they would like obviously he wins the lane. But
Alright, guys.
It's a very feast or famine pick.
Seems like we have got an Ember Spirit carry, huh?
That's good. This hero's pretty strong as carry. Goon Squad's been doing this in Western European Open qualifiers. S4's team.
Yeah.
Ember versus Mars in lane sounds
Pretty decent,
rough.
right?
No,
Rough?
it's rough. It's
Rough?
rough. Yeah.
Okay.
Mars wins that matchup. The thing is, though, when I watched it, because they had this matchup as well, obviously, to be honest, S4's team was better than every other team in Western European, so take it with a grain of salt. But when the lane is a bit longer, Ember has an easier time because he can avoid the God's Rebuke a bit easier than in the mid lane. So it's not as bad as mid, but it's still not great.
Yeah, it's even worse inside lane now that you are gonna have level issues. Oh, this is not fun. Feels
Yeah,
like a pretty free anti-mage game.
I think this lane, this Ember DP lane is gonna suffer against this guy Mars.
Yeah, I would agree.
Sounds hard.
Wait,
1 second, guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. We'll be right back.
This is gonna be a
Oh,
DP3
wait.
though.
Oh, it's a DB3.
Yeah.
What?
So DP plus Dream Show, or no, DP plus Wink. Are they gonna do anything to anti-mage?
Uh,
I guess you can in the early levels, but once the Ring of Health comes in, it's probably if it looks like a pretty free anti-mage game to me. How about you?
they can fuck the AM, I think.
Okay.
If they're good lah. It
Well, they
takes
have
skill.
to. Yeah, they have to coordinate their spells very well.
It's about the hitting, I think.
The right clicks are.
Yeah, like if you're 2v1, essentially. If you hit well, you CS well, you aggro well, you control equilibrium well, you pressure him into tower well. Like, there's no way the AM should be able to lane, I think. Like, he definitely needs to get south like 4 times in there. Because SD doesn't do that much like to stop them from doing what they want to do to the AM.
So in this lane, you're not aiming to kill anti-mage, right? You're just aiming to bring him low, force him to use south, and then he kind of sits. And then you're happy with that.
Something like that, but if you can kill him, you just kill him lah. But the emphasis is on the making him feel very pressured, I think. Because yeah, they can CS together and they just hit this, they buy Blightstone and they just hit this AM, he will suffer a lot.
What are you guys talking about? What were we discussing?
We're talking about how the DP and Wing can pressure anti-mage on lane. Yeah, so this laning thing is something that Pono has been emphasizing on very recently. So I wanted to hear his thoughts on it.
What do you mean this laning thing? Like laning stage?
Because I got my butt ripped open apart by Epikid.
Epi by Nightfall?
Yeah.
I think his name is? Okay.
Playing against him is like, fuck man. After I play against him, then I'm just like, okay, like I really need to work on this for a while.
Interesting.
It's like the first week when I was in, I just went to US. The first week,
Yeah.
I screamed EG, and I got my butt ripped open by him, right? And then in the regional finals, 3 months later, in the last game, I get my butt ripped open by him again. And I'm just like,
Because of his laning stage, you mean?
yeah.
Is that because the laning stage has increased to like a ridiculous degree and like pros are getting really good at it? Or is it because you were a bit behind?
Some pros,
Okay.
like some pros are just very good. Like I think Nightfall is probably one of the best laning offlaners in the world.
Who? Sorry?
Nightfall.
Oh, okay. Right. Fair enough. I mean, that makes sense.
And like laning is like one of my weaker points of my game. So well, I always get abused by him. Like if the matchup is not that good for me, I get abused by him super hard. And they just win the game off one lane.
Really?
They just snowball off the game. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Like Nightfall is a fucking beast, man.
Is that ever a consideration? Like you see a lane that's particularly weak and you try to abuse it in a draft and you like make the win condition more towards that idea? Do you ever do that when you're talking?
I think for some teams they do. I think for EG especially, they always try to win their offlane.
Okay, all right. Like not necessarily with like a player, I mean, but like for example, you're drafting, you realize this lane is really weak, let's abuse it as hard as possible. Like do you talk about that after the draft?
I mean, yeah, for sure. You know how much you're gonna win the lane ish if you play well, and then you know how much you can play through it. And like if your mid has a weaker matchup, you can open up because you play well in the side lane. You open up your mid lane to come to your lane to get a kill, and you help your mid laner like snowball, and then you help your safe lane by because your 5 can go to mid to take XP, right?
Right.
So
yeah.
a lot of tempo comes from like if your offlane wins, you create a lot of tempo for your team.
Okay. And do teams practice this? Have you ever talked about this? Like what happens if we destroy the lane? Like do you have plans for these kind of things?
Yeah. Of
Okay,
course, like you watch replays and we're like, if you like, there are some carry heroes that just don't have HP regen and they don't buy items to get HP regen. And then some games you just need to understand that at one point, if you have levels, you need to just run at this guy's lane and like spam him out.
But this is very new. Okay.
Yeah, I love that Pond says, of course, like this is normal for all teams. When I know that some SI teams don't even write down Roche timings. Like, I mean,
Yeah, it's very normal. Like the safe laners not having HP regen, like there are lanes where you're losing, but at 5 minutes because your off laner like you have Sand King plus like Foot Wing or something, and then the enemy is like a Razor or something, right?
yeah.
Like he's winning, the Razor is winning the lane up to that point. Like this happened in Dubai, one of the Tundra games. The Razor is winning the game. The lane, the Sand King is just trying to pull and pull and pull. But at one point, they should just like start spamming out this Razor, and the Razor has like very little play.
Yeah, and they don't acknowledge that, and then they.
Yeah, they didn't do it. They didn't do it, and like it affected their game a lot.
Interesting. That's what I'm most impressed when I talk to like pro players that like analyze the game to this degree. That like it's not so much that they know something that I don't. It's more like they can point out exactly what it is in that game that went wrong, and they concentrate that really easily. I think that's what pros are amazing at.
Because we focus on the what we can actually change in a game, right?
Exactly.
They focus on the different set of things.
Like, I think that's what actually casters struggle the most. It's not necessarily that casters say the wrong things often. It's more like they talk a bunch of shit. Sometimes it's just nice when you get a pro player go, no, this is what it is. This is what went wrong specifically.
And because players, they are often chasing for a room for improvement as well, right? And then this is something the caster don't really have to do because you're just talking about what happened in the game. So I think naturally.
It's a lot of things. Like you're right about that, but it's also true that, like, for example, a pro player, when you get them elite, when it's like a pro player, right? Not like when it's like Aoi, who's retired, but like someone that's like literally just came off a game. The reality is you've only heard them cast once, right? You know, you hear Kuro, for example, cast 16 games a day, and then I guarantee you he won't be able to be as precise, or he'll repeat himself because you have to speak shit for 16 hours. It's rough.
True.
So that's partially where it comes from as well. That's why pros are very insightful because they don't have to talk as much, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm not flaming them. It's like it's a reality. They obviously know more than casters, but it's also true that, you know, when you talk 16 hours a day, you end up sounding interesting.
Oh.
That's why I like having Paulo here. And then I want Paulo to go back to playing. I don't want him to actually retire. The ideal situation is that Paulo loses just like 3rd place, 4th place most tournaments. And then we get him on the panel for the final.
Bro, I stopped listening when you said the ideal situation is Polo loses.
You lost him right there.
No, but I want you to get like top 4 or anything, right? And then we get you for the panels for the final, and that's as a host, man, that's what I want you to be, Paulo.
You already have Insania, man. You don't need me.
Oh.
Yeah, Insania is pretty great. The problem with Insania is that Insania could, unfortunately, he's such a good guy. He's so good as a talent, like genuinely so
take your
blessed.
job.
He's gonna take everyone's job. The best panel is just 15 Insanias. It's just 4 Insanias doing panel, 2 Insanias casting. He's better than everyone at everything, and it's unfortunate. So we actually, like, I've never seen such a consensus for a player to succeed. All casters are biased for Insania's team. They just want him to do well, because otherwise their jobs are done. He's too good. He's too good at talking.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah.
And if you meet him, and you meet him outside of like the casting, he's even more suave outside of casting. You're like, fuck you, Insania. You can't be this talented at everything. It's honestly a problem.
And then he's fucking good looking as well.
I know. He even dresses well because of his girlfriend. I've never felt such jealousy, like just uncontrollable jealousy for a person. my girlfriend is not allowed to meet Insania, just in case.
This AM is having the time of his life.
Yep. Is this lane just really easy for him? I mean, I guess because the DP off is just not...
Yeah, I'm sure it's very easy, man. Look at CS.
Oh, never mind. Okay, sorry. You said time of his life, and I automatically assumed he was winning.
You can't take a pro's word as gospel level.
That's my problem, right? I respect you. That's what I should stop doing.
And a cringe.
Oh. So why is this lane so difficult? I mean, I get Hoodwink is gonna destroy him, but why is this? It's just Hoodwink.
I mean, how I would describe it is Hoodwink and DP hitting the AM matters so much more than the SD hitting them back. So in the macro sense, in a flat lane, you are losing every second. As long as they're hitting your AM, it doesn't matter what the SD is doing, right? So, and the
Sorry. Go on.
And the AM has to walk up to the creeps. So you just need to hit him well. Like, hit him in a way that you don't screw up the lane equilibrium too much. And like, when he goes, the creeps push into him under tower, you need to like fight for every CS and like deny together. Stuff like that. Like the details matter a lot.
Can I ask you a side question? You've used this word a lot, flat. And I've not really heard it from many people. What was this, like a new lingo, or has it been on for a while? I'm just stupid.
I don't know. It's just how it works in my brain. I don't know if other people say it.
Interesting.
How I think of it is like, it's like a Lina versus if in the mid lane, it's like some Lina versus Mars, right? There's just like no outplay potential. It's like every second you're laning, you're losing.
No, I love the concept. I get where you're coming from, but I'm just interested
Yeah.
if like you've heard other pro players use it too.
Not, I mean a few times, but not really common.
Can I steal it
Whereas
from
like
you
some
when I cast?
Ember versus Lina might not be that flat. If the Ember gets to like use a slide and dodge a spell, and then he can
Right,
rush up on Lina's face, stuff. There's more outplay potential. Then it like doesn't feel as flat, I think.
Right. Like so, flat
Yeah.
to you would be like there's really nothing much to be done. The lane is just what it is.
Yeah, like SDM is pretty like flat.
Right.
Unless you can like disrupt and like jump on the, like let's say it's a Mirana, right? And the guy like arrows a range creep, so he has no spell. So you straight away you disrupt him and you AM blink on him, or like walk up to him, like you walk from fault with the Wolf, you hide as AM, and then you like go on the Mirana and like you make the lane like not flat, you know?
Right.
You create opening for your lane.
So can you play? Are there matchups that you can just play? Like there's two versions. You can like either play flat or play more dynamic per se.
Yeah, for sure. Like I think in every lane, in like almost every lane, there are very few occasions where it's a flat lane. Most occasions it's dynamic. Like all these like Razor, Sand King lanes, like especially Sand King is one of the most dynamic laners right now. That's why they can just first phase it in the off lane. Because the hero just has so many options of how he wants to play.
It's very interesting, actually. This is what I mean with the pro player speak. Like, it's not something I've never considered, or something that breaks my mind or anything. But at the same time, it's a good point to consider. It's a different perspective. I like that a lot.
Yeah, it's like as an AM, right? In this lane, you're like,
Yeah.
let's say you are the best AM player in the world. Even if you're the best fucking AM player in the world, what are you gonna tell your SD
Yes.
that makes the lane good? Like,
Right.
what the hell can you actually tell him? How can he play the lane that makes it like good? It's like, you can't. You just buy souls.
That's true. That's what we were discussing in the beginning of the cast, Arthur, when we we're talking about like the Bloodseeker or the Razor, like quote unquote the easier heroes, right? This is what we're talking. Like these are the flat quote unquote heroes in many cases.
True.
Yeah. That's very interesting. I'm gonna steal that from you, Ponlo. I'm gonna say it in my cast. I'm very sorry.
See.
It's good, dude. You're too smart. You shouldn't have talked to me about it.
Bro, I'm not even smart, man.
That's
come
what
through
smart men
Dora.
tend to say, though. That's important. That's it. Anyone who thinks they're smart is probably an idiot.
No, you know, in my team I don't even draft. Like everyone else talks about me.
What do you mean everyone else talks about you?
Like in the draft, my team, like, it's mostly 3 of them, and then Yawa talks about his hero, and then I like practically don't say anything.
Who drafts then? Who's the main guy in the draft?
Ezu?
Kezu,
okay,
C,
yeah.
Quinn, and Menan.
So do you do the prep with them, or I assume
No,
you
not
do,
really.
right? No. Okay.
No, not really.
Really?
Yeah. So if you think I'm smart, it's like there are a lot of people that.
I also think Kezu's smart though. Like it doesn't, it's not mutually exclusive. You being smart does not mean Kezu's dumb, right?
XD. Kezu's damn confirmed.
You know,
heard it here first.
Kezu does this thing. I don't know if you've ever seen him do it, but apparently he will put strawberries in milk and then eat it like it's cereal.
What?
Yeah, his girlfriend tweeted about it, and I think it's the most genius
Oh, I think I
thing.
saw that actually.
I think it's the most genius thing I ever heard. I've been doing it ever since. It's so smart.
Sounds
It's like
so
Can you guys repeat again? I didn't hear.
so
you.
he puts strawberries in milk like it's cereal, and he eats it like it's cereal.
Cool.
That's so clever. It's like healthy cereal, dude. I don't know. I think it's really smart. I was very impressed by that. I've been doing it ever since. I've started.
think I
with-
saw-
Tells
I
me
think I
more
saw
about you
this
than
tweet.
tells me anything about him.
What do you mean? Fruit is great, man. I put mango in milk, and it's like eating a lassi, but with cereal. It's amazing. It's a normal summer snack in Denmark. Okay, well maybe I'm just too Southern European. You see, Rojak, in Southern Europe we're all poor, so we can't afford strawberries. So that's why we can't do this.
DP's owning. I like what Kuro said in the. You remember he was talking about the DP in the cast.
I don't
he
remember.
was-
Refresh.
I missed that too.
He was talking about how this how this DP hero works. In the right game, he buys this like BKB and he just like he supports 3, but it was offlane DP that game. But he's like it does pause 1 damage. Like that's just how the hero functions. In the right game, with the right, you hit a timing where with a certain item in the right game against some heroes, you're just like, you actually do like more damage than any hero in the game.
Does he? Would he think that as well with like a pause 5 or pause 4 DP if they get enough levels?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's just you play the hero for what it is. You don't slot the hero into some function of a role that you think Dota exists on. Like some
I like
look at
that.
the hero, look at what it does, like look at the spells, think about the spells, think about the items, and like play towards that, like, and not like some like, how can my offlaner be playing like this? Oh my god.
Dude, I
you-
love this concept, man.
Don't
I
you
love
think that's
this concept.
relatively new? Because I remember when Kuro started doing that with like a Klink's 5, right? He played that way. Like he would play Klink's carry essentially, but in the 5 role. And people, well, I mean, idiots honestly would flame him, but I thought that was very clever.
I feel like this is the whole positionless Dota thing that Secret started, right? I mean, not like they started, but then they ran into
They
it.
perfected it. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Matu
Just-
Nisha secret positionless Dota was incredible.
Yep. It's just like they want these heroes because of their spells in the
Yeah.
game and what the spells can do, not so much on, oh, this hero is so good on this role.
Yep.
That's very
So
cool.
smart.
I mean, oftentimes the good players will say like roles matter very little.
Alright, so since we're on this, right, DP, I think you would say that this is one of the most unflat hero, right? Because of the dynamic is so huge.
Yeah,
You have so many options.
Dynamic,
very dynamic.
unflat.
Yeah.
Caster,
Okay.
Caster, by the way,
That's-
guys.
That's the
Hire
weakness of
him.
my English here. Okay. Anyway, so it feels like the flat heroes are just not very good or not. You just don't find a lot of advantage in these flat heroes, right?
I mean, the flat heroes are not flat by definition either. It's just that some parts of it are flat. Like SD's laning is flat against hitters, 2 hitters.
Yep.
But SD's laning is not flat against like, if his carry is not so weak. If his carry is stronger, then he gets to like chill until his level like 2 level, almost level 3, and then he gets to fuck people in the lane cause level 2 E.
That's true, actually. Yep. Level
It's just
3
like he
is
gets
big
his
spike.
laner gets too abused, and the laner doesn't come back in the lane. Like his carry has to buy a ring of health, but he can't get there in this lane, right? Like cause he gets too abused in the first 2 levels, CS wise. So it's just the snowball effect, I think.
So do you
Like,
feel
SD is
like
very dynamic as a support? You can do so much in the game. So many kinds of things you can do.
do you feel like the meta is determined by these dynamic heroes who are good at that time? Like for example, Sand King, right? Like all of a sudden he's back to meta because of some of the changes to the spells of the shot. Then all of a sudden people consider a little bit more about him because he's naturally very dynamic, and people are just waiting for that one good change for him to come back.
I think the meta is just
Oh my
decided by more dynamic stuff because people don't really know how to deal with it because it's new. So it's a bit like unbeatable for a while.
And competitive is particularly really strong, right? Like I think that, like sometimes the heroes that get picked in
Yeah.
competitive, which are like big flexers or very dynamic, are not as strong as pubs, because they're not actually strong heroes themselves. It's more the versatility they have.
Yeah, the value they give you.
Yeah. DP was that. The DP has been that for a while, honestly. Like the flexing of the DP is what always brings it back. I think the moment that DP people discovered it can be played as 5, it just made this hero so much better.
Yep. No, people need to stop thinking about Dota heroes as like DP. Like people always ask me like, come to my chat or some shit. They ask me, is DP5 good? Question mark. Just like that. I'm just like, I mean, it really depends. For me, it's good because I know how to pick it. But for you, you don't know how to pick it. You don't know how to play it. You don't know what lineup it functions in. Like you can't just pick it and say that it's good. You know, it's like you need to know what the hero does. You get what I mean?
This
I love
this
that.
answer is so Ponlo, man.
It's very popular. First, you have to consider that you're trash. After that, we can start talking about Dota.
It's like someone like wants to be an investor, and then the other person asks you, "Is 5,000 good enough?" And you're like, I mean, it really depends on what you do with the $5,000. You know, like
No, well, the answer is no.
Wait.
That's always no. If you want to be an investor.
For anyone that ever want to go up to Ponlo and ask him and get a good question, you need to ask, is DP good? Is DP5 good like a trash like me? Then you'll get a good answer.
Right.
It's just,
It's like asking, is being tanky good? Yeah, I mean, the people who ask, is DP5 good, they're the sons of the people who used to go, we need tank in the pubs. They're the same, it's the same family of people.
We need hitter.
Oh my god, man. That still happens to me nowadays, and I don't understand how people can be this
We need
bad.
tank.
Oh
Oh
my
my god,
God.
this is so Dota 1, man. This is
Yeah.
so Dota 1.
But SCA is stuck in Dota 1. You guys are still used, I mean, not literally competitively, right? But like, SCA still use a lot of Dota 1 terms.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That's my bracket? Yeah, dude, I feel you, Rojak. By the way, tasty food, Rojak. If I could eat it, it'd be awesome. Great name. I'd be interested to see that. Do you think there are any teams right now, Pondo, that are like a top tier that don't consider this as a concept? Like they miss the dynamicness of the like they don't play positionless Dota just yet, and they force things in the wrong spots and stuff like that.
I don't know. I think it would be too cocky for me to say that I think a certain thing about another team.
Okay,
'Cause I honestly
see.
just don't spend that much time to like think about other teams, right?
fair enough, fair enough. I mean that's true actually. Do you ever do like deep studies of other teams in general, or do you just concentrate on yourself more?
Not really. Like I watch replays, but it's to learn about the way they do things and how they do it and
Like just copy
the
them.
meta and stuff. Yeah.
Right.
But not about certain like particular teams or anything.
I did remember that when I was helping out Beast Coast a while back, they told me that my biggest issue when I was talking to them is like, you know a lot about Dota, but you're too much of a fan. You should stop thinking about teams like that. And it really hit me. Like they're not fans of anyone.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's also what I got from playing Quincy.
Right? Yeah.
No, before, right? I'm just this random ass kid from Singapore.
Yeah.
Playing, can't even get into fucking DPC in the C. And then I go to NA, I play against like RTZ
Right.
and fucking like Nightfall and shit. And I'm like, after I beat them a couple times, and it wasn't even close, we smashed in a few scrims. Then I'm just like, man, they are good. They are good at some stuff, and they have had success in some tournaments and stuff, which makes them look so shiny and shit. But at the moment right now, when I'm playing against them, they're not that shiny. It's just
Yeah.
Dota. They're just playing.
They're people.
Yeah.
And that's the difficulty, actually. I think that's the hardest thing when you want to be like a caster and you also want to work in the pro scene or whatever, whether that be as a player, as a coach, is that you have to change that mentality. Because a caster, you need to be a fan. Otherwise, the cast seems bad. And as a player or a coach, you need to be the opposite. Right?
Thanks for the tips, Avo.
Yeah, don't fucking do it, Arthur. I'm kidding. No, but it's true. It's a reality that you have to like come to terms with. When I was like, there was a while when I was helping out Beast Coast with a little bit of analysis and stuff on the side, and I realized that my casting got worse. Because I would start seeing teams and the mistakes they made and everything, and all of a sudden I was flaming teams. And my flame wasn't wrong, but it just makes the cast worse. And nobody wants to listen to that, so...
That's true, yeah.
No.
That's why I will never make it as a caster.
I mean, I think there's a place for that, but I do think that the only people that can do that are like recent pros. Like, you stop being an ex-pro once you haven't played in 6 months. You're not an ex-pro anymore. You're just another analyst. Nobody talks about Fog.
An ex-pro?
Yeah, nobody talks about Fog as an ex-pro, right?
He's an ex-pro?
He was good, dude. Synderen is also an ex-pro. Who says Synderen is an ex-pro? Come on.
Syndrome was an ex-pro?
Yeah?
Yeah, see, look at this piece of shit young guy.
You're kidding.
Like, seriously.
There's actually a lot of X-Pro, right, in the analyst right now. Like Lacoste. Lacoste is also X-Pro.
Yes. People, every time I see a
Lizard?
comment on Reddit... No, not Lizard. No, he never got to that point. But every time I see a comment on Reddit by someone that goes, we need more X-Pros in casting, I'm like, bitch, they're already there. You just forgot they were X-Pros. Like, it's just, you need more memory, right?
Yo, Polo, Aries is asking you how are you working on your laning phase?
Who's Ares?
Oh!
Ares. Oh, I thought
Wow!
Who are you,
no,
Ares?
Ares like the player. I was
Who
like,
even are you, Ares?
no. I just Ares. Sorry. I was thinking, why would Signal the Pinoy player? Why would he? Like, is he in the chat?
Called out by a pro.
Sorry, bro. No, dude. I was watching Ares cast yesterday. I thought he was hype beast.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
What did he ask?
Fix it. It's too late, Pablo. You did it.
Oh, Aries is not popping right now because his heart is broken.
How am I working on my laning phase? That's like how you work on anything, I think.
How's the progress, I
That's
guess?
very normal, I guess.
How's the progress?
Progress.
It's good, I guess. I don't know. I have to play like some very, very good laners to know.
Who do you think is a really good laner? Not in your region in general, but who do you think is like a... Like, who do you think is a laner that a lot of people should learn from?
Nightfall, awfully.
Okay, yeah, sure. You mentioned it, but I wanted like more examples.
He's the only one that comes to mind, to be honest. Like,
Really?
I don't think anyone else really is like a different
Who do you think is a
there are a lot
support
of
that's a really good laner? I'm curious about that.
support, huh?
Because you're a support yourself, so...
I think Miposhka can be good most of the time, but he has some bad moments.
Okay.
But Miposhka is pretty solid.
I would have never guessed TI winner.
XD?
That's a
True.
bold choice.
XD? Who else actually?
I mean, Collapse is pretty busy in lanes.
Oh,
right?
yeah, Collapse is fucking good. Collapse is probably the best laner in Dota. Like, side laner. Let's not talk mid. Mid is just another niche. But side laner, Collapse is probably the best.
Collapse is pretty pog. I remember
You know how good Collapse is? Like,
Yes.
CCNC watches Collapse.
Of course.
That's how good it is.
Wow, that's very good. You know, I remember I casted Collapse a year and a half before he made it to TI, right? And he was before he was in Yellow Submarine, he was in a garbage team called Cascade. No offense, but that team was like not even tier 2. That team was like playing in Eeple's global leagues. And that's bad. Let me tell you, I'm from Eeples. That's really bad. And I remember casting him, and I remember watching Cascade and thinking, why the fuck is this guy with his team? He is so good. Like you could even tell back then. He used to only play. He didn't even play Magnus, which is what people know him from. Collapse used to be just a very big team fight guy, right? Not even Mars. Like his things with Tide. He used to play these Tide Enigmas and stuff like that. Like these big team fight ultimates. And he was just absurdly good. And it's crazy. You can tell like someone being in a tier 3 team, and you can already tell their skill level, just because of the laning phase. Like the laning is a really easy thing to be able to understand.
The ceiling of like laning is so high
Yeah.
that like it's insane. I mean, when I got my butt ripped by Nightfall, I was like, dude, come on, man. I didn't even play this version of Dota yet. I didn't even patch this part yet, you know.
It's not fair for Funlo yet.
Yeah, it's not fair, bro. I wasn't given this update, bro.
That's true.
No, it actually felt so dirty, dude. It just get so fucking.
What did I get myself into? The fuck?
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was... So go ahead.
I'm so bad in laning too. Like I don't really know what is good and what's bad in a lane.
Yeah, but you're a caster. You're bad in general, right? That's what characterizes us.
That's why I'm casting, right? Not playing.
Exactly. No, but I think you're right. That there was something that Lelis kept pointing out when we were doing essay, where laning is all over the place, and Lelis kept telling us in the panel that when you lose a game, especially like when your last game of best of 3 and you're like down and whatever, you should just try to play the best lanes possible. And whatever happens afterwards, at least you get to play the early game. And if you don't get good lanes, then you might not even get a chance to play the game at all. And I thought it was crazy that to the degree that a pro player even thinks about that.
Yep. Laning is very important. Laning well just gives you options to play well.
Exactly. Yeah. Laning gives you the option to actually, execute whatever strategy you have. And it was crazy because, like, I know that obviously, like, yeah, it makes sense. Pick good lanes, obviously, right? But it's crazy when you see a team like, I remember King of Kings played this awful draft. Like, it was just objectively bad. But their lanes were good. And they won that game off just a very good lane. And their mid game was shaky and they almost threw that game, but because they snowballed so hard out of the lanes, they actually managed to win that game. And I remember thinking, like, even at this level of Dota, it's crazy that you just having good lanes will win you the game against a top team.
Yep. I mean, the ceiling is just a lot higher than people know, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, that knock. Ares.
Oh, we added both. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
I thought we were getting Danog game, but not Ares after he got destroyed by Pondlo.
inviting Ares here so that Pondo knows who Ares is.
Who's this fucking nobody? Oh, I love it.
Sorry, bro.
It's okay,
How you been, Pondo?
Good.
I hear you might be coming down in a week. Did you say?
Oh, maybe.
That'd be high.
Pogaroo.
Danog, if he's going to see his girlfriend, the last thing he wants to see is you, man. I don't feel like he's going to leave the house.
That is kind of true too.
I mean, I can pick you up from the airport.
When I used to go visit my girlfriend in Spain, I used to go for like a week. All my friends would be like, "Oh, we'd love to see you." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't." That's not going to happen.
That will be on the second to-do list. Second on the to-do list.
Yeah, to-do list. Yeah, that's. All right,
I want to
Danog.
do you, Dano.
What a relationship you have.
We all know who's the top and who's the bottom in this relationship.
I cannot imagine you, Danog, as anything but a top, considering your comments. If I'm honest with you, you're a very dominant force.
What's this toxic masculinity? What's wrong with being at the top, man?
There's nothing wrong. It's just Danog is the top 100%, and Ares is 100% the bottom.
Danog, why do you say that with like some condescending?
I didn't say it was condescending. You're just like this.
You adding
this
this
cute little toy that I want to cuddle, you know?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm kind of shipping you guys. You know, I think you'd be cute together. Maybe you should consider this, Ponlo. Your girlfriend is not worth as much as Dano.
Yeah, Dano is gonna bring you to the best ice cream place in Australia.
Oh, I am actually.
Yeah,
Can
apparently
your,
he's
can
obsessed.
your girlfriend do that? No.
XD. Sure, my girlfriend can bring me to other places. XD.
Whoa.
XD.
What is the
You know what it
whoa,
means
whoa,
when it's double XD.
What do you assume with that, Arthur? You dirty-minded, a cheeky bastard.
I mean, double XD sounds exciting, so I got excited.
That's what dirty talk sounds for Arthur. Get in bed, XD, wink.
Alright, is anti-mage gonna have Nana Void 5 heroes?
Talk XD to me.
Yeah, I mean, this is the AM gameplay that we all know and love. He's playing AM like he never read the patch notes, if I'm honest with you.
Well, like a 6-month-old anti-mage.
Yeah. You mean the mental age here or the old hand teammates? Because they're kind of...
Bit of both.
Yeah. Oh, my team is losing. Don't worry, I'll carry. As long as we only lose 2 racks.
This is still a BO1, right?
Yeah, BO1.
Yeah.
Oh,
This is the
feels
last.
bad, man.
Yeah, last round of
BO3s are
BO1.
tomorrow.
That used to be the thing that people used to say, right? Like, anti-mage can always recover as long as you've only lost 2 racks. Like, that was the time when anti-mage came online.
Jeez. I mean, in my eyes, there's nothing more tilting than that. You know, just playing a game 4v5 for 25 minutes, then anti-mage shows up to one team fight, dies, and you lose the game.
Shut up, Danog.
No, I agree with that.
Sorry, who's that? Who's that? Ponlo,
Sorry.
do you know who that is?
Dude, Conley, what the fuck, man?
Sorry, man.
Dude, what?
I am
I was
with you,
just
Dano.
confused with Ares, man. I thought he was talking about the Pinoy player.
You are
Is there a
100%
Pinoy
right.
player?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ares.
Yeah.
He played in Division 1.
The
Eris?
Signal Ultra
Signal-
Ares.
Yeah,
Signal
okay,
Ultra
yeah,
Ares.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, look at this
well.
SDA expert, huh?
I'm like, dude, who are you speaking about?
But Dano,
No, that's right, man.
you are right. Let me give you a message to anti-mage players out there in pubs, especially if you're below 5k. You have never carried your team in your life as an anti-mage. An anti-mage in a pub, you either have enough space and you kind of solo win the game by that, or you haven't created enough space, but it's all up to your team. You have never had a single, even sliver of impact as an anti-mage carry in a pub that's below 5k. You absolute fucking rat. Stop picking that hero.
Unless you play an active anti-mage,
Yes,
then
that's the
you
thing.
can.
Yeah. But if you're far in
this-
Battle Fury, you're like, oh guys, I got my Battle Fury 14 minutes in. That's not up to you, you asshole. It's up to your support who played the lane like a god.
Yeah, that's true. That's actually true. That is actually true.
Exactly.
Did you know how many times I've heard Matt speak about anti-mage and
Bro, I like it
how much
now.
he hates
I
the
like
hero?
it now, dude.
Yeah, well, we saw that one game. It actually looked like it did well in the lane, and we're like, hang on a second, is AM a hero? Like, are we wrong?
Current anti-mage is pretty fun right now. I think he's in a really good spot.
Yeah. I like
I
current
didn't-
techies as well. I feel like it's a fun hero.
Who played the AM3?
Mind
Mind
control.
control. Mind control.
And then
Did you guys
immediately
like that?
the Reddit post going, please don't pick AM3 in your pubs. That was
Did-
my
I know
favorite
they-
post.
I know they won the game, but I didn't get to watch it. But did you guys like the AM3?
He played it like a beast.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
It's a good
was
idea,
really
right? It
good.
makes sense with the current anti-mage. I think an anti-mage right now as a mid or as an offlaner is actually better than carry.
You went
Yeah.
what was the build? I heard diffuser, but I don't know what else.
Vanguard Diffusal
Vanguard
or something?
Diffusal. Yeah. It's the age-old anti-mage that's been played mid now. Have you not seen the, like in High and Marpus, people try that out at the beginning? Diffusal, Vanguard, and AM?
I mean, I've seen the Kezu and I think Ice build, which it was, I don't know if it was Vanguard, but it was like the Vanguard Ags.
That's-
and then fucking into something else. But that's different before this patch.
Yeah, I've seen that too. There was the Echo Saber anti-mage as well, which some people are still
That's
doing.
right. Yes.
Yeah.
That's the Echo instead. Sorry, yeah, not Vanguard. Oh, I don't know. AM, what a hero. I don't know about this. Did what the fuck happened with the early games? I look at the bracket again, and Yangon are out, Crimson are out. I'm like, come on, no.
At this point, if you're watching a bracket, you know Yangon's out. Like, it's just, they're never going to make it.
You got to give him a group stage. You got to give him the occasional game to throw.
Like, seriously, I've never seen a team that's so weak at best of ones and so good at best of threes. It's a night and day for them.
Yo, Pombo, I didn't hear your answer about your laning phase. Are you watching a lot more? Are you watching a lot more games? Just like laning phases? Are you just putting emphasis on watching your laning phase replays? Like, is there anything in particular you're doing?
Both.
Okay.
And just playing pops with the intention of playing well in lanes. And like regardless of the outcome of the pop,
Do you
if
ever
I lane
abandon
well-
the pub if it's the lane went badly?
actually,
It's
I
NA.
get-
Someone else will have abandoned by that time.
now I'm playing C pops.
Oh, true. I actually... Sorry, what day did you go back to see? Because I want to see if there's a correlation between game length and that time. Because I feel like
You don't have
NA
to find-
games would last 10 minutes less on
Bro,
average.
you don't have to find it. It's there. It's very apparent. I mean, I won't say too much about it because I'm sure the perpetrator is on my team. XD. But no, I think I just watched a lot. I just watched a lot of lanes and just thinking about it in a vacuum. I think.
Sure. Yeah, because I mean, I feel like for quite some time, laning phases. I don't know if everyone's just put like a lot more emphasis on laning phase because it's always like every part of Dota is incredibly important to draft to laning phase to early game to mid, but it seems like the past couple of patches it's been heavily laning phase focused.
Yeah. I mean, Spirit won TI cost of lanes. I think.
Yeah, I would say.
Oh,
that's a
at least they
contributing
were the
factor.
strongest laning team in TI.
I mean, it was lanes and vision, right? Those are the two things that I think Spirit did better
Yeah.
than anyone else.
Yeah.
Lane's vision and
Push good
Yaturo's
God.
flexibility, in my eyes.
I mean,
Like, he was one of the few people that could play literally every single carry hero that was available.
is that true that like other carries are not as flexible as Yatoro though?
Not to the same extent.
I don't know. I mean, like I get like I'm more impressed by Yatoro not feeling the pressure, but I wouldn't say that Yatoro was particularly better on say like his top 5 heroes, right? And then you put like the 6th or 7th. I mean, it's carry, dude. Like if you're taking me a mid laner as 11 hero pool, okay, but a carry? I don't know. Like I was impressed with the flexibility as well, but I don't think he was like stand out because of that.
I mean, he was making like Sven work, man. You gotta give props. Like, he got a rampage as a Sven.
Sure, but like, is it that
that's not that hard, but...
Exactly, that's what I mean. Like, it's not like there's a skill level in which, oh, Rampage Sven is great. Like, it's impressive that he can play that many heroes, but I think it's more the fact that he's in a low-pressure environment from his team to begin with that allows him to play that way. Not so much that, like, if you put any carry in TI and you put them in a low-pressure environment, they can play 11 heroes 100%. It's carry, man.
Probably.
Yeah, you got a
You're
point.
that carry players, you're nothing.
Well,
XD.
only AM players. No, but I just think that, like, if you put a mid laner, sure, I agree with you there. But, like, I think a carry is not a position that you need to... Oh, look, I'm playing Sven, I'm playing Medusa. God damn, you're so good at Medusa, right? I saw you multi-shot those creeps.
I didn't say Medusa. Medusa was
Oh, you're
very
a hater.
meta during TI, man.
What the fuck, dude? Medusa's high skill gap. Come on, man. You got to know your farming patterns
Yeah,
incredibly well.
fuck off. Medusa is so slow, you don't even have efficient farming patterns, right? Like, that's the difficulty. If you play, like, at least AM has, like, genuinely, sometimes you have to memorize farming patterns. With Dusa, you have enough time. The creeps have spawned by the moment you got to the next camp. It's okay, it doesn't matter.
The farming patterns have like the importance of it has like got lower over the years because
Yes.
players are just better at players have gotten better at killing carries. And then what's important for carry players is not dying, more so than how he farms.
Yes.
So the farming pattern instead became a not dying pattern.
But does that not still relate into farming pattern though? Because you're
Yeah. The
like,
definition
I
of
feel like
what,
they correlate.
yeah, what like entails a farming pattern has changed because like back then when
Okay, sure, yeah.
Arteezy's farming pattern was like, oh, he's the best farmer in the world, blah blah blah. His farming pattern was not about not dying. His farming pattern was about
Maximizing the farm.
Yes,
where
okay.
which
I
camps he
understand what
went
you
to
mean, yeah.
and why and stuff like that.
I think
So even if he died, it wasn't too bad because he'd gotten a shit ton of farm.
a good
Yeah.
example of like seeing the changes, watching like now we talk about the best farmer being someone like one of the top farmers, for example, Hector in SA, right? Like he literally has a higher GPM in the world, and if you give him a good game, it's good. But his strength is not from him going from camp to camp efficiently, but his strength is about knowing when to use the ultimates, when to force his team, etc. And you compare him to like maybe years ago to Black. Black never did any of that, ever. He just hit creeps, literally. And I think that really is tell all of what you consider a good carry nowadays, and then what was considered a good carry back then.
Yeah, I feel like nowadays you need to learn on carry on either how to die or how to put pressure on the map.
Yes.
And I feel like Yatoro is the kind of player that just know how to dodge ganks, especially in grand final, right? And then the other carries are also getting very, very good in pressuring the map with the Manta usage, with the illusion usage as well, and how
That's true.
when to hit the tower too. Because you'll be shocked how many carries out there don't know what is the better timing to hit tower, and they are always die hitting tower.
Yatoro was
No,
really good at aggressive farming, for example, like creating pressure by farming.
The Spirit players, they are just so good. Their ceiling is so high when they play TI because their attention to detail was so high. They knew like moves when they decided to do something, it only lasted for like 2 seconds. All their decision lasted only for like 2 seconds. They decide to do this thing for 2 seconds. If it doesn't feel very good, then they like change their decision. Like bad players in pubs, what people do is you ask your team, can we go high ground? And then you're like, yes. And then you go high ground and you feed, and then you're like, wow, fuck, we should have gone high ground. But you're just bad. Like,
hey Arvo, do you think that feeds back into your point that you were making much earlier in the stream about like, what is it, efficient prompt communication? The fact that they're able to do that in those 2-second windows because they're speaking in Russian as opposed to English?
I do think Russian is the most efficient language to play Dota in. I think if you want to play the
Wait,
best
really?
Dota, yeah, genuinely.
Well, I didn't hear your discussion before. So, like, what was your reason?
Well, so essentially, in case you guys don't know how Russian works, Russian is probably one of the hardest languages. I think it's as hard as Chinese, right? But for different reasons. Whereas Chinese is difficult because you have to learn a bunch of characters, right? And that's one of the biggest reasons, and also the complexity of it. Russian is difficult because the grammatics are really hard. Every single word has like 8 or I don't remember how many forms, like 8 forms, right? And essentially those forms don't depend on like, I don't know, think of English, right? You think of a random word, you think like a verb, and that verb has like a present tense, a past tense, a future tense. That makes sense, right? But imagine if you're speaking English, you have to think of, am I using this word as a direct object? Do you even know what that is in an English sentence? It exists, but nobody thinks about that. And in Russian, you have a different form for a direct object, for a possessive, etc., etc. So words have, like, the words can inspire so much more meaning, and their sentences are so much... there's so much information condensed to just a few words, yeah. A good example is, you know, in Russian, this word exists, but the idea of, like, something is, like, the I am, you know, the being, that verb, is never used in Russian. Only in literary senses. Because the language is so precise. Like, you would just go, like, if you want to say, I am good right now, you just say, I good right now. And the am is implied based on what kind of form of good you use. Right?
Interesting.
And so in a team fight, again, I don't know because I'm not this level of Russian, but I can only imagine in a team fight, the amount of information you can convey in few words is really impressive. And that's like the clear comms that we always talk about, right? So I do think that's why they're so good at team fighting, genuinely.
That's a good point. I wonder if personality plays a role here as well. Because
yeah,
because I feel like a lot of Russian players...
6 cases. Thank you, by the way,
Yeah.
not 8. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I feel like Russian players, a lot of time, they are very vocal, and they... Yeah,
That's
they are
true.
very willing to speak out their mind. So for Southeast Asia player, I feel like a lot of times, all right, if you ask your carry, can we go high ground? Then everybody else just shuts up, and wait for the carry to make a decision.
Yeah.
Whereas I think do you guys think it's a little bit different in the Russian team? Because I feel like all of them probably have their own mind, and they want to chip in as well in the decision that for the carry to do.
bro, I actually hate it when I play pubs and some like
Yeah?
a rank 300 carry player makes a call and I'm like, no, we back now. And or like I know we can fight and I say we fight and then he's like back and I'm just like then his reasoning is I'm the carry, listen to my call. And I'm just like, shut the fuck up. What do you mean? Like, what the fuck do you mean?
I know, right? Yeah.
Onlo heading on the rank 300s again. What a surprise.
No, it just happened yesterday actually.
But like Russian culture is very much like that. Russian is very much of a, like, culturally they're a no bullshit kind of culture, right? It's we were talking about a mitigated speech. Russians are the opposite. I remember back in the day when you used to cast, like, a lot of the tournaments you would get as a tier 2, tier 3 English caster were like, you know, these like Eastern European like 10K cups, right? Very common back then, less so now. And I remember that when new English casters would come in, particularly Americans, they would always make the mistake that a lot of English casters want to do. And at the end, they would always try to be nice to the orgs. And they would go, it was really nice working with you guys. It was awesome. I really liked the experience. Fuck off. You're not getting invited again. Like, Russians hate when you do that. They think it's the fakest thing in the world. And that's how the caster got, like, that's most casters that never get invited again was because they were being too nice. They think it's fake.
Damn.
They think it sounds bad. And so their language is the opposite. They're very much a no bullshit kind of culture. In fact, if you smile at someone in Russia, it's considered an act of aggression, like a monkey. Like it really is not a good thing. Yeah.
like a monkey.
No, that's true. Like
Yeah.
you're supposed to be like very matter of fact, and you're like, of course you can smile for a reason. It's okay to smile, but if you smile at
Yeah,
someone
yeah.
for no reason, that's considered like you're being fake to them for no reason. Yeah,
Damn.
yeah.
This is such a difference from Chinese culture, I would say.
Was that your American accent, by the way, Avo?
What? Maybe it just came out naturally. I'm not really sure.
Yes, like I don't know what's with Americans and not being able to do a good accent from outside of America, but everyone seems to be able to do a good American accent. Like, it's just so easy.
Because you have to hear them all the fucking time, and they don't stop talking. No.
Yes.
I don't know. I think maybe it's because they always think that, like, to Americans, the Aussie is an accent, right? And the American is not an accent. I think to Australians, they acknowledge that everyone has a different accent. That's fine, right? At least from who I've spoken to.
Yeah, and even just like another thing that you were saying before when I was just listening was like the listening to a caster from Singapore or Malaysia, where a lot of people, mostly Americans, tuning in and being like, "Oh, I can't understand this at all," and I'm like, "Really? You're having a hard time understanding that? Like, that's very clear English to me, you know?" And it's just, it's so weird that it seems like an issue only plaguing Americans, not even Canadians, just Americans.
Yeah, you're kind of right, actually. I've never heard an Aussie person comment on that, to be honest. Aussies tend to be pretty open, more so even than English people. But I don't know if that's just people that are in Dota. I'm not sure. My experience with the Aussie Dota community has always been pretty positive, until I met Aries, of course.
Until you met, yeah.
Hang on, what the fuck? What the?
What did Aries do today?
Yeah, what the dude? Because Ponlo didn't know who I was. You know, I was fucking roasting me, and I have to have Denog in my ears. Fucking hell. Good thing the missus is coming over soon. I can fuck off. There's a bunch of cunts here.
There we go. That's true Aussie. There we go.
I really wish we could just have one cast where we just went
I
full
know.
Aussie, zero
Oh,
filter, and
know
be
how
like,
many
"What
times
the
I've
fuck is
thought
this
about
cunt
that?
doing?"
You know how many times, like, oh. It's just natural. It really is, and it's not like just because I'm 22 years old. It's just because I'm fucking Australian, and like it's just it's a lot easier now to refrain from swearing. But holy shit, when I started, my god, it was not easy.
You Danog, when you went to LA, did you have issues with the fact that you can't say cunt or people will look at you weird?
No, it's fine. Like I said it around Nat, so that was my release, basically, being able to be like, "Okay, it's fine. I've got a little slice of home here, so it's fine." And that's great. She's like that type of person as well.
Right. I mean, the words mean the same thing, right? So it's like it's different. But Americans,
I mean, it's
I
all
hate it.
the context, right?
Yeah.
Like you could use cunt in so many ways in Australia. It's just amazing.
when I first went to America for like a small like WSG or whatever, and I met Moxie for the first time, I came from Scotland, and I said cunts all the fucking time. And then every time I would say it, Moxie would visibly cringe. And I was like, I'm so sorry, Moxie. It doesn't mean what it means here, I swear. Because Scottish people are very similar to Australians in that sense.
Yeah. And it's not even cunt, it's cunt.
That's your fucking cunt. Yeah, it's true. Nice.
I don't know,
That's a
it's-
good accent, Dano. Good job.
It's a good word. It's a
My,
fucking
my-
great word.
That's a great.
My aunt's from Scotland, so
Whereabouts?
out in the rural areas outside Edinburgh.
That's a oxymoron. Rural areas outside the poshest
it's
city
like
in Scotland.
it's a pheasant farm, bro. It's a pheasant farm. It's like,
A
okay.
pheasant? Did you say?
Yeah, pheasant
Oh,
farm.
so that's the posh rural areas. That's incredible. That was on point. Pheasants are super expensive, dude.
Yeah.
Who do you guys think will win tomorrow?
What are the? Let's look at the
I'm,
brackets.
I'm still pulling for MY. So it's MY, the Mamang Daya stack, UDV, and M11.
Okay, nice.
Probably MY or UDV. Wait, actually,
I mean,
what's
I
the
thought MY
bracket?
after yesterday, but then they just got MY's taking on Apes.
This is going to be close though. Apes versus MY.
I think
I think-
MY is a better team though.
Did you guys
I mean,
watch
sure,
Apes
but they also
today?
choke.
Not that much.
Okay.
Not that
Did-
much. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like it'll be MY UDV in grand finals.
If that's the case, then who would you think is gonna more likely?
Oh, I don't care who wins. Honestly, they're like I both like I enjoy the plays and the team from both, so it really doesn't bother me.
And there's already like country representation across the board from all of these.
Oh, that's true too. Yeah.
Like I guess some storyline is like having MY in and Motivate as well, and then Lion Axe just dumpstering Motivate and them doing
Apes
and
also,
MY.
right? Apes is also the thing, right? Because Army Geniuses is there.
Yeah, but is it really
And so is
realistic that
Neon.
Apes are gonna make it? I don't think they will.
I also
It's,
think
it's
MY will
open
make it.
qualifiers. I don't know if anything can fucking happen, but
The BO3s now, so
Are you casting tomorrow, or Aries, in the BTS channel?
yeah.
Can you tell us beforehand what game you're doing so we can do the other one?
I will be doing the M11 versus UDV. Actually, no, I think I won't. So never mind. It'll be the other one.
Just fucking text us. You don't have to declare it now, Aries. For yourself.
I'm just
declare
looking.
it now.
I'm just
He's
looking
doing
at the
Apes
teams.
MY.
There
Yeah,
you
no,
go.
we'll be Apes MY.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we'll be.
If he doesn't do that game, guys, Aries at Aries Dota, tweet at him, calling him a liar.
I'm just thinking.
Tweet
like,
it
do
to
we
all the
wanna
tournament organizers and say never hire this man.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Especially with Dandog. That's what you should say at the end.
Especially with Denog.
That's, yeah. Ain't that the fucking truth?
Hey, Logie, check out the Discord chat. This was on a whiteboard at the BTS studios when the Aussie Smash players had been there. They were teaching the Americans vocabulary.
That's pretty.
What's the first one though? I've never.
I've never heard Kaba.
Yeah, but I've never heard Cobber.
It's very like working class, sort of just mate, friend. Hey, cheers, Cobber. Like that sort
Fucking rat dog.
of thing. Rat dog is enemy. I love rat dog so
What the
much.
hell is red dog?
Yeah, I'm googling
Enemy.
too.
It means they're your enemy.
But why is red dog an enemy?
You could just be like, that cunt's a fucking rat dog.
That
you know?
sounds. Yeah,
But why? Like red is not bad enough, so you call it red dog?
yeah you
Yes.
combine the two biggest insults in SCA.
Why?
That's true. It's,
You should understand, man.
See
Well,
if I can...
Um, there's no more games, guys. So while I'd like to podcast with you, I'm gonna go do.
you act like you haven't been podcasting this entire... You think you've been covering the games?
Yeah, did you not like my fucking cast, Danog? It's not good enough for you? All right.
What about the serious cast that you were going to do with Arthur, huh?
That thing.
our class practice didn't even get started, guys.
It's because Ponlo got invited and derailed our very serious cast. Okay.
My bad, boys.
It's always it's actually always Ponlo's fault. I don't even know why, but I'm sorry, Ponlo. It just fucking is.
Who's talking?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had to go, and the first thing I was gonna say is good luck in spring tour, but I don't know. Fuck you. If you lose already.
Pono don't deserve that. Pono don't deserve that.
I don't need your help to do that. I'm doing that anyway. Next.
Drama's being created
no.
live in front of your screens, guys. Remember, just
right.
post this on Reddit and post both Twitters. And if
Yeah.
you tag Gork on top of that, that's cherry on top.
Beautiful. Instant 100 upvotes just by tagging them.
Yeah.
Although I do have to go though, the missus is coming over. So although it was a
Uh-huh.
pleasure to speak to everyone, dude, coming over to the worst days when we're all chilling.
Yeah.
If you,
Okay,
can,
Matt, I'll
you
speak
should
to
be
you
able to do
tomorrow.
that
Setting it up.
tomorrow, Aries. It's unfortunate you have to work and do your job.
Say that again. What did you say at the
we
start?
would love to have you tomorrow, as opposed to you doing a serious cast and all this job
Yeah,
at BTS.
Oh, I know, but work calls, money calls. Give me the dosh, motherfuckers.
Aries refuses to cast for free. What a terrible caster, honestly.
Shut the fuck up. What?
Actually, you should add that to your Twitter bio. Just refuse to cast for exposure.
Expose
Dude,
these
that
nuts.
was what the fuck? That was the 1.5 years on Twitch on my own channel. That was the exposure.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh.
I do have to go though.
All right,
Good
guys.
luck in your
Take care,
season.
guys.
I hope it goes well.
Goodbye.
Bye, everyone.
Take care, guys. See you guys soon.
Have a good night.
Boy.
All right, since we're a uniqueness, I don't usually do the English stream like this. I hope you guys got to meet more of the people behind the scenes. I think it's really cool. Usually do this a lot in my Spanish streams, but obviously not really common in my English streams. So I think you got to see a lot more personality of the casters. I think it's nice to do the serious cast for close qualifiers and stuff. And when you get hired, of course, serious cast. But I think that having this kind of unique version of it is cool for for open qualifier. It's a very unique thing. I was always a big fan of summit style cast. I was always a big fan of like those kind of casts, and I don't think this should become the norm. But I think having it occasionally is nice. So hopefully you guys enjoyed as much as I did, in that style and that uniqueness. I do want to answer one last comment before we go. So did you notice a harsher reaction because like an Aussie Scottish accent to excuse your use of the C bomb? In general, I'm on Kira because you've been here all day. As a Spanish person who speaks English, constantly people assume things about like where my speech comes from and everything in general. It is very, very common. Like I had a lot of issues in the scene in the beginning because when I came from Scotland, I lived there for a while because I don't have a native English accent in the sense that I don't have a mom or dad that taught me English. My parents don't speak English. I learned it at school. So my accent is easily deviates, right? I've been trying really hard to not deviate to the Malay accent and start saying la. And so when I was in Scotland, my accent was very Scottish. And so I used to talk to people and I'd be like, yeah, so I think this game is over because like I don't really like what I'm saying right now. No, I spoke like that. Obviously a bit more extreme, a bit more played out, but it was like that. And I'd have a lot of words. And people kept assuming that was my Spanish accent going through. And I'm like, motherfucker, does that sound Spanish to you? I'd be like, I think this wee lad's doing a good job. And they'd be like, this Spaniard speaking with his accent. People make a lot of assumptions when this happens. So that's in general my take on this. Would you consider doing a podcast with the SCA lads? Yes. The issue with doing a podcast, I think, and I've had this idea with a lot of casters in general because we have good rapport, is that I just think podcasts are kind of boring. I think there's just so many podcasts right now in Dota, and you're like, how do you differentiate yourself between yourself and the other podcast? It's always been a difficulty because, there's so many podcasts, and no offense to the Lyle Show or the many podcasts that exist, Fistful of Tangos, I think it's Caps or whatever, but I just think adding one more podcast to the mix is... It's just too much. I want to do if I'm gonna spend my free time doing content, and we're already working on this, I'm on Kira. I really, really do like to do something that's more innovative. I think the space for podcasts is already kept by a lot of people, and now that I'm a little bit bigger and I have a little more time and I can dedicate myself to this fully, I'm looking to do projects, and I'm working on some that you're gonna see soon for content that's innovative and hasn't been seen in the scene yet. And I'm talking both for DPC and outside of DPC. And hopefully I get to push that out soon. I'm on Kira. So even though I'd love to do a podcast, unfortunately time is limited, and I don't want to commit to that just yet because I think there's a lot more cool things that we can do with these people. And I'm hopefully going to be able to rope in Arthur and Aries and Danog, people that I think are good personalities. I in general really like collaborating with people. I think in general as casters we compete a bit too much, and I want to start fomenting a new environment of more collaboration. I think the more casters and talent collaborate, both with pro players and with casters alike, the better content you can make. Ponlo, you're a fantastic fucking personality. I'd love to do shit with you too. You ass. But you're playing. You're playing, Ponlo. So, genuinely, do a trivia show. Yeah, that hasn't been done to death, right, Danog? That's a good idea. Alvo, you're a chill guy and you're about your business and your game. I respect that you aren't fake and you don't go off topic all the time. Keep up the great work, man. You're quickly becoming a staple of the community. I don't think so, Tremolo Soul, but I appreciate you saying that. In general, I've never really seen this idea of the community. I never felt included in the community because, I know people saw me at TI. And most people think that, I assume most people think, who the fuck is this guy? Which is fair. That's true. And people think that I got in because I knew someone. The reality is I didn't know anyone. You can check all the streams. Everyone check the talent. It's like, who the fuck is this Alpha guy? And that's a reality I live in. And most of the time, I've just been kind of my friendship with Danog, which got forged like this, or my friendship with Arthur and stuff, got forged individuals. And that's why it feels weird when people talk about the community. I don't know what the community is. I have my own community. I have people that I talk to, but it's difficult to feel like you're part of something bigger. I think it's just a bunch of individuals. TF feedback was bullshit. You did great with those hard interviews. Yeah, I think I was pretty shit at the beginning, and I'm not ashamed of admitting that. I watched it with Winter before I watched it in TI. Yeah, see, I love that. My casts with Winter are very fun. No, Tremolo, I'm just trying to explain my point. Want to do a podcast like this, casting some low-tier games after Open's End? I think that'd be really cool. I've been actually working on something like this. I'm on Kira, but I've been working on including Dota 2 Bowie. I don't know if you guys know the guy. I think that Bowie and a couple of other international talents don't really get the recognition they deserve. I think Arthur is among them. I think Aussies get fucked because in general they're from a region where it's just really expensive to bring them to tournaments, so they don't really reach that tier 1 level, even though they're good enough in my opinion. I think Aries, Danog, and MLP and John are my favorite up and coming casters. Those 4 guys, they should make it. I would love for them to make it. That's why I like them. I respect them a lot as people, and I respect them a lot as casters. But I think a lot of the more international people like Bowie or Arthur don't even get to the ground base level. And as someone who's been in that position before, I would like to help them. And so I'm trying to make a podcast with them that obviously would love to include Aries or Danog and John and stuff. So hopefully we can do something like that. But I'm working on it to be something more than just a podcast. I want it to be a whole show with like segments, and I want it to be a show that like showcases people's personality and that is unique enough that people just go, look, this is not just another podcast, right? But we'll see. We'll see about that. It's a lot of work. And I have a girlfriend, and she doesn't like me working 24 hours a day anymore, unfortunately. But anyway, thank you guys for all your love. I really appreciate those that come to my channel and watch me personally, and I really like the people that like to watch the OQs in general. I think you guys are very cool. I'm sorry you're not modded, by the way. I'll mod Danog and Arthur after this stream. I think you guys are keeping Dota alive, and the people that watch OQs and are a little bit sick and stupid like us are the OGs. So I really do have an appreciation for you. I spoke a lot. I gave a little speech, but I really do appreciate every single viewer that comes to the stream. If it was 10 viewers, we would have casted exactly the same. But the fact that we got to 300 at one point is pretty crazy. Excluded again from keeping Dota alive. Ponlo, if I want to make a podcast that was interesting, I would not invite you, right? Because I want a pro... Sorry. BDG, and then you can get invited to the podcast. Thanks for everything. Love you very much. And we'll see you guys probably tomorrow to do the game that Aries is not covering.